reborn as a mysterious turtle in the primordial world. Not only do you possess the hardest shell in the world, but your body has also become incredibly huge. This not only astonishes Nuwa, who wanted to cut off your limbs to mend the sky, but also causes the Zhuxian sword of the master of the heavenly sect to break into two pieces directly. All of this is because you fear death, so you have been constantly comprehending the defensive laws in the northern dark sea of the primordial world. Finally, after 1,000,000 years have passed, your mastery of the defensive laws has reached perfection. Host, North Sea Dark Turtle. Realm, achieving perfection as the golden immortal of the Great E. Power, the might of a dragon. Defense, impenetrable. Speed, slow as an ant. Looking at the attribute panel, you finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, in front of you, a beam of light appeared in the North Ming Sea. At a glance, you immediately turned and ran. This kind of treasure appearing would definitely attract other powerful beings nearby. You were just a small Taiyi golden immortal divine turtle, and you didn't dare to provoke such a treasure. But you found that the light was actually chasing towards you. Feeling frustrated, you thought, I'm just an ordinary black tortoise, why do you have to push me so hard? As you thought this, you heard a voice saying, I have been waiting here for billions of years, only to have one black tortoise arrive. So be it, I will take your body and help me rebuild for billions of years, then destroy the chaos. This voice was extremely sinister. Upon hearing it, you were shocked, realizing that it was trying to take over your body. Help! Someone wants to kill the tortoise. A beam of light shot directly towards your head. Before your head could retreat back into its shell, the beam had already struck your head with a bang. Just then, the beam was deflected away. Why is this? A mysterious voice asked. I am a demon god, can I not possess you? The beam of light, undeterred, immediately charged towards you once again. This time, you quickly retreated back into your shell. In an instant, your body had activated all defensive powers, and waves of light began to emanate from you. The light continued to strike at you, being repelled and dimmed with each impact. At the 36 millionth failed attempt of this radiance, you have completely seen through the true form of this radiance. It turns out to be the fragmented primordial spirit of a chaotic demon god. Because of this, he wants to possess you, take over your Xuan body, and recultivate it. Unfortunately, not only is your physical body strong, but your primordial spirit also has a considerable defense. With 36 million attempts, even if the rebound force is only 1%, it is enough to destroy the primordial spirit of this chaotic demon god. Source text, translated text, how can you have such defense? I refuse to accept this. The chaotic demon god uttered a voice of unwillingness. When he decided to make a move, there was no turning back, because even the fragmented soul of the chaotic demon god would eventually decline, and now he was no exception. The rebounding damage at this moment also brought his soul close to collapse. My fate is sealed. Afterwards, the primordial spirit of the chaotic demon god revealed its true form and fell into the sea. However, you still remained curled up inside your turtle shell, waiting quietly. You didn't believe that the chaotic demon god would die so easily, so you dared not make a move. Nor did you remove your defenses, so you waited motionless for 10,000 years. The chaotic demon couldn't resist it anymore, and you only saw him transform into a beam of light rushing towards you again. Indeed, this guy was just pretending to be dead. Your heart was filled with horror. Fortunately, you were not deceived by him, so you activated all your defenses. The chaotic demon was once again sent flying out. This time he fell down again. As the chaotic demon's primordial spirit was close to collapse, he only had one thought in his mind: this mysterious turtle is too cunning. You inquire of the system. System, has this chaotic demon god fallen? Host, this is the primordial spirit of the chaotic demon god. His primordial spirit has already collapsed. After asking 3 times, and waiting for another 100,000 years, you finally confirmed that this chaotic demon god has fallen. His primordial spirit power is still condensed here, lingering for a long time. After some thought, you decide to devour him. This is the primordial spirit of a demon god, a great supplement. Who knows, after devouring it, new divine powers might emerge. You open your mouth and exhale a breath of mysterious ice, which is currently the most powerful magical ability you possess. After confirming 1,000 times, you finally swallow this demon god's soul into your stomach. In that instant, you feel a special rule manifesting in your body, the rule of transformation, capable of converting all abilities within your body into different forms of energy. So you turn defense into strength, extending your claws and striking the sea in front of you. In that instant, 80% of the northern sea was shattered. Transforming defense into strength had such power. The vast and boundless northern sea was home to a palace deep within its depths. This palace was the residence of the mighty Kunpeng of the primordial chaos. Kunpeng was originally in seclusion for cultivation when he suddenly felt a tremendous force surging towards him, instantly shattering his palace. The Kunpeng was both shocked and furious. Who dared to be so ruthless and attack the binding divine hall? Kunpeng calculated in his mind, his face showing a puzzled expression. It turned out to be the doing of a mysterious tortoise. This tortoise was too audacious. I want to see what you are capable of. Daring to attack me, Kunpeng said. With that, his body flickered and he disappeared from the spot, reappearing billions of miles away. At the same time, you were afraid that the scene just now had attracted the attention of other powerful beings, and you had to escape immediately. Holding your breath, you completely concealed your own breath and hid deep in the depths of the Northern Ocean. This ability is called the turtle absorption technique, which allows you to merge completely with the seawater, undetectable even by quasi-saint level powerhouses. Shortly after you left, a figure has appeared in your original position, and it is Kunpeng. I am Kunpeng, the master of the Northern Sea. Who dares to sneak attack me and destroy my palace? Come out now, or don't blame me for being impolite. You heard the voice but paid no attention. Fortunately, it wasn't me who attacked Kunpeng or destroyed his palace. As Nangong thought, he continued to move away, but at this time, Kunpeng was quite nonchalant, only to be seen blasting his palm towards the surface of the northern underworld sea in front of him. Kunpeng was a great power of the paragon perfection, and the power of one of his palms was not to be underestimated. One could only see the 10 million miles of sea surface instantly explode, and it was unknown how many sea races were directly blown out. With such a powerful attack, these sea races were directly blown away, and Nangong was also pushed by this push, continuing to push 10 million miles away. With such a powerful strike from the Kunpeng, none of these sea races could survive, while Nangong was unharmed and was able to use his strength to escape. Just what kind of character is Kunpeng? His eyesight is quite good. He was able to tell that within the 10 million sea races here, there were still surviving existences. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Do you think you can escape?" That Kunpeng's claws extended and slapped down in Nangong direction. Chapter 5 Kunpeng strikes. Breaking a claw back one more for freshness. Nangong also wanted to escape, but Nangong also understood that with his speed, this was probably not going to escape. The opponent was not an ordinary great power, but a Kunpeng. What are the kunai best at? That is speed. It was once recorded that the Kunpeng lifted its wings and flew 90,000 miles. And this Kunpeng was now a quasi-saintly perfected existence, and he was also an existence contemporaneous with the saints. The Kunpeng's strength was quite terrifying, and the speed of his speed was even more terrifying. This claw arrived, and Nangong simply couldn't dodge it. Since I can't hide, I won't hide. Nangong body shrunk into the turtle shell. In the turtle shell but a sharp thorn appeared out. The defensive aptitudes of Nangong body were all opened. This claw of the Kunpeng blasted into Nangong turtle shell, and only a shocking and loud sound was heard to appear. The sea around Nangong was also blasted away once again as those millions of feet of huge waves surged up. This huge force instantly blasted Nangong out. However, Nangong didn't feel any effects. The blow, but it didn't hurt at all. No way. When Kunpeng saw this, his eyes were filled with incredulity. What's going on here? How is it that a strike could not destroy the Xian turtle in front of him? This Xian turtle's body now appeared to have a faint golden light, but Kunpeng only felt that the Xian turtle in front of him was a Taiyi golden immortal, an ordinary Taiyi golden immortal. No, even if it was a great Luo golden immortal level Xian turtle, he would be able to smash it with a single claw. And now, Kunpeng only saw the shell of that Xian turtle. Surprisingly, there were no scars. The claw just now obviously did not hurt this Xian turtle, and the kunai looked at his right paw again, and it was actually dripping blood. Your own claws backfired? How could it be so? This Xian turtle's defense is actually this strong? Humph. This seed would like to see how hard your turtle shell is. After Kunpeng finished speaking, only a turquoise-colored light was seen appearing in Kunpeng's hand at this time. This light, which was quite terrifying, instantly turned half of the sky green. In order to deal with Nangong, the Kunpeng had used 10 Yuanhui's cultivation to condense in his claws. This strike was a great divine ability, the mixed undifferentiated god-destroying claw. A claw of such power was capable of causing space to almost be torn apart, and under a single claw, it was capable of shattering the range of hundreds of millions of miles. The power of this clawfall was quite terrifying. Nangong must have to resist with all his might. Since Nangong had cultivated, he had comprehended more than 1,000 divine abilities, and after obtaining this system, He had obtained more than 1,000 divine abilities, almost all of which were defensive divine abilities. Nangong Xian's defensive power had long since surpassed that of an average Deluo Jinxian level Xian turtle, and the strength of this defense was far beyond that of other Paragon Saints. Of course, Nangong Xian only had a strong defense. The other abilities of his fleshly body were not considered outstanding, but right now, Nangong Xian was completely displaying all of his divine abilities in order to save his life. Vajra's indestructible body, eternally incorruptible body, chaos undone. The Big Dipper is not bad, Groundhog is not bad, mixed 9 revolutions Xian Gong chapter, infinite spiritual body technique. Only Nangong Xian was able to put these feats into motion in an instant, and in Nangong Xian's tortoise shell, those spikes had become even sharper. Facing such a powerful strike from this Kunpeng, Nangong Xian could only meet it with his strongest defense, for fear of death. Boom! In that instant, it was only seen that tremendous power had blasted onto Nangong Xian's back in one go. There was another loud bang from this turtle shell again. The billion miles of range sea here had been crushed away all of a sudden, and that green light blasted and killed all of the sea races within this range. In one fell swoop, the waters of the place were colored crimson. Immediately after that, a miserable scream suddenly appeared. This voice did not come from Nangong Xian, but from that Kunpeng. Although Nangong Xian didn't stick his head out, he was able to know what was happening, and as Kunpeng looked at his right paw at this time, his eyes were filled with shock and horror. The Kunpeng's right claw, surprisingly, broke off. A claw that was supposed to be so powerful. Not only did it not cut a crack in the turtle shell, but even his own claw was shattered. Chapter 6, Kunpeng Fear. What mighty power! 2 more requests. The broken claw fell straight into the sea, and blood was flowing out. Obviously the one who struck out was himself, but why was he the one who was injured? Kunpeng's mind was now filled with question marks, and that one Xian turtle, as if it didn't care about him, actually swam away slowly. Abominable. This completely disregarded him. Kunpeng, in his eyes, although he, Kunpeng, had not become a saint, he was not something that a tiny Taiyi golden immortal could so underestimate. If this Xian turtle really wanted to escape, then it should have immediately left from here in order to do so. And now, he wasn't even willing to cast out his divine ability. Surprisingly, he was still wandering so slowly. This was simply provoking him. Kunpeng was furious. How could he possibly stand such contempt? Kunpeng was originally a person with a very high self-esteem, and under the saints, he hadn't put anyone in his eyes. And this current Xian turtle was only at the strength of a demon king, so arrogant that he naturally had to make a move to cut him down. Only another light was seen appearing from the Kunpeng's left paw. This time the light, however, was even stronger than just now, and this time it appeared as a golden light. This time, Kunpeng was using 20 Yuan Hui's mana to strike. With such a terrifyingly powerful divine ability, Kunpeng did not think that this Xian turtle would be able to survive his attack. The Kunpeng slapped down another claw, and this time, that golden light was able to reflect the entire northern underworld sea. Nangong Xian's heart was helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but his speed was indeed too slow, which made Nangong Xian a bit skeptical if he should have chosen speed. However, when Nangong Xian thought about it, his own body was a Xian turtle. If he chose the speed avatar, I'm afraid that even if 1,000 avatars came down, his speed would only be able to be about the same as that of a normal Taiyi golden immortal. Moreover, if there were no defensive aptitude, I'm afraid that Nangong Xian would have already fallen by now. This Kunpeng's attack was indeed terrifying, and this time, Kunpeng still had to make a move. This great divine ability of Kunpeng was the infinite mixed claw. If this claw were to fall, it would be able to destroy 50% of the North Underworld Sea. However, the only thing Nangong Xian could do right now was just to be able to turn the defense avatar on again. Boom boom boom. Loud noises kept coming from the surroundings, and the sea was constantly being destroyed. This claw slapped on Nangong Xian's turtle shell, causing Nangong Xian to be shocked. His turtle shell, surprisingly, was injured. No, it seems that his defense is still not strong enough. Although this strike did not make Nangong Xian feel pain, it made Nangong Xian feel a huge threat. In this turtle shell, a scratch unexpectedly appeared, and there was even blood on the surface. This Kunpeng's attack, it was too terrifying. While Nangong Xian's heart was in shock, he suddenly realized that he wasn't injured. Just why was there blood on his turtle shell? The kunai was now looking at his left arm, which had disappeared at shoulder length, and there was fear in his eyes. How is that possible? The Kunpeng's full strength surprisingly did not manage to threaten this Xian turtle. At the basilisk turtle, a mark less than an inch deep was scratched, Is this the result of your own full strength? How is that possible? How could Kunpeng not imagine that his own attacks were so worthless in front of this Xian turtle? No wonder the other party dared to underestimate him and even ignored him at all. This Xian turtle didn't even care about his attack at all and just left slowly. One could tell how terrifying the defense of this Xian turtle was. With such a strong defense, its attack power must also be quite terrifying. If that was the case, then one would be able to tell that it was definitely not a DE Golden Immortal. It surprisingly hides its strength. What a deep heart. The Kunpeng reacted at once. He was shocked and afraid. This Nangong Xian's strength must still be above him. No wonder he dared to take action against his Kunpeng Divine Palace. What kind of power is this? It seemed that this Xian turtle was trying to compete with himself for the position of this Lord of the Northern Underworld. It was because of this that this Xian turtle made a provocative move and underestimated him, not making any counterattacks at all. Even so, Kunpeng's attack was unable to injure this Xian turtle, and instead, he was shocked and broke both of his arms. Kunpeng was naturally able to know how big the gap between himself and this Xian turtle was. Chapter 7 Kunpeng Scared Away. Karma bound 3 shares for freshness. This is definitely a great power. I didn't expect that this great power would come to this northern underworld sea. Moreover, he demonstrated against himself and destroyed his Kunpeng Divine Palace. He must have wanted this one position for himself. A chill ran down the kunai's back at the thought of doing so. If the other party struck out, it would definitely not be something the Kunpeng could withstand. Only, why isn't the other side making a move now? Did he think he didn't deserve his shot? Kunpeng said stiffly, "This seat is Kunpeng. I wonder what kind of power you are." Kunpeng's words fell, but there was no response. This made Kunpeng a bit angry. He was a Kunpeng elder ancestor. Who dared to be so rude to him inside the flood world? Unless it was a saint. Otherwise, even the 2 demon emperors of that demon heavenly court would have to respect him. And anyone who dared to be so rude to him was already dead. Now that Kunpeng saw that Nangong Xian was still swimming slowly, although his heart was irritated, but thinking that the other party was a great power of the world, Kunpeng was only able to endure it. Although you are powerful, you should have notified this seat when you arrived at my sea of northern underworld, and to deliberately destroy my divine palace. Don't you think it's too much? Kunpeng added. Nangong Xian only wanted to leave from here now. This Kunpeng was too terrifying. It was even able to leave traces on his turtle shell. If it continued like this, wouldn't he have to fall here? Worthy of being a great power of the flood, casually striking out, it would have such a divine ability. Rumor has it that when these great powers strike out, they are able to instantly make the heavens fall apart. This kind of thing was not something that Nangong Xian could resist. The current Nangong Xian only wanted to flee with all his might. However, Nangong Xian was only a Taiyi Golden Immortal right now. And because Nangong Xian had not been cultivating aptitudes other than defense, Nangong Xian did not have any other aptitudes that could move quickly. Nangong Xian's speed of fleeing with all his might was naturally slow in the Kunpeng's eyes. But at this time, Nangong Xian heard that Kunpeng's words, and he was even more surprised. What was Kunlun talking about just now? Powerful? Destroying the Kunpeng Palace again? Who on earth would have the audacity to do that? It seems that there are other great powers hidden here, and this is not a good place to be. So we must leave this place as soon as possible. Nangong Xian didn't dare to reply at all as he continued to flee at full speed. This made the Kunpeng's heart irritated and at the same time a bit intimidated. If Nangong Xian had spoken, Kunpeng would still be able to know the other party's attitude towards him. But if the other party didn't speak, then the kunai couldn't be penetrated. This one powerhouse, it seemed, didn't even bother to pay attention to himself. Outrageous. Kunpeng's heart was even angrier. But he was also quite helpless. He simply couldn't catch Nangong Xian's thoughts. After all, Nangong Xian had yet to counterattack once. But even so, the Kunpeng had already suffered such severe injuries. Fortunately, Kunpeng was a great power. So even after receiving this kind of injury, he was still able to live and even recover in a short period of time. It was just that now that Nangong Xian wasn't replying, even Kunpeng didn't dare to strike at Nangong Xian anymore. Now although this one great power did not counterattack, but he was able to hard receive his own full strength attack, such a terrifying great power. For the time being, also Kunpeng could not afford to offend. Since fellow Taoist is like this, then Kunpeng will no longer force himself. But what fellow Taoist did today, this seat will definitely remember. Kunpeng finished speaking, wanting to see if Nangong Xian would strike out in anger. With the Kunpeng's speed, even if Nangong Xian made a move, he should be able to dodge and escape with certainty. However, Kunpeng realized that the turtle was still ignoring him, and was playing there by himself. Seeing this, Kunpeng was already sure that he had been slighted, and with resentment, he left the place. Only after the Kunpeng left did Nangong Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at that Kunpeng, it seemed that it was scared away by one of the great powers. However, Nangong Xian did not feel that there were other people here. What the hell is going on here? But no matter what, this karma had already been formed, and there was nothing Nangong Xian could do to stop it. Nangong Xian had originally decided to leave, but when he saw that Kunpeng's severed claw, he immediately thought of the flavor of roasted chicken claws. Now that the kunai is gone, it might as well be. In Nangong Xian's mind, a bold idea appeared. Chapter 8 Bold Idea. Kunpeng Spiritual Technique for more requests for freshness. Although Nangong Xian was now a Xian turtle, he was a human being in his previous life, so Nangong Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. However, Nangong Xian's size was enormous, and when he took away the 2 broken claws of that Kunpeng, he needed to find a rather large island. Fortunately, the current sea of northern hell was quite vast, and with such a large place, there were naturally huge islands. After Nangong Xian arrived at an island, he roasted the broken claws of that Kunpeng. As long as one used the law of transformation, one would be able to transform the Xian ice chi into flames. I have to say, this Kunpeng's severed claw was quite huge, and it smelled quite good when roasted. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of cumin or chili powder missing, otherwise this would have tasted even better. Nangong Xian was not polite at all and gnawed the broken claws of the 2 Kunpengs. Kunpeng, who had gone back to the Kunpeng Divine Palace, now suddenly felt something. He only felt a paroxysm of pain coming from his broken arm, but he quickly recovered his physical body. After all, at this realm, this kind of injury was not a serious matter for Kunpeng. While Nangong Xian was gnawing on that Kunpeng's claw, he heard a voice appear in his mind to come. Ding! The host devoured the Kunpeng's claw and obtained the Kunpeng spiritual art. Kunlun spirit technique? Nangong Xian didn't know what this was, but he understood. Kunpeng spiritual art, also known as Fuyao 90,000 leagues, and Nangong Xian was able to spatially shift within a range of 90,000 miles. This kind of spatial shifting was not flying, but was really able to directly disappear here and leave. However, a range of 90,000 miles was not too far for a flood power. A moment would be able to reach it. But of course, if Nangong Xian flew by himself, it was estimated that he would need to spend a day and a night. After all, Nangong Xian's speed was indeed too slow. I didn't expect that devouring this Kunpeng's claw would have such benefits. And here again, Nangong Xian received a voice from the system. Ding! The host has defeated the Kunpeng and can receive a reward. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Out of the wind. 2. 3,000 feather kills. 3. The art of the water dragon. After Nangong Xian inspected the 3 reward choices, he already understood that the first ability, surprisingly, was able to reduce the attacks of the wind avatar by 90%. As for the second divine ability, which seemed to use feathers to send out attacks, Nangong Xian's body did not have feathers. The third divine power is the power to control water. Nangong Xian would naturally choose the first one. Avoid the wind. This ability was also quite useful to Nangong Xian. After all, being able to evade wind-based divine abilities could reduce the damage that Nangong Xian received. And Nangong Xian himself was a water attribute demon race, so Nangong Xian was able to directly immunize himself against water attribute divine abilities. Now that this Kunpeng spiritual art was present, it would be much easier for Nangong Xian to escape. Unfortunately, the range in which this Kunpeng spiritual art could escape was too small. If it could go 90 million miles away at once, then apart from saints, it was estimated that no one would be able to chase after Nangong Xian. Of course, for Nangong Xian, the defense aptitude is still the highest priority, but only eating the claws of the Kunpeng will already be able to make Nangong Xian comprehend this Kunpeng spiritual art. If another even bolder idea appeared in Nangong Xian's mind now. However, this idea was too terrifying and Nangong Xian had to put it away. The most important thing was that the current Nangong Xian was only a Taiyi Golden Immortal, and he didn't think that he would be able to deal with this Kunpeng. The most important thing now was to continue to cultivate. If he could step into the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm earlier, I believe that his ability to protect himself would also be strengthened. Nangong Xian thought so, and continued to meddle inside this sea of the northern underworld. In this way another 10,000 years had passed. Nangong Xian had already cultivated the Kunpeng spiritual art to the point of purity during this time. Moreover, during these 10,000 years, Nangong Xian had comprehended 2 more divine abilities that were able to make his defense even better. However, Nangong Xian still felt that it was a bit insufficient. In Nangong Xian's mind, the flood is really too dangerous. Only by certifying to the way of mixed yuan, there is a chance to have the power of self-preservation. After all, under the saints, they are all mole crickets. Chapter 9. The Heavenly Court arrives, invites Kunpeng 5 more requests for freshness. This time, he was lucky, and for some reason the Kunpeng was scared off. But Nangong Xian wouldn't think that his luck would be so good in the future. Must be a little more careful in the future. As Nangong Xian thought so, he had also begun to hide once again while continuing to cultivate. Nangong Xian had already had a bit of an epiphany, and if another 1,000 years passed, Nangong Xian should have the opportunity to be able to condense the first 3 golden flowers. It was rumored that the more golden flowers the head condensed out, the stronger the potential would be. When a person reaches the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he or she is able to realize one ability, which is immortality. Immortality, a special ability. This one ability was able to increase the lifespan of a great Luo Golden Immortal to a terrifying level. Gold is the meaning of immortality, so the great Luo Golden Immortal, but it means immortal. Cultivating to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, generally coming to birth, there was no longer a need to care about longevity. After all, that kind of lifespan is just too long. However, it was still quite difficult to achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, the great Luo Golden Immortal was a realm that required sufficient enlightenment to have a chance of success. Now that Nangong Xian had been enlightened for many years, he was certain that he would be able to become a great Luo Golden Immortal after 1,000 years. In the flood period, time was the most worthless thing, so 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Just as Nangong Xian was thinking so, outside the Kunpeng Divine Palace, a guest arrived. This one was half man, half horse, and he held a long, powerful spear in his hand. This was a demon race, and an extremely powerful one at that, a quasi-saint level existence. I am the Heavenly Court in recruitment, and I have specially come here today on the orders of Demon Emperor Taiyi and Demon Emperor Dijun to invite Demon Lord Kunpeng to my Heavenly Court to become my Heavenly Court Demon Master. That demonic voice came out. So it's the arrival of the Heavenly Demon Clan's honored guests. Please come in for a gathering. At this time, only Kunpeng's voice could be heard. Ingjue entered the Kunpeng Divine Palace, and the Kunpeng inside looked at the visitor. Ingjue immediately saluted. Greetings to Kunpeng Demon Sovereign. Kunpeng said indifferently. Ingjue Demon God, what is the reason for your arrival here? Ingjue was one of the 10 great demon gods, and was quite powerful, already a paramount saint. Now Ingjue is quite polite to Kunpeng, although the same quasi-saint, but the gap in strength is still quite large, especially the heel. Kunpeng's heel was top-notch, and there was even a rumor that if Kunpeng had not been forced to give up his seat at that time, he would have been a sage by now. Even if Kunpeng had not become a saint, he was still quite powerful. This Kunpeng was naturally one of the demon races that the Heavenly Court was fighting for. Demon Emperor Kunpeng, our 2 demon emperors have invited you to the Heavenly Court, wanting you to take up the position of Demon Emperor of our Heavenly Court, Ingjue said. Ingjue's words came out as a bit of a surprise to Kunlun. A light flashed across Kunpeng's eyes as he suddenly said, actually, it's not that this seat isn't interested in joining the Heavenly Court, but there's one thing that concerns this seat. Kunpeng Demon Sovereign, I wonder what is the matter. If there is a need to use our Heavenly Court will definitely step in. Only Ingjue was heard saying, since this is the case, then this seat will tell you. In my North Underworld Sea, a Xian turtle suddenly appeared. That Xian turtle's strength is quite powerful. If this seat leaves this North Underworld Sea, then this one North Underworld Sea will belong to him. Because of this seat can only stay here, Kunpeng said. Kunpeng's words caused Ingjue to be a bit surprised, and Ingjue said, so that's how it is. If that's the case, we in the Heavenly Court will take care of this Xian turtle for you. Kunpeng Demon Sovereign, your Heavenly Court is coming to settle the Xian tortoise? That doesn't seem too good. This Xian turtle's strength is extraordinary. Even though he's only a Taiyi Golden Immortal, he should have hidden his strength. Kunpeng added, it doesn't matter, even if he hides his strength, we're not afraid. This time, I've brought 100,000 Heavenly Court demon clans, and among them, there are quite a few that are at the level of Great Demon and Demon King. It's as easy as a slap in the face to kill a Xian turtle, Ingjue said. Chapter 10 Heavenly Court Crusade, Killing the Xian Turtle 6 More Requests. When Kunpeng heard this, he said, in that case, then I'll leave it to you, Ingjue. Kunpeng Demon Sovereign, if that's the case, we only need to kill this Xian turtle, and I hope that you, Kunpeng Demon Sovereign, will join my Heavenly Court, Ingjue said. This is natural. As long as you are able to behead this Xian turtle, I will definitely join the heavenly court. Kunpeng immediately said. Good, we will now go and kill that Xian turtle. I wonder if Kunpeng Demon Sovereign knows where that Xian turtle is? Ingjua asked. I'm afraid that Xian turtle has long since left its original place, and now that the northern underworld is so large, it's probably not easy to find it. Kunpeng added. In that case, the crowd of demons would only be able to search for the Xian turtle on their own. However, Nangong Xian was hidden in the depths of the sea of northern underworld to cultivate, because he had encountered the Kunpeng before. Nangong Xian naturally would not easily expose himself again. The flood. It's too dangerous. However, what Nangong Xian hadn't anticipated was that all the Xian turtles in the sea of northern underworld had now suffered a massacre. Not only the basilisk turtle, but even the turtle was killed. If Nangong Xian knew about this one thing, he would be extremely angry. A basilisk turtle is a turtle and a soft-shelled turtle is a soft-shelled turtle. How could this be mixed up? If these demons want to kill the turtles, why do they still want to kill these turtles? Of course, Nangong Xian didn't know about this, but in the next 500 years, all of these heavenly court demon clans could start slaughtering the Xian turtle and the turtle. It was as if the turtles and tortoises in the entire sea of northern underworld had almost died out. Nangong Xian was now an island to cultivate on, but while he was cultivating here, he suddenly realized that a terrifying light suddenly descended from where he was. This light was not aimed at Nangong Xian though, as this was going to destroy all of this sea. These demons wanted to kill all the living beings here. Although Nangong Xian didn't want to show his head, it was clearly impossible now. Nangong Xian saw the surprising appearance of 10,000 demon clans around him. Found it! There's a basilisk turtle here. This Xian turtle is so huge that it seems to be a Taiyi Golden Immortal as well. Looks like it's him. Strike together and kill him. When the many demon clans that were here saw Nangong Xian, their eyes lit up. Ingjua had said that whoever was able to kill a Taiyi Golden Immortal level Xian turtle would be able to receive a reward from the heavenly court, and now was their chance to make a mark. Isn't this one in front of us a Taiyi Golden Immortal level Xian turtle? How hard could it be to kill this Xian turtle? Do it! Numerous demon races struck out at the same time, and for a moment, all that could be seen were divine abilities, magic treasures, and weapons all greeting Nangong Xian's body. Nangong Xian had been cultivating, and he already felt quite dissatisfied when he was disturbed, but seeing so many people on the other side, and there were even 3 great demons, that is, great Luo Golden Immortal level demons, Nangong Xian was naturally a bit scared. What was the purpose of these demon clans? Nangong Xian didn't know, but Nangong Xian didn't want to fight with them. Nangong Xian immediately executed the Kunpeng spiritual art, and in that instant, he had used the power of space to escape 90,000 miles away. Trying to escape? You can't escape at all. One of the great demons sneered and said, a distance of 90,000 miles. For a great demon, it was easy to reach, and in less than 3 breaths of time, that great demon had already arrived in front of Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian had just used this Kunpeng spiritual art and was not able to use it again immediately, so he was only able to swim away. But it was obvious that the great demon behind it wasn't going to give Nangong Xuanji the chance. When this great demon saw that Nangong Xian was swimming so slowly, his brows furrowed and he said, you don't want to escape. It seems like you're planning to stay and fight with me. Just by being a Taiyi Golden Immortal, what can you do? Die. As that great demon spoke, a blood-red light appeared from his claws and slashed towards Nangong Xian. Just when this great demon thought that his claw would be able to tear Nangong Xian into pieces, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That blood-colored light, surprisingly, instantly slashed towards himself. This great demon, torn apart by his own attack. Chapter 11. Thousands of demons, all suicidal. 7 more requests. What happened? The other demon clans here were all confused. They all didn't know what exactly happened just now. It was clear that the attack should have been sent by this one great demon. Why did this great demon's divine ability even bounce back? Moreover, such a powerful attack destroyed his physical body and even his Yuanshan in one go. We've already notified the Yingzhu demon god, and the Ma Yingzhu demon god is about to arrive, so if we all join together, we'll definitely be able to kill this one basilisk turtle easily. Kill it, and we'll have done a great service. That's right, as long as we kill it, we'll be able to receive a reward from the heavenly court. Although a great demon was bounced to death, no demon race understood what was going on. It was just that in the eyes of these demon clans, Nangong Xian was the reward for the action, and as long as they were able to kill Nangong Xian, the heavenly court's reward would not be small. However, Nangong Xian was quite puzzled. What were these demon clans talking about? You'll get a lot of credit for killing yourself? And these are still the demon clans of the heavenly court. Demon Heavenly Court. Isn't that one of the two hegemons of the current flood? The two most powerful clans in the flood are the Demon Clan and the Sorcerer Clan. Among them, the demon race formed the Demon Heavenly Court, which was quite formidable in strength. And there were two lords of the Heavenly Court, the two three-legged golden crows, Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun. And the witch race is even more powerful. The witch race itself only cultivates the physical body, not the Yuan Shen. So the physical body of the witch race is also extremely terrifying. The witch clan possessed 12 ancestral witches within it, and each of their strengths would not be much worse than that of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun. Now, Nangong Xian but heard that these demon race is actually from that demon race Heavenly Court. How can this not let Nangong Xian shocked? If that was the case, what Nangong Xian was facing this time was the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Court was still out to deal with himself, even giving rewards? What happened? Nangong Xian clearly did nothing. Why did these demon clansmen strike out at themselves? While Nangong Xian was puzzled in his heart, he immediately opened his defensive aptitude. At the same time on Nangong Xian's back, a spike immediately appeared. Spike defense. This divine ability was mainly used to bounce off attacks. The more severe the attack received, the stronger the rebound attack. Nangong Xian didn't have any powerful attacking aptitudes, and he didn't even have a way to escape. Fortunately, these demon clans didn't seem to be too strong, and were, perhaps, able to use such aptitudes against them. As Nangong Xian thought so, behind him those spikes appeared to attack, and those demon clans had already begun to frantically attack towards Nangong Xian. There were roughly over 1,000 demon race members here, and among these demon race members, some used magic treasures to strike out and attack, while others used divine abilities to attack. Those magic treasures had shattered away in a split second as they blasted towards Nangong Xian's body. This had stunned these demon clans using magic treasures, which had taken a lot of effort and time to be able to collect the materials and then refine them. And these magic treasures, surprisingly, were destroyed just like that. The demon clan that used their divine abilities to strike out, even more so, found that their divine abilities were bounced back. For a moment, those demon clansmen who had attacked Nangong Xian actually all seemed to have been killed by themselves. Although the fleshly bodies of these demon clansmen were powerful, the divine abilities they sent out were directly bounced back, and the power of these divine abilities still seemed to possess considerable destructive power. Thousands of demon race members, but now 90% of them have fallen here. As for the few demon clansmen who only survived, they saw that Nangong Xian's turtle shell, surprisingly, did not have the slightest injury, not even a scratch. Thousands of demon clansmen, among which there were also 3 great demons present, surprisingly could not even break Nangong Xian's tortoise shell, and there was no way to injure Nangong Xian in the slightest. How is that possible? This Xian turtle, is it really just a Taiyi golden immortal? This one question, however, was in the minds of these demon clans, but by this time, an even more powerful might had already appeared. This power was from that one of the 10 great demon gods, Ingzhua. When this one Ingzhu arrived, behind him, there were 100,000 other demon clansmen. Chapter 12, Evolving Again. Thorn Turtle Armor. One more requests. Such a huge number of demon race, but it made Nangong Xian feel quite shocked. Nangong Xian's heart was a bit helpless. This karma, it seems to have dipped down again. I'm obviously just a mediocre basilisk turtle. Why was it that first Kunpeng came to the door, and then these heavenly court demons arrived? What exactly had he done wrong? However, thinking of the East China Sea God Turtle, Nangong Xian was relieved. After all, that East China Sea God Turtle also did nothing. Was Nuwa chopped off the limbs used to mend the sky? He did not do anything right. Was Kunpeng in the heavenly court to find the door? It seems to be normal. After all, Nangong Xian was afraid of dabbling in karma, but the heavenly court in Kunpeng didn't seem to be afraid. Are you the Xian turtle that Kunpeng Demon Sovereign is looking for? Only that Ingzhua was heard inquiring. Kunpeng Demon Sovereign? Why are you guys dealing with me? Nangong Xian finally spoke. Don't blame us. If you want to blame us, it's your fault for offending the Kunpeng Demon Sovereign. Since that's the case, please go to your death. Ingzhua said. Do it. In this instant, the demon race behind Ingzhua made a move at the same time, and for a moment, those magic treasures, divine abilities were like raindrops, falling towards Nangong Xian's body. Nangong Xian was naturally only able to open the defense avatar, and at this time, Nangong Xian was constantly receiving system prompts. Ding! The host endures 1,000 attacks from the magic treasure, and the power of the spike's defense is doubled. Ding! The host has withstood 10,000 attacks from the magic treasure, and the power of the spike's defense has been doubled. Ding! The host destroys 1,000 pieces of magic treasures and receives a reward. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Thorn Tortoise Armor. 2. The Claws of a Ravenous Bird. 3. Blast Air Blade. Option 1. As soon as Nangong Xian's voice fell, he only felt his back. Surprisingly, light appeared again. However, this time, Nangong Xian wasn't just able to rebound divine power attacks, but was able to rebound back even the attacks of magic treasures. In Nangong Xian's tortoise armor, after the attacks of the magic treasures that Nangong Xian endured, but it was able to make these magic treasures fold back, and the power of the rebound, but it was close to 100%. That is to say, if a magic treasure blasted into Nangong Xian's tortoise armor, in this instant, this magic treasure will already be rebounded back, and have 100% of its power when it came. Moreover, Nangong Xian's spike defense was now bouncing back the power of the avatar, and it was also close to 100% of the attacks issued by these demon clans. The 100,000 demon clan here, no matter if they were using magic treasures or divine abilities to attack now, surprisingly, they would all be rebounded back by close to 100%, and their attacks, surprisingly, were unable to pose the slightest threat to Nangong Xian's turtle shell, let alone injure Nangong Xian in the slightest. The 100,000 demon race, 90% of which had now been killed by their own divine abilities or magic treasures, had all fallen here. After seeing this, Ingjue couldn't help but frown. It seems that your turtle shell is indeed very hard. I'd like to see if it's your turtle shell that's hard or my lightning gun that's powerful. All demon clans listen up. This turtle shell is capable of bouncing off our divine abilities and magical treasures attacks. We must issue a melee, join forces together and launch an attack on him. You'll definitely be able to kill him. His head and body, both are quite vulnerable, so you can choose these places to send out attacks. As soon as Ingjue finished his words, he immediately rushed towards Nangong Xian, while the other demon clans also rushed towards Nangong Xian at the same time. These demon clansmen literally chopped towards Nangong Xian's body. It was just that Nangong Xian had shrunk into that turtle shell, and it wasn't easy for these demon clans to hit Nangong Xian's body. Moreover, when they attacked with all their might, they found that Nangong Xian's body was actually as hard as a turtle shell. And what was even more frightening was that Nangong Xian's ability to rebound hadn't weakened a bit. The power of their attacks were all bounced back. One could only see that the demon clansmen either had their heads chopped off or their bodies directly crushed away. Ingjue held the thunderbolt gun in his hand and stabbed Nangong Xian's head with a thunderous strike. This Ingjue stabbed Nangong Xian's head with a spear, and Ingjue's face revealed a hideous smile as he said, "You've already lost." Ding! At that moment, Ingjue saw that his lance, a magical treasure at the level of a pin innate spiritual treasure, had actually snapped from it. The tip of this gun, in an instant, had stabbed towards his head. In that instant, this Ingjue's head was cut in half. The demon god, Ingjue, fell. Ingjue's meteoric rise did not understand how on earth he had lost. Nangong Xian's heart is also quite unexpected. He also did not expect this Ingjue will actually lay such a cruel hand. This person attacked Nangong Xian still able to kill himself back. Obviously this strike is his full strength. It was because of this that this English move was rebounded to death by his own attack. Chapter 13, Devouring Fabulous Treasure. Defense Enhancement. 2 more requests. Nangong Xian's defense was not just effective against the turtle shell. Nangong Xian's body would also have an effect, so even if one attacked any part of Nangong Xian's body, it would trigger Nangong Xian's rebound. Regardless of whether it was the thorn turtle armor or the spike defense, both were able to greatly enhance Nangong Xian's defense and also possessed close to 100% defensive effect. Such an effect, but it was quite terrifying. No matter if it was a magic treasure, divine ability, or weapon attack, Nangong Xian was able to bounce back all of them. The only means that could threaten to get Nangong Xian right now were injuries that made Nangong Xian's defenses unable to withstand, or attacks that directly injured the Yuan Shen. But at least, the demon race here didn't seem to have the means to do so. Ding! The host has killed one of the 10 great demon gods, Ingjue, and can receive a reward. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Water Elemental Armor. 2. Blaster's Claw. 3. Samadhi. Water Element Armor. This is another defensive type of divine ability. This divine ability, surprisingly, can make Nangong Xian's turtle shell of a layer of water element armor. This armor can make Nangong Xian's defense for the fire system divine ability to enhance. Not only that, but even if they took other attacks, they were able to lower it a bit. This was another means of boosting defense for Nangong Xian. As for the other demon clans that were here, they naturally didn't dare to send out another attack on Nangong Xian, and these demon clans immediately turned around and fled. This crusade against this Xian turtle was not only unsuccessful, but it even caused them to suffer heavy injuries themselves. This was quite frightening to these demon clans, and they naturally didn't dare to stay and fight with Nangong Xian. With Nangong Xian's speed, Nangong Xian also knew that even if he wanted to make a move to chase after him, it would be futile. And when Nangong Xian saw the corpses of the demon race around here, his stomach immediately heard a strange sound, which seemed like the sound of thunder. Nangong Xian felt his stomach getting a little hungry. Next, Nangong Xian dragged Ingzhuo and carried some demonic corpses on his back to a sea island. On this island, Nangong Xian directly began to roast these demons. Ding! The host devours Ingzhu and obtains the 9 heavenly thunder technique. It was just as Nangong Xian had expected. It seemed that devouring these demon clans would also have the chance of being able to allow Nangong Xian to obtain new divine abilities. This 9 heavens thundering technique should be able to be considered a great divine ability, and although it was not as great as the great divine ability that Kunpeng had unleashed before, it was still quite powerful. The other demon clans, however, didn't allow Nangong Xian to have any more divine abilities. It seemed that only by eating the more powerful demon clans would there be a chance for Nangong Xian to obtain a powerful divine ability. And when Nangong Xian saw that there were still some pieces of magic treasures on the ground at this time, Nangong Xian's mind thought for a moment. These magic treasures, were they also able to be devoured? Nangong Xian directly then bit into a fragment of the magic treasure. The fragment of this magic treasure was easily bitten and swallowed by Nangong Xian. Immediately after Nangong Xian devoured the pieces of the magic treasure, he felt the changes in his body. Although this enhancement was very small, however, Nangong Xian could feel that his fleshly body was improving, especially the turtle shell. Its defense had increased by a few more points. This one discovery, but it made Nangong Xian quite delighted. If so, as long as he could continue to devour other magic treasures, his turtle shell would be able to have even more powerful defense. Nangong Xian's physical body was quite amazing, but the most powerful defense was naturally Nangong Xian's turtle shell. The stronger Nangong Xian's turtle shell was, the stronger his body's defense would be, and Nangong Xian's turtle shell could be considered a defensive treasure. Although he didn't have an overly powerful attack, the strong defense that Nangong Xian possessed was still quite terrifying, especially this ability to counter injuries. But even that demon god didn't have the ability to resist it. However, Nangong Xian still had to continue to improve his defense. The original Nangong Xian already had a sense of crisis, and now that he found out that this heavenly court was still trying to make a move against him, he felt even more in danger. Nangong Xian could only know right now that it was that Kunpeng who wanted to strike at him, and had even summoned these heavenly court demons to strike. If so, in the future, one's enemy would be Kunpeng, and possibly the heavenly court. This was someone Nangong Xian couldn't afford to offend. This one was so menacing. Thankfully they weren't able to break their turtle shells. This time, though, there didn't even seem to be a scratch. Chapter 14, East Emperor Taiyi, visiting North Underworld. 3 more requests. Nangong Xian also felt that his defense was indeed already good. At least this one of the top 10 demon gods was actually killed by his own rebound as well. This was also able to know that there was no way for this demon god to threaten himself at all. Moreover, Nangong Xian recalled that the Kunpeng from before seemed to have been injured by himself. If that was the case, there shouldn't be many quasi-saint level existences that could injure themselves under a saint, and this also put Nangong Xian at ease. However, the vigilance in Nangong Xian's heart did not let go. If you are not able to prove the path of the mixed elements, you are only an ant in the end. And Nangong Xian also deeply appreciated that the flood is always just a world where strength is honored. If Nangong Xian wasn't able to possess enough strength, he would only be oppressed. If Nangong Xian was strong enough, how would these heavenly court demon clans dare to take action against him so easily? Fortunately, the current Nangong Xian was strong enough to have such a strong defense. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Nangong Xian to deal with these demon clans. It seemed that he would need to continue to improve his defense in the future in order to do so. Otherwise, if Nangong Xian encountered a saint, it would be hard to escape death. Although Nangong Xian hadn't messed with anyone in this sea of northern underworld, the demon race had already come to the door. Even if Nangong Xian didn't leave the sea of northern underworld, he might still encounter saints in the future. The only way to keep Nangong Xian alive now was to raise his defense. Regardless, the defense must continue to be selected. Nangong Xian's heart had already made this one decision, and he began to continue cultivating subconsciously again. Heavenly Court, Heavenly Palace. There were 2 Heavenly Court demon emperors here, both heads with golden hair and robes, and quite handsome. These 2 were none other than Donghuang Taiyi and Dijun. Reporting to the demon emperor, "We've returned from the sea of northern underworld," a demon race said. "How come you're the only one?" And Ingjia didn't come back? Dijun asked. The Ingju demon god has fallen, that demon race said. What? What exactly happened? When Taiyi heard this, he couldn't help but change his face. We previously traveled to the Kunpeng Divine Palace. In the Sea of the Northern Underworld, the demon race set out what happened before. East Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun glanced at each other. Both of them were a little surprised. The Sea of the Northern Underworld. The Xian Turtle? A Xian Turtle of the Taiyi Golden Immortal, which didn't take the initiative to strike once, wiped out 100,000 demon clans? Even that demon god Ingju was killed by the Xian Turtle? This kind of thing, how could it happen? Of course, although Dong Huang Taiyi and Di Jun weren't overly convinced, Ingji had already fallen, so how could they not be convinced? Eldest brother, how are we going to go about it this time? Only that Eastern Emperor Taiyi could be heard asking. Taiyi, head to the Sea of Northern Underworld to take a look around. And by the way, go ask Kunpeng how he's really doing, Di Jun said. If that one basilisk turtle is found, asked the East Emperor Taiyi, if he is willing to join our heavenly court, we can help him reconcile with Kunpeng. If he is unwilling, then kill him. A cold light flowed from Di Jun's eyes. Since he was able to sit in this position, Emperor Jun was naturally not someone with a soft heart. Moreover, this Xian turtle had killed their heavenly court's demon god, and the heavenly court only had 10 major demon gods, and the loss of one was the loss of a major battle force. Because of this, so this time, it was naturally impossible for them to just let this Xian turtle go. With the strength of this Xian turtle, it should also be able to be compared to a demon god, and if it can be recruited into the demon clan, it will also be a great help. At this time, Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi of the East did not place this Xian turtle within their eyes. No matter how powerful this Xian turtle was, it was only a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Even if it hid its strength, they were not afraid. After all, this time, it was the Heavenly Court Demon Emperor Dong Huang Taiyi who had personally arrived. No matter how powerful that Xian turtle was, how could it be a match for the Eastern Emperor Taiyi? East Emperor Taiyi is known as the first person under the saints, and this East Emperor Taiyi, in addition to his own strength, is quite terrifying. The most important thing is that he is in possession of the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. The power of this Chaos Bell was incomparably powerful. Even a saint would not be able to easily break through the defense of this Chaos Bell. Chapter 15 Kunpeng Promise. Taiyi's mind 4 more requests. East Emperor Taiyi first arrived at that North Underworld Divine Palace, and that was where he found that Kunpeng. And Kunpeng was a bit surprised to see the arrival of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi at this time. Kunpeng immediately said, "Greetings to the Demon Emperor." Although Kunpeng's strength was good, if he was truly compared to the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, there was naturally still quite a gap. It wasn't just a matter of healing, but most importantly, it was because East Emperor Taiyi possessed the Chaos Bell. The power of this Chaos Bell was so great that it was far beyond what a paramount saint could resist. Although Kunpeng was proud of himself, he also knew that in front of the Chaos Bell, there was no way he could be a match for the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. So when he saw the arrival of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, Kunpeng naturally had to salute him as well. East Emperor Taiyi smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, I have come this time to also invite you, fellow Daoist, to become a member of our demon clan's heavenly court. I believe that fellow Daoist should not refuse. Your Majesty Taiyi, originally, Your Majesty, it was impossible for Kunpeng to refuse your invitation, but Kunpeng still has some matters that need to be taken care of right now, and if he can't take care of them, Kunpeng won't be able to leave this place." Kunpeng said with a helpless face. Joining the heavenly court was not a bad thing, and if so, Kunpeng would still be able to elevate his status. After all, the heavenly court is now the Lord of the Flood, with an unrivaled status, and becoming the demon master of the heavenly court, Kunpeng is naturally not afraid. However, it would indeed be a bit of a problem if he wasn't able to take care of that Xian turtle. That Xian turtle is not an ordinary existence. He is able to bounce back even his own attacks, even Kunpeng's full force strike, only able to leave a scratch in this turtle shell, enough to know how extraordinary it is. If this Xian turtle continued to stay, this position of Lord of the Northern Underworld would have to be given up to him. Kunpeng is naturally unwilling to do so. The current Kunpeng has no way to deal with this Xian turtle. He naturally needs to let the heavenly court take action, so that it is also good to let the heavenly court know that he is not joining casually, but needs a little bit of a price before he will join the heavenly court. In this way, the heavenly court would not treat him as some stray fish. Kunpeng's calculations were indeed good. The heavenly court, this time, but even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi was sent. This East Emperor Taiyi made a move. Kunpeng did not think that this Xian turtle could be a match for East Emperor Taiyi. It seems that fellow Taoist Kunpeng is troubled because of that Xian turtle. If that's the case, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, why don't we let this emperor solve this one problem for you? Only the Eastern Emperor Taiyi could be heard saying, if that's the case, it's naturally the best thing to do. When Kunpeng heard this, he immediately said, however, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, we have a word first. If I can help you solve this Xian turtle, then I will ask you to join the heavenly court. East Emperor Taiyi added, this is natural. The poor Taoist will definitely keep his word. Kunpeng replied. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi nodded and quickly left from here. For this one thing, the East Emperor Taiyi was a bit surprised, only to hear that beside the East Emperor Taiyi, there was a nine-headed strange bird. This nine-headed strange bird named Ghostche said, I didn't expect that this Kunpeng would also be so afraid of a Xian turtle. Could it be that this Xian turtle, even the Kunpeng can't handle it? That's not the case. I think he's intentionally trying to test us just a little bit to get us to make a move. In that case, it's also a good way to raise his status. Only the Eastern Emperor Taiyi could be heard saying, if that's the case, this Kunpeng has gone too far. Ghost Car added, Our Majesty came to solicit him, and he's even so insensitive. This Kunpeng is after all also an ancient powerhouse. Indeed he is somewhat capable. In the future we will have to count on him to step in and help us with our heavenly court's work. Right now it's not much of a big deal for us to solve a small trouble for him. East Emperor Taiyi said indifferently, Dong Huang Taiyi didn't mind doing this one thing for this Kunpeng, and this Xian turtle had killed one of their demon gods. This Xian turtle was so bold that East Emperor Taiyi naturally wouldn't let it go. If this Xian turtle is willing to submit to the heavenly court, his life can still be spared. If he is not willing, this time, it is his time to die. Chapter 16, Flat and Unusual, a Gentoo turtle 5 more requests. The fact that this Xian turtle was able to Iron Tree kill Ling Zhua had already proved that he did have a bit of strength, and that's all there is to it. After all, the one who had arrived here today was a titular demon emperor, Dong Huang Taiyi. Who doesn't know the name of his East Emperor Taiyi in the flood now? And at this time, the voice of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi spread throughout the entire northern hell, and his voice rolled out. This emperor is the heavenly demon emperor Dong Huang Taiyi. The Xian turtle in the northern underworld give this emperor a listen. If you don't come out immediately, don't blame this emperor for being impolite. If you come out on your own, this emperor can still spare your life. If you insist on trying to hide, then this emperor will make you perish. Now, this emperor orders you to come out immediately. The voice echoed throughout the sea of the northern underworld, and all the living beings of the northern underworld heard the words of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. There were quite a few Xian turtles in the sea of North Underworld. After all, although Xian turtles were rare in the latter days, but now this was the flood, so there were quite a lot of Xian turtles inside this sea of North Underworld, and the number of Xian turtles inside the entire flood world was also quite huge. There were quite a number of Xian turtles that immediately trembled and went out after hearing this. They naturally didn't want to die, but they also didn't understand exactly what mistake they had made. Why did they even alarm the Lord of the Heavenly Court to make a move? And this Lord of Heaven is still looking for their Xian turtle clan. Of course, these were not the metaphysical turtles that East Emperor Taiyi was looking for. These metaphysical turtles were killed after they automatically went out. After all, the most powerful of these Xian turtles was only a Taiyi Golden Immortal, and because of their lack of talent, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to advance half a step in the future. The Heavenly Court, however, is never soft, nor will it take in these useless wastes. The East Emperor Taiyi, however, had never found the Xian turtle he was looking for, which made him very angry, and at this time, on a sea island in the sea of northern underworld, a Xian turtle was there basking in the sun star, to be precise, attracting the essence of the sun and moon here. Nangong Xian had already vaguely sensed that he was about to have an epiphany and make a breakthrough. All that's missing is a chance. Dong Huang Taiyi's words spread throughout the entire floodplain. Nangong Xian naturally heard them as well, but Nangong Xian wouldn't go out. Although Nangong Xian was a Xian turtle, he didn't think that Dong Huang Taiyi was talking about him. Even if he did, he wouldn't go out and get himself killed. Since the Eastern Emperor Taiyi had said so, he must have wanted to find trouble with that one Xian turtle. What if the Eastern Emperor Taiyi mistakenly thought that he had offended the Heavenly Court? After all, he was a mediocre basilisk turtle. As for the death of that Heavenly Court demon god, that also has nothing to do with himself. After all, he didn't put up a fight. That Ingzhu himself was going to commit suicide. How could it have anything to do with him? This Xian turtle? With this thought in his mind, Nangong Xian once again closed his door to cultivate. In Nangong Xian's opinion, he was indeed just an ordinary Xian turtle, and Nangong Xian didn't want to care about what happened inside this flood. Now the flood world is a witch and demon fight. saints are rampant, that the flood power is even more numerous. If Nangong Xian casually go out, that is only likely to be killed. Nangong Xian crosses here, or feel that their own little life is important. Because of this, Nangong Xian decided to continue meticulously. Nangong Xian's caution had allowed him to dodge a bullet. In the northern underworld, within those Xian turtles, there were some that wanted to defect to the Heavenly Court. After all, the Heavenly Court was one of the most powerful forces in the flood. There were also some who wanted to save their lives and were frightened by the words of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. But whatever they were, they seemed to have fallen, and the people of the Heavenly Court were not polite, killing them all. East Emperor Taiyi took the corpses of these Xian turtles to meet Kunpeng, but when Kunpeng saw them, he shook his head. These are not the Xian turtles I am looking for. What does that Xian turtle look like? East Emperor Taiyi asked. That Xian turtle's defense is quite strong, and he's quite arrogant and cocky. I think that he definitely won't come out of his own accord. Kunpeng said. This Xian turtle is so bold that he dares to ignore our Majesty's orders. It seems that we must not be able to let him off lightly. Ghost Che said. In that case, pass on the order to find this Xian turtle. East Emperor Taiyi said. Chapter 17 Heavenly Court Reward? North Sea Dragon Clan's 6 more requests. The determination of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi had brought millions of demon clans. The number of demon races was indeed huge. Such a terrifying number of demon races, but they were able to search any corner of this North Sea. This is not only the Heavenly Court, and even issued a reward. Anyone who can provide clues to this Xian turtle, as long as you can prove that it is indeed the Heavenly Court to find the Xian turtle, will be able to get a lower grade innate spiritual treasure. If he was able to catch this Xian turtle to the Kunpeng Divine Palace, he would even be able to obtain a pin innate spiritual treasure. This one reward, but it made all the living beings in the East Sea go crazy. A pinnacle innate spiritual treasure. What a precious thing. Such a treasure, to be given away just for this Xian turtle. It was important to know that within the living beings of the flood, other than some of the ancient great powers of the flood, other people simply didn't have the opportunity to obtain a pin innate spiritual treasure. Now that the Heavenly Court was so generous, how could they not be moved? For a moment, it was as if the East Sea was boiling, and at this time, Nangong Xian also sensed that the atmosphere of the North Sea was a bit abnormal. Just as Nangong Xian thought so, he realized that 3 dragons appeared in front of him. As soon as those 3 dragons saw that Nangong Xian was actually a Xian turtle, they all immediately revealed joyous colors. It's a Gentoo. Isn't that a Gentoo? It seems that our luck has come. The Demon Heavenly Court has said that as long as we can catch a Xian turtle to the Kunpeng Divine Palace, there is a chance that we will be able to obtain that item of innate spiritual treasure. What are you waiting for? Do it immediately. The 3-headed dragons were quite excited. This Xian turtle was at a comparable realm to theirs. All of them were just Taiyi Golden Immortal level demon kings. They were 3 dragons, so it was naturally not difficult for them to deal with this Xian turtle. And furthermore, they were still a once glorious dragon race. The North Sea Dragon Clan is also one of the dragon clans that dominated the flood. But unfortunately, it was later declined, so it was assigned by Hongjun to suppress the 4 seas. And now this dragon clan, it can be far less than the dragon clan of the year. Otherwise, one wouldn't be so excited over a pin innate spiritual treasure, only to see the 2 dragons exerting their divine abilities, simultaneously blasting towards Nangong Xian, and in the midst of this sea, that seawater immediately transformed into countless water blades, cutting towards Nangong Xian, and the 3rd dragon race, a claw slapped down towards Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian didn't expect the 3-headed dragon race to strike as soon as they saw him, but he instinctively summoned the spike defense. Thorn turtle armor with the body's other defensive aptitudes. That water blade originally contained a terrifying killing power, but when it chopped into Nangong Xian's turtle shell, a layer of blue light appeared on this turtle shell. Water elemental armor. Originally, Nangong Xian already belonged to the water attribute avatar immunity, but this water elemental armor was able to make the other damage lower as well. On top of that, Nangong Xian's spike defense and thorn turtle armor both possessed powerful anti-injury powers. That water blade unexpectedly rebounded back directly, and the 2 dragons were already chopped off their heads before they could even completely anticipate what was happening, fallen on the spot. As for the dragon clan that used its claws to attack Nangong Xian, its claws were instantly snapped, and blood continued to come out from that broken claw. No, how is this possible? A look of fear filled the eyes of this dragon race. This Xian turtle's shell is also too hard. With a swing of his tail, this dragon clan had struck Nangong Xian's turtle shell in a flash. This time, this dragon's tail was also broken. This dragon race finally sensed that something was wrong, and all it wanted now was to escape. If it was before, if this dragon race wanted to escape, Nangong Xian would have no way to stop it. But now Nangong Xian was in possession of a divine power. 9 Heavenly Thunder Technique. Nangong Xian directly summoned the 9 Heavens Thunderbolt and instantly blasted it to this dragon race's body. The dragon was roasted quite well all of a sudden. Nangong Xian's eyes lit up. This was dragon meat. Nangong Xian gulped down a mouthful of saliva and ate the corpses of all 3 dragons. Nice and crunchy. If you get a chance, bake a few more to taste the different flavors. Ding! The host devours the dragons and gets dragonization. Ding! The host devours the dragons and gets dragon might. Ding! The host devours the dragon race. The 9 Heavenly Thunder Art evolves and becomes the 9 Heavenly Thunder Dragon Art. Nangong Xian had gotten a new ability all of a sudden. And the 9 Heavens Thunder Art had also evolved. So it was naturally a good thing. However, from what these 3 dragons had just said, Nangong Xian had learned bad news. The Heavenly Court was actually going to offer a bounty to the Xian Turtle. Chapter 18, You Seek the Xian Turtle. I am the Dragon Turtle. 7 more requests. Chapter 18, You Seek the Genuine Turtle. I'm the Dragon Turtle. 7 more requests for flowers and rating votes. Why do you want to put a bounty on a basilisk turtle? Turtles are so cute. These unscrupulous Heavenly Court demon clans are truly abominable. Nangong Xian's heart was quite depressed. Looking at this, the entire Xian Turtle in the North Sea had suffered a great disaster. I don't know which one of the bold Xian Turtles was responsible for this incident, but it even provoked the entire Heavenly Court. It shouldn't be yourself, should it? No, absolutely not. After all, this turtle has never once struck out at the demons. Nangong Xian's mind thought so, but the problem now remained. Since Nangong Xian already knew that this Heavenly Court was looking for a Xian Turtle, even though he himself was just a mediocre Xian Turtle, he didn't want to be found. So what if he was mistakenly injured? The thought that these Heavenly Court demons were not good people. As long as Nangong Xian fell into the hands of these Heavenly Court demons, he would definitely be tortured, and it would be a small matter to be roasted and steamed. But what if they didn't even spare their own Yuanshun? How could Nangong Xian be willing to fall just like that after living so long with great difficulty? Nangong Xian thought for a moment. He decided that it would be better to disguise himself. Nangong Xian directly cast his dragon transformation ability. It was only seen that Nangong Xian's head turned into a dragon's head, and in Nangong Xian's head, double horns appeared. In Nangong Xian's body, a gust of dragon might was still emanating. Although the appearance was still 9 parts like a turtle, there was still 1 part like a dragon. So the way it looked now, it could still be called a dragon turtle. If this is the way it is now, no one should find themselves. While Nangong Xian thought so in his heart, he immediately encountered a demon race appearing not long afterward. Look, there's a turtle there. Why does this turtle have such a strange appearance? Is he a dragon or a turtle? Whatever, as long as it's a basilisk turtle, we can catch it back. The number of demons here also numbered in the thousands, so it seemed that this time, Nangong Xian had encountered the Heavenly Court's demons. The entire northern underworld sea could be filled with demon clans now, and Nangong Xian would be encountered even if he escaped anywhere. But now Nangong Xian was a bit depressed. He said, "What you are looking for is the Xian Turtle. I am the Dragon Turtle. What is the matter with you catching the Xian Turtle about my Dragon Turtle?" Nangong Xian's words caused all of these demon clans to freeze for a moment. Dragon Turtle? Looking at Nangong Xian, he indeed did not look like an ordinary Xian Turtle, but more like the offspring of a dragon and a turtle. The Dragon Turtle. The crowd of demons looked at each other, and for a moment, they actually didn't know whether to make a move or not. The Dragon Turtle is not a Xian Turtle. If we make a move, isn't it too much? But this is still considered a turtle clan. Why don't we just capture him to the Divine Palace and take a look? That's right. His Majesty said that he'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Do it. After a moment's thought, the demons surprisingly decided to make a move anyway. Seeing this, Nangong Xian was also quite helpless. It seemed that this time, it seemed like he was still only able to defend. Nangong Xian had no choice but to shrink his entire body, and by this time the surrounding demon attacks had already arrived. As before, as soon as these magic treasures touched Nangong Xian's body, they immediately shattered away. After Nangong Xian saw this, he immediately opened his mouth, only to see that all those pieces of magic treasures were absorbed into Nangong Xian's body. Ding! The host has devoured 10,000 types of magic treasures and can receive a reward. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. Strengthen the turtle armor. 2. Strengthen sharp claws. 3. Strengthen the genesis. Since Nangong Xian had already decided to go on defense, he had been on this defense path until the end. I choose to force the turtle armor. Nangong Xian only felt that his turtle armor appeared to glow again at this time, and at this time, Nangong Xian realized that his turtle armor was actually able to absorb divine magic power. All of those attacks from the demon race were now able to be absorbed by Nangong Xian. And, moreover, Nangong Xian could bounce those divine abilities back at any time, only to see that all of the divine abilities that erupted from the demon race in front of them landed on Nangong Xian's turtle armor. And when Nangong Xian bounced the divine abilities back, only a dozen or so of the thousands of demon races here were able to escape. These corpses of the demon race Nangong Xian naturally devoured them nonchalantly. This time, however, Nangong Xian realized that he had surprisingly only obtained one ability. Ding! The host devours the Phoenix clan and gains the ability to avoid fire. Fire avoidance ability, which was able to reduce the damage of fire attribute divine abilities by 90%. If that was the case, within the 5 elemental attributes, there were 3 divine abilities that would be nearly impossible to cause damage to Nangong Xian. Chapter 19, Taiyi arrives. Wants to kill Xian Turtle. One more requests. The 5 elemental attributes of the avatars were the most circulated avatar spells inside the flood now. These divine abilities were known by almost every flood power. However, Nangong Xian also knew that truly powerful divine abilities were more than just the 5 elemental attributes. However, for Nangong Xian, it was also possible for the 5 elemental attribute divine abilities to cause damage to Nangong Xian, because he didn't want to die. Nangong Xian but needed to boost all aspects of his defense. This is also naturally true of these 5 attributes. However, Nangong Xian next encountered 2 more batches of demonic clans. These demonic clans were even more excessive. As soon as they saw Nangong Xian, they directly took action. It didn't even matter if Nangong Xian was a dragon turtle or a Xian turtle. As long as it was a turtle, it had to be taken away. Nangong Xian was helpless in his heart. This time, Nangong Xian was going to fight back with all his might. After the 2 batches of demons fell, Nangong Xian directly dived into the deep sea at this time. This time, no one should find him, and the East Emperor Taiyi received the news back from his men one after another. He was a bit surprised and said, "Dragon Turtle? This is the only turtle clan that dares to resist us. Could it be that this dragon turtle is that Xian turtle?" Kunpeng said, "Your Majesty Taiyi, it does seem to be the case that this Xian turtle is most likely disguised as a dragon turtle, and if that's the case, then it must be him. So that's how it is. Ghost Car, pass the order down. As long as this Xian turtle or any turtle clan is found, all of them will be killed. If they can't be killed, immediately send a message." Donghuang Taiyi said. This search of the North Sea had taken 1,000 years, and within this 1,000 years, they had been searching for this Xian turtle, wanting to know where exactly this Xian turtle was, wanting to catch the Xian turtle, but there was no way to do so, which naturally made them quite puzzled. Now, it seemed that this Xian turtle was still able to hide its identity, but it was still just the turtle clan. A large number of demon clans began to carpet search at this time, not sparing any corner of the North Sea at all. Even Nangong Xian had realized that there was no way for him to escape. These demon clans, it seems, are really determined to find him. Looks like there's no way to stay in this North Sea. While Nangong Xian was depressed in his heart, he already had the intention to go. Since Northmore can't stay, it must go somewhere else. And just as Nangong Xian thought so, he had already realized that a light had appeared above his location. Still found out, even if Nangong Xian's concealment ability was as good as it was, there was no way he could hide from the search of millions of demon clans. As soon as this signal was sent out, countless rays of light immediately fell down. It wasn't that Nangong Xian didn't want to escape, but there was simply no way to escape. Inside these demon clans, there were quite a few great demons that were at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Nangong Xian's speed was far too poor in front of these great Luo Golden Immortals. It's over. Am I going to die here? Nangong Xian thought so in his heart. At this point in time, the number of demon clans that appeared around them unexpectedly increased. Nangong Xian no longer had any way to escape. The number of demon clans here had reached hundreds of thousands, or even had reached 1,000,000. A terrifying and extreme might came out, and Nangong Xian was already able to feel how powerful this aura was at once. Nangong Xian's heart was startled. Just who had arrived here? And at such a time, a voice came out. This emperor is the lord of the heavenly court, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, the northern underworld Xian turtle. How dare you not come to meet this emperor in person, and want this emperor to come and find you? Since this is the case, then today, this emperor will definitely put you to death. East Emperor Taiyi? Surprisingly, it was the arrival of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. When Nangong Xian heard this voice, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. How could Nangong Xian not expect that it was this heavenly court's Donghuang Taiyi who had arrived? This Eastern Emperor Taiyi was the lord of the heavenly court, and was known as the first person under the saints. If this East Emperor Taiyi made a move, wouldn't he be sure to die? Just as Nangong Xian was thinking so, the order from the Eastern Emperor Taiyi had already come. Ghost cart. It is now up to you to step in and execute this Xian turtle. Dong Huang Taiyi's voice came out. Yes. After that ghost car finished speaking, he was only seen directly showing his true form, and the nine-headed strange bird appeared. Chapter 20. Another demon god. Fallen in one strike. 2 more requests. The nine-headed monstrous bird ghost car. This was another existence of the 10 great demon gods. This ghost car was even more powerful than Ingjua. Now that the surrounding demon clan saw the ghost cart strike, they looked at Nangong Xian with pity in their eyes. In their eyes, Nangong Xian was bound to die this time. After all, this one was a ghost car, and this ghost car was now under the orders of this East Emperor Taiyi, so it was naturally impossible for him to spare Nangong Xian. So Nangong Xian this time, there was only one way to die. In the surroundings of Nangong Xian, that sea area had been confined. The East Emperor Taiyi's strength was so powerful. Naturally, he also had the ability to confine this place. This East Emperor Taiyi was holding the intention of executing Nangong Xian this time. How could he possibly give Nangong Xian the opportunity? The ghostly vehicle appeared in front of Nangong Xian, and when the true body of this ghostly vehicle unfolded, in this instant, it unexpectedly covered the sky and the sky was covered, and Nangong Xian's current body was only 100,000 feet in size. After all, Nangong Xian was aware that body size did not determine strength or weakness, and wouldn't it be easier to get hurt the bigger it is? Nangong Xian even wanted to shrink his body to about an inch now. Still, it's quite an imposing sight to see a ghost train do this. You're the Xian turtle that offended the Kunpeng demon master, aren't you? And you have offended our majesty today. In that case, this flood can't accommodate you. I'm going to kill you today with just one strike. After that ghost car finished speaking, only a light was seen appearing from all 9 heads at the same time. This divine move was called 9 days, with these 9 rays of light blasting out at the same time. Even a quasi-saint level powerhouse would be instantly destroyed, and the light emitted by the current ghost cart instantly dazzled the entire northern underworld. So great was the power that even Kunpeng was moved by it. The power of this strike was such that even he probably wouldn't be able to easily withstand it. I didn't realize that there was such a powerful existence under this East Emperor Taiyi. With the power of such a strike, even this one Xian turtle should not be able to withstand it. Kunpeng turned his head to look at the Xian turtle. This Xian turtle was even swimming slowly here. It was really arrogant. Of course, the slowness in the Kunpeng's eyes was actually already Nangong Xian fleeing at full strength. Unfortunately, even if Nangong Xian put his life on the line, it would only be at such a speed. East Emperor Taiyi also saw Nangong Xian so slow speed, not even answer a word. This Xian turtle, it seemed that he did not place himself in his eyes. In that case, let him fall. Just as the Eastern Emperor Taiyi was thinking so, that ghost chariot's divine ability had already blasted its way to Nangong Xian's face, and the 9 days, like 9 rounds of suns, blasted their way towards Nangong Xian at the same time, while Nangong Xian turtle shell, but a root of spikes appeared. Nangong Xian body's defensive aptitude all unfolded. At such a time, the ghost cart's divine ability had completely blasted into Nangong Xian's back, and immediately afterward, there was no fear-inducing explosion, and under this divine ability, the light even gradually disappeared. What? A look of incredulity filled Ghost Car's eyes. One's own divine ability couldn't even break a single thorn of this Xian turtle's back surprisingly? And while Ghost Car was thinking so, he realized that at this time, a strong light unexpectedly appeared on the back of the Xian turtle. Immediately afterward, the 9 rays of light bounced back at the same time. These 9 rays of light blasted into the 9 heads of the Ghost Car at the same time. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Just now, it was clearly Ghost Cart's attack, but now, this 9-day avatar was rebounded back by Nangong Xian in one piece, and this power, compared to the avatar used by Ghost Cart just now, was surprisingly not the least bit fearful. Ghost Car struck with all his might, but even he could not withstand it. Moreover, these 9 rays of light struck the 9 heads of the Ghost Car at the same time, destroying all 9 heads of the Ghost Car. The Ghost Car originally had 9 lives, and as long as it could save one of its heads, it would be able to resurrect again later. But now, the 9 heads were but destroyed by Nangong Xian at the same time. There was no chance of this one ghost train surviving again. It had 9 lives and was killed by a single strike. And, moreover, it was from its own attack. That Ghost Car fell on the spot, stunning all the demon clans. Even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi's eyes now showed a look of surprise. A demon god was actually killed by a single strike back. Chapter 21 10 Million Demons. Defense boost 3 more requests. If Nangong Xian had made a move to kill this ghost car, he would have left it at that. But now, Nangong Xian didn't make a move to attack at all, but rather, this ghost car's own attack rebounded back and killed him on his own. This is the equivalent of this ghost car committing suicide. How could this not make the Eastern Emperor Taiyi feel surprised? Although the ghost car's Yuanshan escaped and fell away, there wouldn't be anyone to resurrect it for the ghost car. After all, if one wanted to restore one's Yuanshan, it would require a saint's hand. Although the ghost carriage was powerful, there was absolutely no saint who would fight for the ghost carriage. Donghuang Taiyi also naturally will not, so the ghost car is dead. Even if the spirit escaped, but also can only seek the opportunity to see if it can be reincarnated. If it cannot, his spirit is not expected to end up good to nowhere. The best result is that this Yuanshan can take over the body to repair, but that is also to start from scratch. If it is not possible to do so, then in the end it will only be able to disappear. Although the ghost car fell, but the East Emperor Taiyi seemed as if he didn't care at all. He said, North Sea Shin Turtle, what you did today is quite a surprise to this emperor. This emperor pities that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so he purposely gave you a chance. As long as you are willing to surrender, my heavenly court will definitely take you in and not pursue you for killing my heavenly court demon god. Otherwise, if you kill my heavenly court demon god, there's absolutely no way our heavenly court will spare you today. Donghuang Taiyi's words, Nangong Xian but half do not believe. Look at this. This heavenly court in Kunpeng is really want to make a move against themselves. If this is the case, one has to pay attention. Nangong Xian didn't wander any further. There were 10 million demon clans here, and within these demon clans, many of them were faster than Nangong Xian. There was no chance of trying to escape. I just didn't know if I would be able to withstand the attack of these 10 million demon clans if I chose defense in its entirety. Your Majesty East Emperor Taichi, I have no intention of making an enemy of the heavenly court, and I'm not willing to fight with the heavenly court today, so I hope that the demon emperor can spare me. Nangong Xian's voice came out. Xian Turtle, you're not willing to join my heavenly court? East Emperor Taichi asked again. Join the heavenly court? Are you kidding? Nangong Xian knows that this demon heavenly court and the sorcerer race ended up in the same place. If Nangong Xian were to join the demon heavenly court, wouldn't he be looking for death? Nangong Xian, however, wanted to continue to live, and was not willing to seek death. Because of this, Nangong Xian immediately replied, my strength is low, and I won't be able to help much by joining the heavenly court, so I hope your majesty won't make things difficult for me. Since you are unwilling to join my heavenly court, then don't blame me. All demon clans listen to the order. Now immediately take action and kill this Shin Turtle for me. Donghuang Taiyi's voice rolled out. In a moment, the 10 million demon race simultaneously sent attacks towards the 100,000 feet giant Shin Turtle, and within these 10 million demon clans, half of them used magic treasures to strike out and attack, while the others used divine abilities to attack. For a moment, a burst of colorful light bloomed in Nangong Xian's body. That was colorful and exceptionally beautiful. It was just that as soon as the light here hit Nangong Xian's back, it immediately shattered away, and that light was even directly absorbed by the turtle shell, not even requiring Nangong Xian to devour these magic treasures. Nangong Xian's turtle shell was then already able to devour these magic treasures. Immediately, Nangong Xian felt that his turtle shell had once again lifted once more. These demon clansmen were quite shocked that their magic treasures would be destroyed just like that, but many of these magic treasures were painstakingly refined by the demon clansmen, and some of them even used lower-grade innate spiritual treasures to attack. But even so, these magic treasures still shattered at the slightest touch, and those divine abilities that landed on Nangong Xian's back were now all bounced back. In a moment, almost all of the demon race was blown away. After Nangong Xian's current turtle shell absorbed these magic treasures, the power of the rebound was beyond 100%. It was 120%. In other words, the attacks of these demon clans were rebounded back by Nangong Xian with 120% of their power. The 10 million demon race here were surprisingly killed 70% of them all at once. All of these demon clans, all of them, were blasted to death by other demonic divine abilities. And at this time, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi saw that Nangong Xian's turtle shell still did not show a single scratch. The defense of this Xian turtle would be so terrifying. Even after enduring the attacks of 10 million demon clans, surprisingly, he was not injured at all. It seems that it can only be me who will make the move. Donghuang Taiyi stared at Nangong Xian and said, Chapter 22 Golden Crow Divine Flame, Burning and Killing Demon Race 4 More Requests. The words of the Eastern Emperor Taichi caused the surrounding demon clans to look at him with a bit of surprise. After all, This one was the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, the Demon Emperor of Heaven, the Lord of the Three Realms. East Emperor Taiyi is not only the heel is not extraordinary unusual, his real body is a three-legged golden crow. The most frightening is that his hand has the innate treasure Chaos Bell. This Chaos Bell is the Pangu axe of Pangu, one of the most powerful treasures in the flood. Because of this, East Emperor Taiyi was called the first person under the saints. As long as they weren't saints, no one had ever been a match for East Emperor Taiyi. Now this Xian turtle, to be able to force this East Emperor Taiyi to make a move against him, was also considered his honor. The demon clans here did not think that this Xian turtle would be able to win against the East Emperor Taiyi. After all, the East Emperor Taiyi was an extremely powerful divine ability. This East Emperor Taiyi was still of human appearance now. He had long blonde hair, his body's golden robes fluttered, and he was handsome. After Nangong Xian saw it, he became even more depressed. Everyone is a demon. Why is this demon so handsome? Just like a little white boy. East Emperor Taiyi said, "This is your last chance. Northern Underworld Xian Turtle, do you choose to die, or do you choose to surrender? Your Majesty Taiyi, I'm used to being free, so I won't enter the heavenly court, so please be magnanimous. Your Majesty Taiyi." Nangong Xian had no choice but to say, it was hard to escape death by joining the heavenly court, and now with his defense, he might be able to survive if he put up a fight. This was a huge crisis for Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian had never dared to underestimate this East Emperor Taiyi, and now that this East Emperor Taiyi was about to strike, Nangong Xian had to focus on his defense as well. "It seems like you won't be joining my heavenly court. Since that's the case, then don't blame me." After East Emperor Taiyi finished speaking, he only saw his palm slash, and a flame instantly blasted towards Nangong Xian. A burst of light appeared on Nangong Xian's body, and that flame directly enveloped Nangong Xian's surroundings, and the northern hell sea water around Nangong Xian instantly evaporated. This is His Majesty Taiyi's golden crow divine flame. Such a flame is incapable of burning anything. To die under this Majesty Taiyi's golden crow divine flame is too tragic, but who asked for this to be his own choice? That's right, this Xian turtle is dead. When the demon clansmen saw Nangong Xian being engulfed by this golden crow divine flame, they all revealed gloating colors. What these demons said was also what Dong Huang Taiyi was thinking right now. And Dong Huang Taiyi didn't think that Nangong Xian would be able to resist his golden crow divine flame. Kunpeng was also quite shocked when he saw Dong Huang Taiyi's divine fire. The flame was so powerful that he probably had no way to resist it. Not only was this Dong Huang Taiyi's body's magic treasure powerful, even the golden crow divine flame was so amazing. No wonder this East Emperor Taiyi was also known as the first person under the saints. Just such a golden crow divine flame was already quite terrifying. And when Kunpeng looked at that Xian turtle, Kunpeng's brows frowned. The original Kunpeng also thought that this Xian turtle should have been burned to death. But now what did he see? That Xian turtle had this golden crow divine flame in it, and it didn't seem to be burned away as if it was. It was just that the shell of this Xian turtle seemed to have turned red, and the head and body of this basalt turtle retracted back into its shell. Dong Huang Taiyi frowned, sensing that something was wrong. Even if this turtle shell is hard, now under this flame burning, he should be able to burn this turtle shell. But why? Now, did this flame not even burn off Nangong Xian's turtle shell? This is unbelievable. Dong Huang Taiyi had originally only sent out flames with one hand, but now, with both of his hands raised at the same time, the power of the flames was twice as powerful as it had been just a moment ago, and after burning for 100 days, this turtle shell surprisingly still did not have the slightest sign of melting. Dong Huang Taiyi finally withdrew the flames, only to see that the turtle shell, which had been glowing red, had actually returned to its original appearance. His own golden crow divine flame, surprisingly, didn't work? Just as Emperor Dong Huang Taiyi was thinking so, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed a golden flame spewing out from Nangong Xian's body into the surroundings. That flame turned out to be none other than the golden crow divine flame, and this time, the golden crow divine flame instantly spewed out, incinerating and killing the surrounding demon race. Chapter 23, Chaos Bell Rings, Defense finally broken 5 more requests. Right now, Nangong Xian's Thorn Turtle Armor, Spiked Defense both divine abilities possessed the power to rebound attacks. Even if it was a more powerful divine ability, the attack sent out by the magic treasure would be able to rebound back. Because of this, so right now, although this golden crow divine flame was extremely powerful, it looked as if it was even able to incinerate and kill Nangong Xian. But the truth was, there was no way for this divine fire to threaten Nangong Xian. It wasn't just that Nangong Xian's defense was terrifying enough, but more importantly, Nangong Xian had been given the ability to avoid fire because he had devoured the Phoenix clan before, As long as it was a fire attribute divine ability, even if it was an innate divine fire, it would be able to reduce the damage. Therefore, this Golden Crow True Flame could not even burn a crack in Nangong Xian's turtle shell in front of Nangong Xian's fire avoidance ability and strong defense, not to mention burning Nangong Xian for 100 years. Even if it were to burn and kill Nangong Xian for 1,000 years, there was no chance that it would be able to pose the slightest threat to Nangong Xian. And what was even more terrifying was that Nangong Xian had absorbed this Golden Crow Divine Flame and then bounced back. This time, Nangong Xian didn't just attack the East Emperor Taiyi. Nangong Xian even burned the entire North Underworld Sea directly with this Golden Crow Divine Flame. Although the demon race here had been counter-killed by 70% because of the first time they had joined forces to attack Nangong Xian, the number of demon race here was still quite terrifying. And now, the number of this kind of demon race but immediately began to decrease. It was only at this time that Nangong Xian was able to discover the power of this Golden Crow Divine Flame. This Golden Crow Divine Flame was able to incinerate these demon clans into ashes. What a terrifying power! Such a terrifying flame, but it made Nangong Xian a little disappointed. Burned like this, but there was no way to eat it again. These demons were of all varieties, so if they could be roasted and eaten, they would surely taste quite good. Unfortunately, the current Nangong Xian no longer had the means to savor it. These demon clans were all starting to fall and were being burned to ashes by this Golden Crow Divine Flame. Where was the chance for Nangong Xian to eat them? East Emperor Taiyi also did not expect that Nangong Xian would be able to bounce back even this Golden Crow Divine Flame. The power of this Golden Crow Divine Flame. East Emperor Taiyi naturally understands the power of this flame, but it is quite terrifying. If it is not quasi-saint level, as long as the dip, it will surely die. So now the demon race here, unless they are able to dodge before this flame touches their body. Otherwise, there is only one way to die. The Kunpeng's body also had a charred black color at this time. And in his wings, there was a smell of roasted wings coming from him. Kunpeng's face was gloomy as he said, "Your Majesty Taiyi, this Xian turtle is quite strange. He is able to rebound the attacks we send out and his defense is extremely strong. If we want to kill him, I'm afraid that we need to use to the Chaos Bell." Chaos Bell. This is an innate treasure. The power of this Chaos Bell, naturally, is also quite terrifying. If this Chaos Bell is used, Kunpeng does not think that Nangong Xian will be able to survive. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi nodded and said, "Good, in that case, this emperor will see if this Xian turtle's defense can withstand my Chaos Bell." East Emperor Taiyi was able to see that there were less than 100,000 demon clans that survived around him. These 10 million demon tribe arrived, surprisingly died 90% too. This one basilisk turtle is indeed powerful, but, as long as with his heavenly court as an enemy, there will be no good end. Donghuang Taiyi sincerely recited, "I am Donghuang Taiyi, the demon emperor of the heavenly court, and I ask the precious one to help me put down the enemy today." Donghuang Taiyi's words caused Nangong Xian to visibly freeze. This Donghuang Taiyi was surprisingly so polite to this Chaos Bell. However, Nangong Xian's mind turned with a thought, and he sort of understood. Although Donghuang Taiyi had obtained this Chaos Bell, but how powerful a magic treasure was the Chaos Bell? This magic treasure, even if it was a saint, I am afraid that it would take quite a bit of effort to be able to exert its full power. Donghuang Taiyi was only a paraclete, so it was naturally impossible to utilize its true power. Because of this East Emperor Taiyi would need to be quite polite if he wanted the Chaos Bell to make a move now. In the hand of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, a small bell was held up. That small bell instantly erupted with a dazzling golden light that shone through the three realms in an instant, and a bell sound appeared. The sound of this bell turned into a ripple and spread out in the surrounding area. The entire space, even a ripple appeared. Nangong Xian's heart was shocked. It was over. This Chaos Bell was able to break through his own defense. Chapter 24 Golden Flower Gathering. Xian Turtle Breakthrough 6 more requests. That's right, the power of this Chaos Bell was too terrifying. Nangong Xian only felt his turtle shell, and a scratch appeared. The power of this ordinary bell sound was already more terrifying than that Kunpeng's full strength. If this Chaos Bell continued to attack, Nangong Xian could not guarantee that his defense would be able to withstand this Chaos Bell. This was something that made Nangong Xian's heart even more fearful. It seemed that his defense was not enough. This Chaos Bell was able to make one scratch appear on Nangong Xian's body. It was able to appear a second, a third, and was even able to break through Nangong Xian's turtle shell defense. If that was the case, Nangong Xian would probably fall here. The flood, indeed, is too dangerous. Nangong Xian had never underestimated this Chaos Bell. But now, after seeing the attack of this Chaos Bell, Nangong Xian would still feel fear. Is this the power of an innate treasure? This piece of innate treasure was indeed infinitely powerful, and the East Emperor didn't stop, only to see that after the chaos bell appeared in the air, a strong light appeared. Such a light, if we are talking about the power, it is several times more powerful than just now. The bells of one are indeed terrifying. Judging from this, the bell sound of the chaos bell just now was just the most ordinary one. Nangong Xian also didn't know just how many percent of this chaos bell's power East Emperor Taiyi was able to utilize. However, the power of this bell was already enough to break through Nangong Xian's defense. Even if Nangong Xian's body had multiple defenses, a crack had appeared in Nangong Xian's turtle shell now. If this continued, there was a real possibility that Nangong Xian would fall here. However, at this time, Nangong Xian's heart also had a glimmer of clarity. This feeling made Nangong Xian quite surprised. Nangong Xian had never felt this way before. He was able to clearly feel that his body, surprisingly, appeared with an intense glow. At this time, the surrounding aura began to converge towards Nangong Xian's body. Not only that, even space, even the rules of the entire flood world, unexpectedly began to tremble. This kind of feeling, but it made everyone surprised by it. This Xian turtle, actually breaking through? Nangong Xian had stayed inside the Taiyi Golden Immortal for millions of years, and had been enlightened for more than 1,000,000 years just by enlightening the Tao. It was indeed too difficult to advance into a great Luo Golden Immortal. Nangong Xian's heel wasn't too strong. If he hadn't cultivated such a huge amount of defensive divine abilities, Nangong Xian would have fallen long ago by now. However, Nangong Xian was after all burdened with a system that was able to absolute Nangong Xian a large number of defensive aptitudes and abilities, and in the face of the threat of this chaos bell, breaking through to the realm of the Dala Golden Immortal was Nangong Xian's only chance to survive. The chaos bell, indeed, was too terrifying. If Nangong Xian were to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, he believed that his defense should also be greatly improved, and at this time, Nangong Xian's body was bathed in this golden light. After seeing this, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi did not make a move. Your Majesty Taiyi, Kunpeng looked at the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and said, a tiny demon king is just a tiny demon king, even if we let him make a breakthrough and make him a great demon. So what? East Emperor Taiyi said confidently. East Emperor Taiyi was originally a proud man, letting him use this chaos bell to deal with a great Luo Golden Immortal. Originally East Emperor Taiyi had already felt a bit unhappy. Now that he saw Nangong Xian's breakthrough, he naturally wouldn't put Nangong Xian in his eyes. Even if Nangong Xian was stronger, could he resist his chaos bell after advancing to a great Luo Golden Immortal? It's simply not possible. Because of this, East Emperor Taiyi did not have the slightest intention of stopping Nangong Xian. When East Emperor Taiyi said so, it was also natural that Kunpeng and the other demon clans would not be able to make a move. Now if they were to make a move, it would be the equivalent of not placing the Eastern Emperor Taiyi in their eyes. And at a time like this, Nangong Xian had thought that the Eastern Emperor Taiyi would make a move, but it was naturally the best thing if the Eastern Emperor Taiyi didn't make a move. At the same time that golden light appeared all over Nangong Xian's body at this time, at the same time that Nangong Xian's head, it also began to condense golden flowers out. This Xian turtle is indeed different. Although he is a Taiyi Golden Immortal, he even possesses such strength. I wonder how many golden flowers he would have if he were to condense them. Kunpeng said, at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, one is able to condense the golden flower of enlightenment. If one is unusual, one is able to condense 3 golden flowers. If one is outstandingly gifted, one is able to condense 6 golden flowers. And if one is even more outstanding, one is able to condense 9 golden flowers. East Emperor Taiyi said, that's right, but when saints come out of the world, they are already at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Kunpeng said, Chapter 25, The Golden Flower at the Top. Potential for sainthood 7 more requests. What Kunpeng had said was not wrong. Apart from Hongjun, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, at the time of their emergence, were already in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortals. As for the other great powers of the flood, when they were born, they were naturally not Dala Jinxian. Even if it was an existence of the level of the 3-legged golden crow and the Kunpeng, when they were born, they were only in the Taiyi Jinxian perfection realm, and they only had 9 golden flowers when they advanced into the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, they didn't think that this Xian turtle in front of them could be compared to them. Now that Nangong Xian had begun to condense out the golden flowers, if Nangong Xian couldn't even condense out the first 3 golden flowers of enlightenment, then there was no chance that Nangong Xian would be able to advance to become a great Luo Golden Immortal. This Xian turtle's heel shouldn't be too strong. He won't fail even when he advances to the great Luo Golden Immortal, right? Whether he succeeds or not, he will definitely die today. That's right, Even if he becomes a great Luo Golden Immortal, there's no way he can resist this chaos bell, the demons said. The demons didn't think that Nangong Xian's breakthrough could do anything. Even if Nangong Xian broke through, there was no way to change this battle situation. However, at this time, the numerous demon clans had already seen the side of Nangong Xian's head and began to condense the golden flower of enlightenment, only to see in Nangong Xian's head has appeared a golden flower. After this golden flower appeared, Nangong Xian only felt himself for the Tao feelings, obviously deeper. And the appearance of the first golden flower did not make Kunpeng and the East Emperor Taiyi feel surprised. Nangong Xian's head began to condense a second golden flower, and then the third one. It seems that he is indeed able to advance to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, but that's all, Kunpeng said. No, it's not over yet. Only that Eastern Emperor Tai Chi could be heard. It's not over yet? When Kunpeng heard this, he was even more surprised. This Kunpeng saw that Nangong Xian's head had already reappeared with a golden flower. This was the fourth golden flower, and then the fifth flower. So it seems that this Xian turtle has a bit of talent and potential, because the moment the head condensed the golden flower of enlightenment, it was already able to know how powerful a potential this great Luo Golden Immortal level existence possessed. 3 golden flowers, considered normal. 6 golden flowers, outstanding talent. If 9 golden flowers, it means that this person will certainly be able to become a quasi-saint. And rumor has it that if one is able to possess 12 golden flowers, there is a chance that the person will be able to become a saint. Of course, this was only a rumored matter. After all, in the flood world, no one had ever been able to condense 12 golden flowers. Saints are already great Luo Golden Immortals when they come out of the world, so naturally they don't need to condense 12 golden flowers when they become great Luo Golden Immortals. And now, Nangong Xian's head of golden flowers had turned into 9. This made even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi move for it. This was a sign that this Xian turtle's potential was not too much worse than theirs. In the future, this Xian turtle would also have the chance to be able to cultivate to the paragon level. It seems that it can only go so far. Dong Huang Taiyi's voice came out, but at this time, only to see Nangong Xian's head side. Unexpectedly another golden flower appeared. This was a shock to all the demon clans. No one could imagine that Nangong Xian would be able to condense the 10th golden flower of enlightenment. Moreover, next, an 11th golden flower of enlightenment actually appeared. This has shocked everyone, but it doesn't end there. In Nangong Xian's head, but 12 golden flowers appeared. The 12 golden flowers gathered at the top of Nangong Xian's head, and Nangong Xian finally stepped into the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. At such a time, a burst of visions unexpectedly appeared in the entire sea of northern underworld. One could only see that it seemed as if countless Brahma sounds were falling here, and in the surroundings, there seemed to be fairies appearing in the air. What does it mean when fairy voices curl up and fairies congratulate them? Even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Kunpeng were now feeling shocked. They had never seen such a sight before. Does this mean that this Xian turtle really has the potential to become a saint? Ding! The host becomes a great Luo Golden Immortal and receives a reward. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The Eclipsing Turtle Armor. 2. Wild Sword and Claws. 3. Wings of the Wind Element. Nangong Xian already knew that his defense wasn't enough, so he naturally needed to choose the first one. This first one, because of these 3, is also the only one that boosts defense. This time, however, it wasn't just a simple matter of boosting defense. Chapter 26 Rebound Damage. Tai Chi injured one more request. Eroding God Turtle Armor. It is able to enhance the defense of the turtle armor. In addition to that, it is also able to add a layer of counter-etching power to the turtle armor. Any being that attacks the turtle armor may be subject to counter-etching. The ability of counter-corrosion, on the contrary, made Nangong Xian feel surprised. It was just that Nangong Xian didn't know if the erotic god turtle armor would be able to deal with the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. But no matter what, this was also a new ability that Nangong Xian had gotten now, and Nangong Xian naturally needed to try it out. It seems that you have already succeeded in your breakthrough. Northern Underworld Xian Turtle, you have indeed surprised me. I didn't expect you to be able to condense 12 golden flowers. Your potential, I'm afraid it's not too bad. If you were to fall like this, it would be too much of a pity. As East Emperor Tai Chi spoke, he could only see that the chaos bell on his head was already glowing once again. If your Majesty Tai Chi thinks so, why don't you just release me? Nangong Xian added. Xian Turtle, there's no need to say more. This day, this emperor will only be able to remove you. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi shook his head, and a strong light had appeared from the chaos bell. This bell sound appeared, and it was only seen that the bell sound had swept out to the surroundings. This is the sound of the chaos bell. This time, Nangong Xian bear this blow, but did not feel too much, because at this time, in Nangong Xian's back, but there is a ray of light. That tortoise shell was able to block this chaos bell sound. That's a first. Before Nangong Xian, there was no way that he could withstand the strike of this chaos bell with his own defense. However, after the elevation from Nangong Xian's realm, he was able to clearly feel a huge change in his physical body. An even greater change was that Nangong Xian's turtle armor was actually able to withstand the strike of this chaos bell. The turtle armor that was originally cracked due to the injury had actually recovered when Nangong Xian advanced to become a great Luo Golden Immortal. The sound of this bell could not even shake out cracks in Nangong Xian's turtle armor. This scene indeed made the East Emperor Taiyi feel quite surprised. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi was not willing to believe that this was true, only to see that the Eastern Emperor Taiyi's mana condensed inside the Chaos Bell, and another chime appeared from the Chaos Bell. This time the Chaos Bell's bells appeared one by one, blasting towards Nangong Xian. But when this ripple arrived, it didn't manage to threaten Nangong Xian in the slightest. Nangong Xian's current defense was 100 times stronger than before. With the power of the Chaos Bell exerted by East Emperor Taiyi, it was no longer enough to break apart Nangong Xian's defense. This was something that the Eastern Emperor Taiyi could never have expected. After all, how could Dong Huang Taiyi have thought that this one basilisk turtle had cultivated so many defensive aptitudes to strengthen his flesh and turtle shell? Dong Huang Taiyi's face looked a little pale. The Chaos Bell was not an ordinary magic treasure, so the power of the innate treasure, Dong Huang Taiyi was able to exert 10% of its power, and even with this 10% of power, it had already been consumed immensely, and with the strength of a quasi-saint of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, there was no way he could exert many attacks. Now these consecutive 100 bells had caused this East Emperor Taiyi's mana to be consumed quite severely, and just at this time, Dong Huang Taiyi realized that on the back of the Xian turtle, it was as if the shadow of a chaos bell had appeared at this time. In this instant, a bell sound transformed into ripples and spread out into the surroundings. What? The Eastern Emperor Taiyi was shocked. It's not the chime of the chaos bell? Nangong Xian was actually able to bounce back even the sound of this chaos bell's chime? How is this possible? How could East Emperor Taiyi not believe that this was true? This situation, it was too outrageous. Instead, this chaos bell sound had blasted towards East Emperor Taiyi. Even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi must now use the Chaos Bell to resist. Otherwise, the East Emperor Taiyi would have been injured as well. Only the light of the Chaos Bell was seen getting stronger and stronger, and that golden light protected the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. It was only that the East Emperor Taiyi realized that the surrounding demon race had fallen in pieces. Just now, when Dong Huang Taiyi struck out, he had avoided these demon clans and only attacked Nangong Xian. But now Nangong Xian's rebound was a ranged rebound. Who of the demon clans around here could withstand the attack of the Chaos Bell? These demon clans were naturally blasted to death in pieces. Just now, the bell sound issued by Backward Earth Taiyi was 99, and the current bell sound rebound was also 99. East Emperor Taiyi's mana had been greatly depleted just now, and now it was no longer enough to support this Chaos Bell to protect him. Boo! A loud sound appeared as Dong Huang Taiyi's body was blasted out, only to see half of his body blown apart, and a huge claw landed on the surface of the sea. Chapter 27, Supreme Treasure Fragment, Devouring Evolution. 2 more requests. Kunpeng's eyes were now filled with horror. This East Emperor Taiyi was injured. Dong Huang Tai was drenched in blood, having never thought at all that this Xian turtle had only broken through to the Dala Golden Immortal realm, but was actually able to bounce back even the damage from the Chaos Bell. Although this was also due to the fact that Dong Huang Taiyi was too careless, it was also able to show that this Xian turtle was not ordinary. If the Eastern Emperor Taiyi were to go all out, he should be able to utilize 30% of the power of this Chaos Bell. In this way, this Xian turtle might not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. After all, being able to bounce back 10% of the power of the Chaos Bell should be the limit of this Xian turtle. Ding! The host has seriously injured the Heavenly Demon Emperor and can receive a special reward. Congratulations to the host for getting an armor-breaking taunt. Armor-breaking? Mockery? Armor-breaking taunt. Speak a sentence that can make all the enemies around you be taunted at the same time, and can reduce their physical body. Magic treasure defense. The stronger the taunt power, the stronger the effect. And that's how it works? If so, what does it take to get a taunt? Nangong Xian's mind swirled with thoughts, and a sentence suddenly came to mind. East Emperor Taiyi, it seems that you are nothing more than that. Nangong Xian's voice came out. As soon as this voice came out, the East Emperor Taiyi's face changed and said, "What did you say?" Ding! Armor-breaking taunt power has reached 80%. I originally thought that you, a heavenly court demon emperor, was so powerful, but now it seems that I have overestimated you. Nangong Xian said once again, "What did you say?" don't you dare say it again. After the Eastern Emperor Taiyi heard this, he was furious. Since Emperor Taiyi of the East became the demon emperor of heaven, who under the saints dared to show him the slightest disrespect? Today, this Xian turtle, how dare it be so bold to talk like this? Ding! Armor-breaking taunt power reaches 100%. Seeing this, Nangong Xian once again said, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone present is trash. Ding! Armor-breaking taunt power has reached 200%. North Sea Xian turtle, this emperor wants you dead. As East Emperor Taiyi finished speaking, he sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell, which had originally dimmed down, unexpectedly appeared to glow once again. This time the light was much brighter than before. When Nangong Xian took a look, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Had he said too much? No, it was obviously that this East Emperor Taiyi's heart capacity was too poor. How can you be a demon emperor like this? Nangong Xian's heart grumbled, but he didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. This time the East Emperor Taiyi's strike was not a joke. If the power of this Chaos Bell was to be exerted, Nangong Xian would probably be injured. All of Nangong Xian's defensive aptitudes opened up in this instant. Thorn Tortoise Armor, Spike Defense, Water Elemental Armor, Eclipsing God's Turtle Armor, in Nangong Xian's turtle shell, but now it was appearing in 5 colors. As for the East Emperor Taichi, he was now furious, and he injected all of his mana into the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell instantly erupted with a shocking light. This light and then a bell sound appeared. That one bell sound, in an instant, had swung over towards Nangong Xian. Knock! Such a bell sound appeared. A bell sound that was definitely the most terrifying attack that Nangong Xian had ever endured. Nangong Xian only felt his body being knocked hard. This was something that made Nangong Xian feel that he had been greatly hurt. Nangong Xian's turtle shell had already fully recovered. But now, unexpectedly, a tiny crack appeared again. What a terrible attack. All of Nangong Xian's defenses were turned on. But surprisingly, he couldn't resist this Chaos Bell damage. It was too terrifying. The Chaos Bell, terrifying as it is. While in the eyes of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, he was now filled with shock. This Xian turtle's turtle shell, it hadn't even been broken? The sound of this bell was at least 20% of the power of the Chaos Bell, but it couldn't even break through the turtle shell's defense? What kind of basilisk turtle is this? Just as East Emperor Taichi was thinking so, a bell suddenly appeared. It was the bell sound that was made by Donghuang Taiyi just now. What? East Emperor Taichi was even more shocked as his Chaos Bell once again appeared with light, trying to shelter East Emperor Taichi. Only this time, East Emperor Taichi found that the defense of this Chaos Bell seemed to be as fragile as paper. The Chaos Bell was instantly damaged and unexpectedly went back into the body of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Donghuang Taiyi's entire body was blasted out. Kunpeng had been hiding quite far away, but now that he saw that the Eastern Emperor Taiyi was injured, he immediately went to catch the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and fled in a ray of light. Kunpeng no longer dared to stay and fight with this Xian turtle. Even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi had lost. How could he possibly win against this Xian turtle? Nangong Xian, however, raised his head at this time and saw a golden light fall. This golden light seemed to be a fragment of the Chaos Bell. Chapter 28 Defense Magic Treasure. Chaos Bell Armor 3 more requests. This can't be true, can it? Nangong Xian's heart was overjoyed. If this was really a fragment of the Chaos Bell, wouldn't he be able to raise his defense after swallowing it? You have to know that this is the Chaos Bell, a fragment of the innate treasure. If such a powerful magic treasure could be devoured, there was no telling how beneficial it would be to Nangong Xian. It seemed that this armor-breaking taunt plus eroding god turtle armor did indeed possess an extremely terrifying effect. The Chaos Bell was an innate treasure, naturally powerful, but the most powerful magic treasure had to have a powerful master. The Chaos Bell hadn't met a good master and had only met an Eastern Emperor Taichi, so naturally there was no way to utilize its true power. Because of this, it was damaged, and I'm afraid it would take tens of thousands of years to recover after this damage. Of course, if the Eastern Emperor Taichi had gone to Sage Nuwa, he might have been able to raise this Chaos Bell to recover. But what does all this have to do with Nangong Xian? Nangong Xian had not only succeeded in his breakthrough this time, but he had also killed so many Heavenly Court demons. Nangong Xian was also helpless. This was a forced counter-kill. Ding! The host will be rewarded for killing 10 million demons. Nangong Xian had now discovered that his defense was not enough. After all, even after advancing to become a great Luo Golden Immortal, Nangong Xian was surprisingly still injured. This one wound in that turtle shell was so big, which was already enough to prove that his defense wasn't enough. So after Nangong Xian's choice, there was one more defense aptitude in his body. Next, Nangong Xian caught the broken claw of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and took it away. What is the East Emperor Taiyi's original body? The three-legged golden crow. That is the chicken. Not grilled chicken feet, but grilled chicken wings. Nangong Xian was still thinking of roasting here, but a thought crossed his mind that this North Underworld Sea was too dangerous. The Heavenly Court has already arrived twice, and now Nangong Xian is 100% sure that the Heavenly Court has a grudge against him, and this North Sea can't stay. After pondering, Nangong Xian decided that he would head to the Western Sea. Why not the South China Sea? Because the South China Sea is too far away. The North Sea and the South Sea, that's the opposite direction. As for the East Sea, Nangong Xian was absolutely unwilling to go there. And that divine turtle in the East Sea didn't yet know that it would soon be out of luck and have its limbs chopped off by Manhwa to mend the sky. As a resourceful turtle, Nangong Xian is absolutely not willing to touch this kind of mold. The Great Flood. Everywhere there is opportunity. Why go to the East China Sea, such a place? Live and let live. That's what matters. Although this is the case, but Nangong Xian rushed from the North Sea to the West Sea, but it will take quite a long time. Nangong Xian thought about it. In the road, or first roasted this chicken wing, swallowed this chaos clock fragments. In this way, so that it is a little safer. Not long after leaving the North Sea, Nangong Xian found a relatively ordinary spiritual land. Here, Nangong Xian had no qualms about roasting. If Dong Huang Taiyi knew that Nangong Xian was so nostalgic about one of his arms, he would be so angry that he would spit 3 tons of blood. However, Dong Huang Taiyi was, after all, the Heavenly Court Demon Emperor, and this broken claw unexpectedly had to be roasted by Nangong Xian for a full 1,000 years. During this time, Nangong Xian wasn't idle. He had already begun to devour this Chaos Bell fragment. The fragments of the Chaos Bell were more difficult to digest than Nangong Xian expected the bell to be, and it took Nangong Xian 1,000 years to finally devour this Chaos Bell. Ding! The host devours the Chaos Bell fragment. The turtle armor raises its defense once again, and at the same time gets the magic treasure, the Chaos Bell armor. Chaos Bell armor? In the turtle armor behind Nangong Xian's back, there was one of the pieces that had unexpectedly changed. In Nangong Xian's back turtle shell, there were a total of 3,000 pieces of turtle armor. It turned out that Nangong Xian, but in the face of all the arrangement of defensive aptitude. But now, one of these pieces of tortoise armor had turned into this Chaos Bell armor. Nangong Xian's mind turned, only to see that on Nangong Xian's back, a bell suddenly appeared. Wasn't it exactly that Chaos Bell? This Chaos Bell shadow, surprisingly, contained 10% of the defensive power of the Chaos Bell. Of course, there was only defense, but it already made Nangong Xian quite happy. If that was the case, Nangong Xian's defense this time around had been raised quite a bit. Nangong Xian immediately summoned his attribute panel out. Host, Nangong Xian, the Northern Turtle. Realm, Early Dala Golden Immortal. Power, Power of 5 Dragons. Defense, Wall of Innocence. Speed, Goose Walking Duck Walking. Avatar, Vajra Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Eternal Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Chaotic Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Big Dipper Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Earthly Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Mana, Infinite Tortoise Shell. Spiked Tortoise Armor. Thorn Tortoise Armor. Chaos Bell Armor. Chapter 29, Another Divine Power. Golden Crow Divine Flame. 4 more requests. This promotion into a Great Luo Golden Immortal had caused a huge change in Nangong Xian's body. Not only had his power increased, from 1 dragon power to 5 dragon power, even his speed had increased a lot. Slow as an ant's walk versus a goose's duck step, both quite slow indeed, but clearly an improvement as well. And most importantly, it was still that Nangong Xian's defense had risen again, and it was now a wall of the innate. With Nangong Xian's defense now, even if he encountered that East Emperor Taiyi and the Chaos Bell again, he should be able to withstand it. The Chaos Bell, after all, was in the hands of the Eastern Emperor Tai, and was only able to exert at most 30% of its power. And now Nangong Xian not only had a strong defense, but also had the Chaos Bell armor, adding Nangong Xian's body multiple defensive aptitudes. It was no longer easy for the Chaos Bell to break through Nangong Xian's defense, and after Nangong Xian digested this Chaos Bell fragment, he realized that the chicken wings were almost cooked, and he felt his mouth watering. The wings of this one 3-legged golden crow are quite fragrant. Nangong Xian naturally feasted on it nonchalantly, and after this one wing reached Nangong Xian's stomach, Nangong Xian got another system prompt. Ding! The host devoured the 3-legged golden crow and obtained the Golden Crow Divine Flame. Golden Crow Divine Flame? Nangong Xian's heart was overjoyed. With this Golden Crow Divine Flame, Nangong Xian would have to bake and eat meat again, but it was quite a bit faster. Nangong Xian's own flame. To bake this East Emperor Taiyi's wings even took 1,000 years. If he used this golden crow true flame, maybe a year will be able to bake. The East Emperor Taiyi, who was far away in the heavenly palace, suddenly felt particularly upset in his heart at this time. The golden crow divine flame was the three-legged golden crow's innate divine ability, and if the Eastern Emperor Taiyi knew that someone had used it to roast meat for dinner, he would probably be furious. Taiyi, what's wrong with you? Emperor Jun asked. Nothing, just a sudden feeling of disgust. Only the Eastern Emperor Taiyi could be heard saying, Taiyi, is it possible that your injuries are still fresh? Jun asked again. Eldest brother, my injuries have completely recovered. The injuries I received 1,000 years ago didn't affect me too much. East Emperor Taiyi said, if that's the case it's very good. We need to go and invite the other demon races to join us in the heavenly court this time. Only then will we be able to be stronger. Jun said, within the three realms, the only ones who aren't submitting to our heavenly court right now are those of the sorcerer clan. Eldest brother, when are we going to make our move to eradicate these sorcerer clans? East Emperor Taiyi inquired. The witch race has 12 ancestral witches, and these are transformed by the essence blood of Pangu, so we can't underestimate them, and we mustn't make a move if we don't have a foolproof plan. Jun said. What does big brother mean? East Emperor Taiyi asked. Now we need to invite the dragons to join our heavenly court, so we'll send the demon race to the four seas to bring the four seas dragons into submission. Jun said. Eldest brother, the northern underworld Kunpeng has already decided to join our heavenly court, and the northern sea dragon clan wouldn't dare to disobey, so we don't need to travel to the northern sea anymore. One could only hear the Eastern Emperor Taiyi say, if that's the case, there's still the East Sea, the South Sea, and the West Sea left. Jun said. That Kunpeng has just joined us in the heavenly court. We should also let him out now and head to the Western Sea. East Emperor Taiyi also said. This Kunpeng seems to be heading to the West Sea now. It's just the right time. We'll let him go to surrender the West Sea dragons. West. It was at this time that Kunpeng was chasing the two. The strength of these two people was not bad, for these two were none other than that Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi could both be great powers of the flood, and both of them were not in a lower realm than Kunpeng. But the Red Cloud heal is too bad. But just a red cloud in the sky. Jin Yuanzi's heal is a little better. Is that ginseng fruit tree? Both of them are not as good as the kunai in terms of heal. Inside the flood world, the heal is quite useful. There were many times when the heal could even determine one's strength. Because of this, the current Kunpeng had an absolute chance of winning even if he dealt with that Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi at the same time. Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Only Red Cloud could be heard saying angrily. Chapter 30, The West Sea is green. Escape quickly. 5 more requests. Red Cloud's strength could not be described as not powerful, but it was just a pity that the current Red Cloud had met an even more powerful opponent, and that was Kunpeng. In the Red Cloud body is originally a red robe, but now, in this red robe, is dyed a layer of bloody flavor. That's Red Cloud's blood. Red Cloud's magic treasure of the 99 scattered prana Red Cloud gourd. This is one of the innate gourds. This one magic treasure was refined by Red Cloud into a life magic treasure, so its power has reached the level of the very best innate spiritual treasure. Just even so, Red Cloud was still defenseless in front of Kunpeng. If it wasn't for Jin Yuanzi risking his life to save him, Red Cloud would have fallen by now. Red Cloud's words caused a cold smile to appear on Kunpeng's face. Red Cloud, if you hadn't let the seat go back then, causing this seat to lose the chance to become a saint, this seat would already be a saint by now. Even if you died 1,000 times, 10,000 times, you wouldn't be able to offset your sins. Kunpeng words, let the Red Cloud's heart sank. See Kunpeng so look, but really do not intend to let go of him. Is it really difficult for him to escape death today? Red Cloud glanced at Jin Yuanzi beside him. He said, that's all, fellow Taoist Jin Yuan. Today is my Red Cloud's order. You quickly leave. This one thing can't even involve a fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, what do you mean by this? You and I have known each other for many years. Our friendship is so strong, and although the poor Taoist is not strong, he needs to protect you. Fellow Taoist, today, Jin Yuanzi shook his head and said, fellow Taoist Jin Yuan, what are you doing? This fellow Taoist Kunpeng is the most powerful paramount powerhouse in the flood. His followers are much more outstanding than us. Even if we join forces, it's simply impossible for us to win against him. Red Cloud sighed and said, no matter what, we still need to give it a try. Jin Yuanzi added, Kunpeng, what happened that day? You should have gone to Sage Xuandi and Sage Jiayin to settle the score, but you didn't dare to do so, and only dared to come to find fellow Taoist Red Cloud. You simply coveted the Hongmeng purple chi in fellow Taoist Red Cloud's body. This Jin Yuanzi's words caused a cold smile to surface on Kunpeng's face as he said, Jin Yuanzi, even if you are right, so what? Today, this seed is not only going to kill Red Cloud, but also seize the Hongmeng violet chi from his body. As soon as Kunpeng finished his words, he struck out again. One could only see a burst of turquoise light appearing from the Kunpeng's claws, such light instantly illuminating half of the Western Sea, and for a moment, the green light was extremely dense. Nangong Xian had already rushed to this Western Sea with the speed, but even so, it still took quite a lot of time, and Nangong Xian had just entered this Western Sea, but at this time, he realized that the whole Western Sea was green. Green! This Western Sea is green, but, what the hell is going on here? With such a vision, and not being born naturally, then there is only one possibility that a great power has taken action. It's a dangerous thing to do. You have to run away from it. Nangong Xian is not a nosy person, and the most dangerous thing about this flood is karma. Nangong Xian is not willing to dip into any big karma, so the current Nangong Xian had to escape. Kunpeng's strike was quite terrifying. Red Cloud's 9-9 scattered prana Red Cloud gourd had already been damaged, and now that it had been struck again, it was almost completely shattered. Red Cloud's chest was also scratched out with a bloody hole coming out. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, that Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but change his face when he took a look. Die! Kunpeng didn't have the slightest intention to show any mercy, and as long as there was an opportunity, he would strike hard. With this claw, it directly went towards Red Cloud's head. That surging mana surged out, only to see a ripple appear in space. The power of this claw, definitely not the Red Cloud can resist. If it is hit, the Red Cloud will definitely fall here. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi bellowed, offering up a golden book. This piece of magic treasure is an earth book. The earth book is a flood membrane of the earth. The defense is extremely powerful, comparable to that innate supreme treasure. Light on the defensive power, not worse than the innate supreme treasure. This magic treasure appeared in a burst of golden light, and directly then blocked Red Cloud's head. Boom! An earth-shattering roar appeared, and the 10 million miles of this place instantly shattered away. However, at this time, Red Cloud was under the protection of that Jin Yuanzi and fled out in an instant. This direction is exactly the direction of the West Sea. Chapter 31, Is this a strange encounter? Hongmeng Purple Chi 6 more requests. The current flood world was still quite vast. Whether it was the North Sea or the West Sea, it was quite huge, so fleeing into this Western Sea might even have a chance of survival. Although Jin Yuanzi used the Book of Earth to resist the Kunpeng strike, how easy would it be to escape? Kunpeng said disdainfully, trying to escape in front of this seat. Can you do it? After Kunpeng finished speaking, he could only see a flap of his wings behind him, and in almost an instant, he had reached the backs of Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. Although let Red Cloud's and Jin Yuanzi first escape, but the speed of the Kunpeng in the flood is rare. Red Cloud's and Jin Yuanzi's strength was not as good as the Kunpeng, and now it is impossible to escape? Jin Yuanzi, I want to see how many times you can save him. After Kunpeng finished speaking, he slapped down another claw towards the Red Cloud in front of him. This claw was significantly more powerful than just a moment ago, and with the power of this claw, it was enough to kill Red Cloud. The current Red Cloud's face was even more unsightly, and he didn't even have the power to fight back anymore. And at the same time, Jin Yuanzi once again sacrificed the Book of Earth. A golden light once again appeared out of the Earth Book, as if forming a light shield, blocking the Kunpeng's claw. But now they had appeared on the surface of the West Sea. This claw, in an instant, set off 1,000,000 feet of huge waves, and under that West Sea, the Dragon Palace was also shaking. What happened? Who is causing trouble in our West Sea? The Dragon King of the West Sea roared angrily. Dragon King, it's that Kunpeng Elder Ancestor, Red Cloud Elder Ancestor and Jin Yuan Disien. The Turtle Prime Minister inside the Dragon Palace immediately exclaimed. What? So it's the three great powers. Then it's alright, just hold it steady everyone. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King of the Western Sea immediately wimped out in seconds. Are you kidding me? Each of these three great powers is able to easily put him to death, unless the Dragon Clan's great elders are invited. Otherwise, there is no way to deal with it. Now the Dragon King of the Western Sea naturally didn't dare to offend them, and this 1,000,000-foot giant wave surged in all directions at once. Seeing this, Red Cloud clenched his teeth, only to see a cloud of purple chi appear in his hand. Red Cloud bellowed, Kunpeng, this is the Hongmeng purple chi you wanted. After Red Cloud finished speaking, he directly threw out that Hongmeng violet chi. When Red Cloud threw out this Hongmeng violet chi, he had condensed all of his mana here. In this instant, the Hongmeng purple chi turned into a purple light and disappeared in an instant. Upon seeing this, Kunpeng was shocked and furious, saying, "Red Cloud, when this seat finds this Hongmeng purple chi, it will definitely not let you go." After Kunpeng finished speaking, he instantly turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Nangong Xian was still moving slowly here. It wasn't that Nangong Xian didn't want to go faster, but this was already his extreme speed. This West Sea was really big, surprisingly not smaller than the North Sea. Unfortunately, how can this West Sea blow up such a big wave? When he was in the North Sea, Nangong Xian hadn't seen this kind of million-foot huge wave. Other than that, everything was fine. Of course, among the 4 seas, only the East Sea was the most vast. But when Nangong Xian thought about what happened to the East Sea god turtle, he was naturally unwilling to travel to this East Sea. Just as Nangong Xian was thinking so, Nangong Xian suddenly realized that there was a purple light arriving not far away. Nangong Xian was shocked in his heart after seeing it. Nangong Xian was a little insightful, and with a glance, he already knew that this purple light was actually a Hongmeng purple chi. Could it be that he had just arrived at this Western Sea and the opportunity was about to arrive? This Hongmeng purple chi is the thing of enlightenment. If one can get it, one's own enlightenment will be much easier in the future. But where did this Hongmeng purple chi come from? Inside the flood world, besides the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, the remaining 1 Hongmeng purple chi should be in the hands of Hongyun. Now this Hongmeng purple gas appears here. Is it because Red Cloud has fallen? Good stuff. Really good stuff. Nangong Xian heart rejoiced. Did not expect Kunpeng killed the Red Cloud. He picked up a big bargain. This Hongmeng purple chi naturally could not be spared. Even if it was stained with a little karma, it had to be taken away. Nangong Xian opened his mouth and swallowed this Hongmeng violet chi. Chapter 32 Plain and Simple. Western Sea Xian Turtle 7 more requests. This Hongmeng violet chi is extremely useful to Nangong Xian. In the future, Nangong Xian will need to utilize this Hongmeng violet chi for his enlightenment. However, despite this, Nangong Xian did not dare to be careless. After all, Kunpeng would definitely find this place if he killed Red Cloud now. As expected, just as Nangong Xian had collected this Hongmeng violet chi, he had already realized that a great power had arrived. This great power is naturally that Kunpeng. Now, Kunpeng only wanted to find this Hongmeng purple chi first. After all, if Kunpeng could get this Hongmeng purple chi, he might be able to go further, and even have a chance to become a saint. If Kunpeng could become a saint, his natural strength would increase greatly. At that time what heavenly court he would not put in his eyes. Under the saints, all are ants. Because of this, Kunpeng now has a chance to become a saint if he can obtain this Hongmeng purple chi. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Kunpeng is willing to try. After all, the gap between becoming a saint and not becoming a saint was so great that it was far beyond the imagination of the average person. The kunai understood this deeply, so for the sake of this Hongmeng purple chi, Kunpeng was even willing to temporarily let Red Cloud escape first. However, Kunpeng realized that after coming here, he surprisingly did not find any traces of the Hongmeng purple chi. This Hongmeng violet chi would never disappear out of nowhere, so it was possible to know that someone must have made a move here to plunder this Hongmeng violet chi. Who the hell is it? But Kunpeng's eyes were filled with anger as his gaze swept towards the surroundings, and in this instant, the Kunpeng had opened his divine thoughts. After Nangong Xian collected this Hongmeng violet chi, he immediately hid it. Nangong Xian's concealment methods were also considered brilliant, but unfortunately, the existence that Nangong Xian had encountered this time was also a rather terrifying maniac. Although Kunpeng couldn't find any trace of Nangong Xian, he was sure that someone was here. Kunpeng shouted, "I don't know which fellow Taoist has taken away this seat's Hongmeng violet chi. This seat is Kunpeng, the demon master of the heavenly court. If fellow Taoist is willing to hand over this Hongmeng violet chi, this seat can forget about it." The Kunpeng's voice echoed around the area 3 times, and the living beings here felt astonished and surprised that this Kunpeng demon master had arrived here and seemed to want to find someone. "I don't know who took away this Kunpeng's Hongmeng violet chi. He really is bold." Nangong Xian would never believe Kunpeng's words. Although Nangong Xian didn't know much about Kunpeng, he was able to understand that this one Kunpeng definitely wouldn't be a good person, and was petty and vindictive. If Nangong Xian went out now, he would definitely strike out at himself. Nangong Xian also sighed in his heart. Originally, in order to avoid this heavenly court, Nangong Xian fled to this Western Sea. Where would have thought that here unexpectedly met Kunpeng again? If he recognized him, wouldn't it be a waste of effort to escape here? Just in case he was recognized by this Kunpeng, Nangong Xian decided that he would disguise himself. The turtle shell on the surface of Nangong Xian's body changed from its original black color to a golden color. In this way, Even if the Kunpeng did find them, they should not be recognized. And at this time the Kunpeng had no more patience. He saw that no living being had come out to acknowledge evil was born, only to see the Kunpeng raise his right paw, a claw then slapped down in front of him. In that instant, only that entire sea was seen to be destroyed in an instant. All of the living beings in this terrifying sea were destroyed, and even this western sea was turned upside down. And at that moment, a golden Xian turtle of 10,000 feet in size appeared in front of the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng's eyes were filled with a puzzled look. Within this range, only this golden Xian turtle existed, and this Xian turtle looked plain and ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. But the one that could withstand a Kunpeng strike had always been that one Xian turtle of the North Sea. This was the Western Sea, and this Xian turtle should not be that one. As for the appearance, this West Sea Xian turtle was also a little different from that North Sea Xian turtle. So from this point of view, this shouldn't be that Xian turtle in the North Sea that had shocked the Kunpeng. Chapter 33 Xian Turtle Clan. Terrifying as a turtle one more requests. If one were to look at it like that, this Western Sea Xian turtle was definitely inferior to that Northern Sea Xian turtle. Thinking of this, Kunpeng was also quite relieved. As long as it wasn't that Xian turtle, what did he have to fear? Isn't it just a turtle from the Western Sea? In the range of millions of miles here, only this one turtle can survive his own blow. Because of this, now the Kunpeng is determined that this turtle must be the turtle that took away his Hongmeng Violet Chi. Kunpeng stared at Nangong Xian and said, "Hand over the seat's Hongmeng Violet Chi, and this seat can spare you from death. Otherwise, don't blame the seat for being impolite." Nangong Xian was also clearly able to sense that all the other beings around him had died, and now it seemed that he was the only one who had survived here. Even if Nangong Xian didn't admit it, I'm afraid there was nothing he could do. But Nangong Xian naturally wouldn't admit it. Nangong Xian said coldly, "I don't really know what Hongmeng Purple Chi and Gold Chi you're talking about. I'm just a mediocre Xian turtle. I hope that you, Taoist friend, can spare me." "Humph, since you're stubborn, then don't blame me for not being polite." Kunpeng snorted coldly. He was not someone who liked nonsense. This Kunpeng reached out with one claw, and in an instant, he had already slapped down towards Nangong Xian. At this time, Nangong Xian had directly opened all the defenses of his body, and spikes appeared on Nangong Xian's back. Previously, Nangong Xian's turtle shell would already possess a strong enough defense, and now Nangong Xian's defense had already reached the point of the wall of the innate. How could this claw hurt Nangong Xian? That Kunpeng's claws were instantly destroyed. It was cut off straight away. It's been snapped off again. Kunpeng's heart was now filled with horror. A chill appeared behind the kunai now. Kunpeng remembered the fear he had been subjected to by that Xian turtle back then. Back then, the one that was able to injure the Kunpeng was also a Xian turtle, and this one today was also a Xian turtle. Could it be that the Xian turtle clan was so powerful? Kunpeng can naturally see that this Xian turtle in front of him, but only the existence of a large demon level. If it is under normal circumstances, this Xian turtle is absolutely impossible to receive a claw under him. And now this Xian turtle, not only was it able to easily block one of its claws, but it was even able to break its claws off. In terms of strength, I'm afraid that this Xian turtle in front of me would be a little more powerful. "You are the Kunpeng demon master? It seems that your strength is only a so-so," Nangong Xian added. Armor-breaking taunt. Nangong Xian's words came out, but it made this Kunpeng's heart irritated. He was a flood power, and also the demon master of the heavenly court. How could he be ridiculed by a Xian turtle? A burst of cyclones suddenly appeared around Kunpeng's body. These cyclones are powerful storms. The Kunpeng's divine ability. The Kunpeng Storm. This divine ability contains the mana condensed by Kunpeng's 10 yuanhui of bitter cultivation, and its power is so great that it can make the great powers of the three realms move for it. Such a storm, but it was able to easily tear an ordinary great power into pieces. The kunai's current strike had blasted out in front of him in an instant. The storm directly swept up an infinite tsunami, wanting to tear Nangong Xian to pieces. In this instant, even space was distorted over, and Nangong Xian was in the middle of this attack. Seeing that this Xian turtle did not flash or avoid, Kunpeng's heart laughed coldly. This Xian turtle, this time is bound to die. Kunpeng did not think that he would not be able to kill this Xian turtle with such means. No matter how powerful this Xian turtle is, it can only fall today. Just as Kunpeng thought so, the storm had gradually dispersed, and the Xian turtle at this time once again appeared. There was no damage at all. Not even a single trace of the turtle's armor appeared. How is that possible? Kunpeng's eyes were wide with incredulity, and at such a time, Nangong Xian's mouth opened and a mouthful of flames sprayed out. This flame was surprisingly golden in color, and the power of this flame also shocked Kunpeng. Surprisingly, Kunpeng realized that it was the Golden Crow True Flame. How is that possible? The Golden Crow True Fire is the three-legged Golden Crow's innate magical ability. Never other races or great powers can master to get. Why this head of the Xian turtle will be. Chapter 34, Kunpeng loses again. Chases Red Cloud 2 more requests. This Xian turtle, what is its origin? In an instant, many question marks appeared in Kunpeng's mind. How could Kunpeng not come up with the answers to these questions? But what Kunpeng was able to know was that this Xian turtle was absolutely extraordinary. Canopy. That Kunpeng's body was instantly blown away. The Golden Crow True Flame was already able to threaten the Kunpeng. Kunpeng absolutely did not dare to stay any longer, and he fled as soon as he turned around. This Western Sea Xian turtle was so terrifying. Why did the Xian turtle clan even have such a powerful existence? As Kunpeng fled, his heart was quite annoyed. Not only did he not obtain that Hongmeng purple chi this time, he was even seriously injured. All of this was because of that red cloud, and it was absolutely impossible to let this red cloud go. Kunpeng thought of so, the heart even more angry. Was Nangong Xian abused? Kunpeng naturally do not dare to turn back to find Nangong Xian. So now the Kunpeng, only able to go to find the red cloud to settle the score. Kunpeng took the elixir given by Emperor Jun, and immediately felt that his injuries were recovering, and even his severed limbs were able to be reborn. Red Cloud, this seat will definitely not let you go. After Kunpeng finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light in an instant. It wasn't as if Nangong Xian didn't want to destroy the Kunpeng and settle this karma. However, if the Kunpeng wanted to escape, Nangong Xian had no way to kill it. Within Nangong Xian's divine abilities, there was no way to be able to keep this Kunpeng. Therefore, Nangong Xian could only watch as the Kunpeng escaped. However, this battle was discovered by the beings of this Western Sea. These Western Sea beings immediately spread this one incident to the Western Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the West Sea was obviously very surprised. Inside the West Sea, there was actually such a Xian turtle. This Xian turtle was able to defeat the Kunpeng. That was a rather terrifying existence. Must pay a visit. Maybe this senior will shelter his Western Sea Dragon clan. And this one piece of news, also in one night, had spread throughout the entire Western Sea. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi fled all the way, not daring to stay at all. But the West Sea is so huge that even if the two of them flew for several months, there was no way to leave, and the two of them didn't dare to go back. In case they encountered the Kunpeng again, what about that? Fellow Daoist Red Cloud, I have just learned one thing from the mouth of a sea tribe. If we want to cross this Western Sea, I'm afraid that it will take 100 years, and it will also require us to tear open the space. Only then will we be able to leave within 100 years. Only heard Jin Yuanzi say, how is this possible? Even if we are so cultivated, it's impossible for us to keep tearing through space. Red Cloud added, I was thinking the same thing. It seems that we'll only be able to take our time if we want to escape. However, I heard another piece of news. Jin Yuanzi said, fellow Daoist Jin Yuan, I wonder what the news is. Red Cloud asked, I heard that this Kunpeng seems to have fought a Xian turtle and lost to that Xian turtle. Jin Yuanzi said, how is it possible? How could something like this happen? Red Cloud was surprised and asked, I don't know if this is true or not, but right now inside the flood world, we don't have the means to be sheltered by saints, and it's not like we would be sheltered if it was anyone else, so we might be able to request this Xian turtle to shelter us. Jin Yuanzi said, really? But will he help us? Red Cloud asked, that Kunpeng is now losing to that Xian turtle, and will surely be looking for us, and there is no way for us to leave this Western Sea for a while, and in terms of speed, we will surely have no way to evade this Kunpeng, so that's all we can do. Jin Yuanzi said, leaving from here would require 100 years of tearing through space, whereas it would only take a few years if one were to go and find that Xian turtle. A few years, enough time for that Kunpeng to chase them. After all, the speed of the Kunpeng, under the saints. But, alright, in that case, we'll go find that Xian turtle. Red Cloud finally made up his mind when he thought of this. Red Cloud's reputation as a good old man was working quite well right now, and the spirits of this Western Sea were willing to secretly assist them, so they easily asked where that Xian turtle was located. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi immediately proceeded there. Chapter 35 Barbecue Chicken Wings? The flavor is delicious. 3 more requests. The Kunpeng had left behind a huge wing and a claw this time. This can be quite delicious food, and now that Nangong Xian has the Golden Crow Divine Flame, with this Divine Flame roasting, Nangong Xian knows that it will only take a few years to be able to cook it. That's a lot easier than it used to be. It used to take a lot more time to bake. I wondered if eating this Kunpeng's wings and claws this time would still cause Nangong Xian to have other changes. Nangong Xian but found out that he might not be able to get strengthened even if he ate the bodies of other great powers. But even so, it tasted good to have a meal. Especially these bird people. They roasted. It was really fragrant. Nangong Xian had arrived at a sea island where he roasted the Kunpeng's wings. The Kunpeng's body was much bigger than the three-legged golden crow. No wonder it is said that the Kun is too big to be stewed in one pot, while the Peng is too big to be cooked in two grills. It seemed that if the kunai were to be roasted, perhaps 2 islands would be needed. Nangong Xian had just roasted here for a year when he realized that someone had arrived. However, the visitor did not seem to be hostile, and Nangong Xian raised his head, only to see the arrival of an odd being wearing a crown and possessing 2 horns. Nangong Xian had seen this kind of person before, and this kind should be the dragon race. I am the Dragon King of the Western Sea, and I came here this time specifically to visit Senior Xian Turtle. Only that dragon clan member could be heard saying, "The Dragon King of the Western Sea?" After Nangong Xian heard this, he was a bit surprised and asked, "I wonder what the Dragon King of the Western Sea came here for. Do you also want to eat roasted wings together?" Roasted wings? The Dragon King of the Western Sea obviously froze for a moment after hearing Nangong Xian's words. This Dragon King of the Western Sea now realized that at his head, but now a huge claw was erected, and a wing. The wings were millions of feet in size, and now, Nangong Xian was putting some flames underneath these wings and claws. Not to mention, it's so flavorful. The Dragon King of the Western Sea had never smelled such an aroma before, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard the Turtle Prime Minister say next to him, "Your Majesty, that seems to be the wings and claws of the Kunpeng elder ancestor." These words came out, but they caused the Dragon King of the Western Sea to immediately shiver. The Dragon King of the Western Sea hurriedly said, "Senior's goodwill is appreciated by Little Dragon. Little Dragon only came here to visit Senior this time." Joking aside, who would dare to eat the Kunpeng's flesh? Only the Senior in front of him would dare to go so far. And the fact that the Dragon King of the Western Sea was so humble surprised Nangong Xian, who asked, "Dragon King of the Western Sea, what do you mean by this? Come to visit me?" Little Dragon heard that Senior but defeated Kunpeng old ancestor, so he came here to pay Senior a visit, hoping that in the future, if my West Sea Dragon Palace encounters danger, Senior will be able to help Little Dragon. West Sea Dragon King said, "I'm not really interested in stepping in and minding my own business." Nangong Xian, however, shook his head. If this is the case, it would be an honor for Little Dragon to be able to befriend Senior. The Dragon King of the Western Sea added. The Dragon King of the Western Sea did not take long to leave. He is also considered to understand. This one Xian turtle is not interested in dominating the Western Sea. He seems to have been secluded. If it is not because of this Hongmeng purple chi thing, he will not be able to make a move. However, it seemed that no one could prove that he was the one who had taken away the Hongmeng purple chi even now. However, one thing was certain. This one Xian turtle senior was quite powerful. Even Kunpeng couldn't win against him, so he was naturally very likely. Moreover, this senior was bold enough to eat the Kunpeng's flesh. The Dragon King of the Western Sea left just like that, and Nangong Xian didn't bother. After another 2 years, Nangong Xian could already feel that this Kunpeng's wings and claws were about to mature. Nangong Xian was just about to open his mouth, but at that moment, he realized that someone had arrived. Who is it this time? As soon as Nangong Xian lifted his head, he had realized that here were actually 2 great powers arriving. One man wore a red robe, his hair was white, and his face wore a kindly color. The other wore a green robe, and he had a bland smile on his face. Poverty Red Cloud. Greetings to Senior. My name is Jin Yuanzi. Meet Senior, both said at the same time. The words of the two caused Nangong Xian's eyelids to jump. He had a feeling that trouble was coming. The 2 fellow Taoists have arrived. I wonder what they are doing. Nangong Xian asked. We are being pursued by the Kunpeng and would like to ask Senior to come to our rescue, Jin Yuanzi hurriedly said. Chapter 36, both stained with karma, demanding the Book of the Earth 4 more requests. This Jin Yuanzi's words made Nangong Xian feel surprised. This one Zen Yuanzi, so direct. You want me to save you? Nangong Xian asked. Why would I go so far? Senior, we are inside the flood world. We can no longer find any other great powers that will step in to help us. This Kunpeng is the Heavenly Court Demon Master. No one dares to mess with him under the saints, and the saints will not pay any attention to us. Red Cloud sighed and said, May we be related? No. Do we know each other? Neither. That's right, we're not related, so why should I save you? Nangong Xian's words caused both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi to freeze for a moment. That's right, even if Nangong Xian had such strength, why would he step in to save them? The person who suffered such a great calamity today was only Red Cloud. and Jin Yuanzi was sort of pulled down because he wanted to step in and save Red Cloud himself. That was also because Jin Yuanzi was just a close friend of Red Cloud. But Nangong Xian isn't, so why would the current Nangong Xian risk offending the Heavenly Court in Kunpeng to save them? Now Nangong Xian's words caused Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun to look at each other in dismay, and both of them were pondering in their hearts what they could do to resolve the dilemma before them. If they wanted Nangong Xian to make a move to save them, I'm afraid they would have to pay a small price. Jin Yuanzi said, Senior Xian Turtle, the Hongmeng Purple Chi, you obtained before. What Hongmeng Purple Chi? I haven't seen it. Nangong Xian said in a flat denial. Just kidding, this Hongmeng Purple Chi is the thing of enlightenment. If people know that he got this Hongmeng Purple Chi, I am afraid that the great powers of the entire flood will come here to find trouble with Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian still wants to continue living here. Because of this, right now Nangong Xian was naturally unwilling to admit this. Seeing this, Red Cloud had no choice but to say, if Senior is willing to shelter Poverty Road is willing to give Red Cloud Gourd away. Red Cloud Gourd? What use would such a thing be to Nangong Xian? I'm not interested in the Red Cloud Gourd, Nangong Xian said. If that's the case, I wonder if Senior wants the ginseng fruit. Jin Yuanzi asked. I've heard that Jin Yuanzi's hand possesses the Book of Earth. If you are willing to gift this Book of Earth to me, I will be willing to make a move. Nangong Xian added. Nangong Xian actually asked for the Earth Book. This Earth Book was a defensive treasure, and this treasure was Jin Yuanzi's greatest treasure. If it was handed over to Nangong Xian, Jin Yuanzi's strength would surely drop quite a bit, but if they didn't hand over this piece of magic treasure, this Xian turtle in front of them wouldn't want them to. If so, Red Cloud would likely fall. It was not something that Red Cloud could cope with such a murderous calamity. Thinking of this, that Jin Yuanzi clenched his teeth and said, Fine, if Senior can really shelter us, this time, I will hand over the Earth Book to Senior. If that's the case, the two of you can stay. I'm very experienced in dealing with this Kunpeng. Nangong Xian added with a smile. The two of you can join me in eating these roasted chicken wings. Grilled chicken wings? Hearing Nangong Xian's words, this Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud both froze for a moment. It was only then that the two were able to smell, and indeed there was a scent coming from here. At the head of the two, but a huge wing appeared, and there's a paw. It's the first time that poor Taoist has smelled such a fragrance. Jin Yuanzi said, Since Senior invited us, we will not be polite. Red Cloud said. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyan sat down here as a blade of water appeared on Nangong Xian's body, chopping out chunks of flesh from the wings in that air. These meats landed in front of Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, and Nangong Xian laughed. Fellow Taoists, eat while it's hot. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi tasted it and were also quite excited about the flavor, which was, indeed, quite good. And it didn't take long for Nangong Xian to raise his head and say, It looks like that Kunpeng is back again. Outside this sea island, a figure has gradually appeared here. This one, who is it if not Kunpeng? Kunpeng saw that Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi was also sitting on this island. This island's Xian turtle, but he was impressed. Wasn't this the same Xian turtle that had defeated him before? Why did this Xian turtle even appear here? Fellow Daoist Kunpeng, would you like a bite of this roasted chicken wing? Nangong Xian inquired. Grilled chicken wings? Chapter 37 Armor Breaking Taunt. 300% 5 more requests. At that moment, Kunpeng raised his head. He had seen it. This one wing. It sure smells good. But are these really chicken wings? Kunpeng looked at this one wing, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar he felt. It was as if it was the same wing that grew on his back, and the Kunpeng suddenly remembered that he had been injured by Nangong Xian before, and one of his arms and one of his wings had been knocked down, and being roasted here. Isn't that a paw and a wing? Xian turtle, what exactly is it that you are roasting? Kunpeng immediately asked. This is of course, right, this seems to be your wings. Nangong Xian reacted and said, You want to taste your own meat? It tastes really good. You want to taste your own meat? You want to taste your own meat? Do you want to taste your own meat? This sentence echoed in Kunpeng's mind as if it were a magic voice. A wave of extreme anger appeared, as if it was going to blow up the Kunpeng's chest. This Nangong Xian actually invited him to eat his own wings. This is a blatant mockery. At this time the Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi also reacted. The two saw the meat in their hands and bit hard again. This is the meat of the enemy. If it weren't for Kunpeng, would they be in such a sorry state? Moreover, Jin Yuanzi had even lost a supreme treasure because of this one Kunpeng. The two hated to eat the Kunpeng's flesh and drink its blood, and the Kunpeng was now extremely angry. After all, this Nangong Xian together with Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud were eating his wings, and had to gnaw them off in front of him. How could this not make Kunpeng angry? Kunpeng said, "Xian Turtle, you've bullied people too much." Ding! Automatically triggered armor-breaking taunt. Power reaches 300%. The system's voice suddenly elevated Nangong Xian, and after Nangong Xian heard it, he was also a bit surprised. "It's just a little bit of meat for you, isn't it? You'll be able to grow it back anyway. Why get so worked up?" And before it was Nangong Xian's turn to speak out, Kunpeng had already struck out. This time Kunpeng's strike was quite terrifying. When this Kunpeng struck out, he unexpectedly invited thunder and storms in an instant, only to see that 70% of the territory of this western sea was now affected by the Kunpeng. Although Kunpeng was already furious, he knew that this Xian turtle was quite terrifying. Either he did not make a move, or if he did, then he had to go all out. Now this move of divine power, but it was a divine power that had condensed the Kunpeng's 100 yuan hui. If such a powerful divine power was cast, no matter which paramount saint it was, it would immediately fall. Right now, even if this Xian turtle was more powerful, it would be impossible for it to withstand this divine move of his. That storm and lightning were all condensed in one of the Kunpeng's claws at this time, and around the Kunpeng's body, but surging mana was constantly condensed. This kind of terrifying mana fluctuation was something that made people feel fearful, as if facing the end of the world. It was extremely frightening. Fear also rose in the hearts of Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. Is this the true strength of Kunpeng? Such a terrifying might. This was capable of destroying the entire Western Sea. If they didn't use that Earth book, I'm afraid that there was no chance that the two of them would be able to withstand it. And now although this Kunpeng's target was Nangong Xian, it was obvious that the Kunpeng was planning to kill them together. Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, today you will all rode together. Killing energy surged out from Kunpeng's body. Now seeing this scene, he knew that there was no way for him to escape. With Nangong Xian's speed, Nangong Xian didn't think that he would be able to run out of this Kunpeng's attack range. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi had said that as long as Nangong Xian was able to force back this Kunpeng, he would be able to give Nangong Xian the Earth Book. Although if Nangong Xian didn't want to take any chances, the ground book really smelled good. The Earth Book is issued by the Flood Membrane. Its defense is able to be compared to the innate treasure. Although this treasure of Jin Yuanzi is still being pursued by the Kunpeng, but it does not hinder its power. Now, as long as Nangong Xian could repel the Kunpeng, he would be able to obtain this Earth Book. Nangong Xian thought so. It seemed that he still had to make a move. Nangong Xian body appeared a burst of light, such a powerful light. Nangong Xian but to begin to cast all the defense aptitude. Nangong Xian never underestimated his opponents, so the moment he struck, it was with his full strength. After all, Nangong Xian was the main choice for defense, so if he retained his strength in case he was injured, wouldn't that be foolish to the extreme? A ray of light appeared on the current Nangong Xian's body. When Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun saw it, they were both shocked. This one Xian Turtle Sr., could it be that he was also going to perform some powerful divine ability? Chapter 38 No need to make a move. Fall automatically 6 more requests. Judging by the might displayed by Nangong Xian, I'm afraid that the power of this divine ability wasn't weak either. Jin Yuanzi immediately sacrificed the Book of the Earth to shelter himself and Red Cloud with this Book of the Earth. A burst of golden light appeared in the Earth Book. This Earth Book's defense was extremely powerful. Even if it withstood such a powerful strike from the Kunpeng, it would not be damaged. Of course, to withstand this strike, I'm afraid Jin Yuanzi's mana would be exhausted. In this way, one would be able to know why Jin Yuanzi had chosen Nangong Xian to take shelter. Because even with the Earth Book in place, Kunpeng was still too powerful compared to Jin Yuanzi. From this, he was also able to know that even if Jin Yuanzi had the Book of the Earth, he would not be able to shelter himself and Hong Yun in front of Kunpeng. Jin Yuanzi is also the same, not to mention the Red Cloud. Red Cloud, even if there are 99 scattered Red Cloud gourd in, it is impossible to cope with the Kunpeng. Not to mention the 99 scattered Red Cloud gourd has been damaged. It is impossible to shelter the Red Cloud. The current Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi were both only able to rely on Nangong Xian, and although a burst of light appeared on Nangong Xian's body now, but what divine ability he was going to perform, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi didn't know, and the two of them were only able to look at Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian, however, did not have the slightest intention of casting any powerful divine abilities. This was because if one were to execute a powerful attacking aptitude, it would definitely be able to cause a gust of might. Not only that, but it would even be able to make the heavens and earth change color. For someone like Kunpeng who struck out like this, its might was able to roll over 70% of the Western Sea's territory. This kind of divine ability was something that made the Dragon King of the Western Sea and the many spirits of the Western Sea feel fear. it's just that Nangong Xian's divine power, but it seems so flat. Is there something strange about this avatar? Just as Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud were feeling puzzled, Kunpeng had already struck. Kunpeng, a claw toward Nangong Xian, stabbed. This claw contains a huge power of thunder and lightning and the power of the gale. The Kunpeng 100 yuan will mana cohesion out of the divine ability, naturally has an extremely terrifying power. If this claw landed on the West Sea, it was estimated that the entire West Sea, too, would be destroyed by 90%. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud both looked at Nangong Xian, but realized that Nangong Xian surprisingly had no intention of striking. Why is that? Could it be that this one senior had no power to fight back at all? Or perhaps this senior was also intimidated by the Kunpeng strike? If that was the case, not only would they have dragged this senior down with them on this arrival, even they themselves would be in great danger. Jin Yuanzi's heart was anxious, but there was no longer any way to make a move to fend it off now. Red Cloud is even more scared pale. His heart is now also panicked. Now can only pray that this one senior can really step in to deal with Kunpeng. Kunpeng was laughing coldly in his heart. This claw of his was going to directly tear this Xian turtle's shell apart. The Kunpeng's claw had already arrived. In this instant, it was as if the Kunpeng had turned into a gigantic demonic bird that covered the sky and the sun, and that claw was even 1,000,000 feet huge. A claw slapping down as if it was even able to easily grab space and shatter it. When Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud saw that Nangong Xian still didn't have the slightest intention to make a move, they had also despaired in their hearts. My life is over. The minds of the two men thought so, and at this time, the Kunpeng's claw had already slapped on Nangong Xian's turtle shell. This turtle shell appeared a strong light. Even at this time, Kunpeng saw a small clock shadow in this turtle shell. What's going on here? A trace of incomprehension appeared in the Kunpeng's eyes. While this claw had already struck Nangong Xian, only this claw did not kill Nangong Xian, but instead made the Kunpeng feel that something was wrong. This claw, surprisingly, was directly broken, and it was as if the tremendous power of the claw had disappeared in an instant. Nangong Xian hadn't been worried from the beginning, and Nangong Xian indeed didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. Even if Nangong Xian didn't make a move, this one Kunpeng would automatically fall, because what this kunai did was clearly suicide. Before Kunpeng's strike, he had already been taunted by Nangong Xian to the point that his fleshly body was unknowingly becoming fragile. The current Kunpeng didn't feel a thing, but his horse realized that the Xian turtle's back in front of him was emitting a powerful might. Chapter 39, Kunpeng Falls. Earth Book arrives 7 more requests. Such a might was indeed terrifying. Only that Kunpeng had a feeling that this might, surprisingly, had so many similarities with his previous divine ability. What's going on here? In that instant, Kunpeng only felt a huge claw appear in front of him. This claw, surprisingly, had so many similarities with the Kunpeng. This claw, surprisingly, contained the terrifying power of wind and thunder, as if it possessed the mana of 100 yuanhui of Kunpeng. This is a case of deja vu all over again. Wasn't this exactly the ability of that one basilisk turtle back in the North Sea? Being able to bounce back all of the other party's divine abilities. Could it be that this Xian turtle now was precisely the Xian turtle of the North Sea? You. Kunpeng's eyes were filled with shock. It was absolutely correct that this one was the very same Xian turtle from the Sea of Northern Underworld. But how did this turtle get here? Why would one even encounter this basilisk turtle at a time like this? Kunpeng couldn't understand why this was the case. Did this Xian turtle have a grudge against him? While Kunpeng was furious in his heart, his body had been flooded by his own strike. This strike was the most powerful divine ability of the Kunpeng, while the Kunpeng did not expect to be killed by his own attack. Boom boom boom. The Kunpeng's body was directly blasted out, and when it landed in the sea, it was already scorched black. This Kunpeng could not even move anymore. I won't stop like this, Northern Underworld Xian Turtle. Remember that. The instant that Kunpeng's voice came, his Yuan Shen directly broke through the air. This flesh body had already been injured so heavily. There was simply no way for Kunpeng to escape with his flesh body again. The current Kunpeng was only able to escape with his Yuan Shen. Yes, that's the only way to keep the kunai alive. Other than that, there was no chance at all for the Kunpeng to be able to escape. And if it didn't directly disintegrate, then it didn't even have the slightest chance of surviving. Now that the Yuan Shen has escaped, at least it will be able to allow this Kunpeng to still have a chance to be resurrected. And as long as he can beg for a saint's hand, he will be able to let him live. And this time the red clouds in Jin Yuanzi found, here in the West China Sea, surprisingly collapsed 90% to this piece of territory space, now even appeared a crack. While Nangong Xian sighed long and hard at this time, he said, "So close, almost I fell." Nangong Xian's words caused both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi to be taken aback. Could it be that this Xian Turtle Sr. is injured? Just from the appearance, this Xian Turtle Sr. didn't have any injuries at all. That turtle shell, every piece of turtle armor didn't have cracks, not even a scratch. What's going on here? Why did this Xian Turtle Sr. say that he almost fell? It seemed that this Xian Turtle Sr. had suffered internal injuries that could not be seen, at least from the outside. And Nangong Xian's current exclamation was also because just now this Kunpeng's strength was indeed powerful, but it broke all his defenses by quite a bit. Fortunately, the turtle shell was not scratched. It seemed that the defense wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, the body's defensive aptitude shouldn't have been broken so many ways. No injuries this time, but a little vigilance is needed. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi naturally wouldn't understand Nangong Xian's go away. They only thought that Nangong Xian was injured because he was protecting them. The hearts of the two were also a bit guilty, only to hear Red Cloud say, "Senior was injured in order to protect us. We can't thank you enough." Jin Yuanzi also gave that Earth Book to Nangong Xian, saying, "Senior, this is the Earth Book, and according to what we said before, this Earth Book will belong to Senior from now on. How can this be a good thing?" Nangong Xian opened his mouth and swallowed the Earth Book before saying, "But this is a gift from fellow Daoist Jin Yuan, so I'll accept it without politeness." Although Nangong Xian swallowed the Earth Book, he only put it away, not directly devouring it like other magic treasures and making it part of his body. "This time too, I've bothered Senior. Since the Kunpeng is dead, the karma this time should also be ended." Red Cloud said, "If the two of you stay, we can still continue to roast this Kunpeng to eat. Its meat is quite tasty, and when roasted, it will definitely taste good, and with such a large Kunpeng, we can eat it together for a long time." Nangong Xian looked at the Kunpeng's corpse, his eyes glowing. Chapter 40 Absorbing the Book of Earth. Dharma Treasure Cloak. One more requests. The size of the kunai requires 2 grills. Now that this Kunpeng's corpse was here, if it was just casually discarded like this, it would be too much of a waste, and it would be better to make it cheaper for himself. It's just that Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi both looked at each other and said at the same time, "This isn't very good. We've already bothered Senior, so let's leave first." After Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi finished speaking, they immediately left. They hadn't originally known that this was actually the Kunpeng's wings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so bold. Only Nangong Xian would dare to do such a thing. After all, that Kunpeng was an ancient powerhouse, a figure contemporaneous with the saints. And although these two people were a bit moved by looking at the corpse of this Kunpeng, they still didn't dare to stay any longer. Behind Kunpeng, it's the heavenly court. What if the kunai has a chance to come back to life? And Nangong Xian was not polite. Naturally he started to roast this Kunpeng's corpse himself. It was a big bird. Nangong Xian roasted this Kunpeng while pondering whether or not to absorb this Earth Book into his body. Nangong Xian sacrificed the Book of the Earth, only to see it emit a burst of golden light. Such a golden light, but a peaceful one. This Earth Book was possessing quite a powerful defense, and with such a defense, it was definitely able to withstand the attack of an innate supreme treasure. If Nangong Xian were to devour this Earth Book, perhaps the defense could be further advanced. At least, the next time they encountered an attack from an innate supreme treasure, they should be able to withstand it as well. Nangong Xian had just thought of this, but then he realized that this Earth Book was actually able to set into a piece of his turtle armor. Nangong Xian's back tortoise shell had 3,000 pieces of tortoise armor, and now one of them, surprisingly, was emitting light, and this Earth Book even seemed to be attracted to this piece of turtle armor with each other. And Nangong Xian soon realized that this Earth Book even fused with this turtle armor. This process wasn't exactly short, but Nangong Xian was able to sense that just as this Earth Book and the tortoise armor had just fused, he was already able to conjure up the defense of the Earth Book again. It wasn't calling out the Earth Book, but rather making Nangong Xian's entire body turn into the Earth Book. This change was like Nangong Xian himself turning into an Earth Book, and as long as Nangong Xian's body wasn't destroyed, this Earth Book wouldn't lose any of its effects. If that was the case, Nangong Xian would be able to maintain a strong defense at all times. However, Nangong Xian estimated that it would take 1,000 years for the turtle armor to fuse with the Earth Book. Fortunately, now Nangong Xian was also able to utilize it. Nangong Xian in this Kunpeng's meat, which has been roasted, smells really good. And at this time, a white dragon poked a head out from the sea, a pair of eyes staring at the meat in front of Nangong Xian, seemingly gulping. "Do you want to come and taste it too?" Nangong Xian said to the white dragon. "Come over here." The dragon seemed a bit intimidated, but it couldn't resist the temptation. After Nangong Xian saw it, his face revealed a smile. Could this be a little dragon? Then wouldn't you be abducting Xiaolong yourself now? Kunpeng's spirit directly fled back to the heavenly court. Now the Kunpeng can only ask the 2 demon emperors of the heavenly court to help. If the 2 demon emperors do not take action, Kunpeng's fate is quite tragic. When Kunpeng escaped back to the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi of the Eastern Emperor were quite surprised when they saw that this one Kunpeng had ended up like this. Demon Master, what's going on? Why was your physical body actually destroyed? Only Emperor Jun could be heard asking in surprise. When I was in the Western Sea, I encountered a Xian turtle. That Xian turtle was just as powerful as my Xian turtle in the northern underworld, and possessed an extremely strong defense. It was because of this that I fell. So I asked the 2 demon emperors to save me. Kunpeng's Yuanshan said. Another Xian turtle? East Emperor Taichi asked. Could this Xian turtle be the Xian turtle of the Sea of Northern Hell? I don't know, but I'm afraid that its defense is even more powerful than the Northern Underworld Xian turtle, and moreover, it's also able to utilize the Golden Crow Divine Flame. Kunpeng said. How could it be so? The Xian turtle clan, is it so powerful? Could it be that this Xian turtle clan is going to rise? Emperor Jun was surprised. Eldest brother, how are we going to go about this now? Only the Eastern Emperor Taiyi could be heard asking. I'll take the Kunpeng Demon Master's Yuanshan to Nuwa Palace and ask for Lady Nuwa's help. Taiyi, you send someone to search for that Xian turtle in the West Sea. If it can be subdued, that's naturally the best. If it can't, then find out exactly how it's related to the Northern Underworld Xian turtle. Dijun said. Good. East Emperor Taiyi immediately said. Dijun led the Kunpeng Yuanshan to the Nuwa Palace, and outside the Nuwa Palace, there were already people waiting. Greetings, Your Majesty. Only a smile was seen on the man's face as he saluted. Chapter 41, Fleeing the Western Sea, hiding from the heavenly court. 2 more requests. Immortal Jin Ning is waiting here. It seems that Nuwa already knows that we're coming. Dijun said. That's right, please follow me, Your Majesty and Demon Master Kunpeng. Jin Ning nodded and said. Jin Ning brought the 2 to the Nuwa Palace. In the center of this hall, there is a woman. This Nuwa is wearing a long golden dress. Her head is wearing a crown. She looks so graceful and luxurious. This one is the first person after Hongjun to become a saint by enlightenment. Nuwa. Nuwa's eyes were indifferent as she said indifferently. Your intentions for coming have been understood by this seat. Please, mother, save me, Kunpeng said in a hurry. A golden light appeared in Nuwa's hand, which landed on Kunpeng's body, and Kunpeng's body immediately began to recover, his flesh remodeling, which was the divine power of a saint. Thank you, Nuwa. Thank you, Nuwa. Kunpeng immediately knelt on the ground and bowed down to Nuwa. Dijun. Nuwa said faintly. Emperor Jun is here. Emperor Jun immediately said. This seat has projected with the red embroidery ball and knows that you, Taiyi and the 2 goddesses of the Taiyin planet have a marriage, so you can go ahead and marry both of them. Nuwa said. The 2 goddesses of the Taiyin planet? After hearing Nuwa's words, Dijun's eyes lit up. The 2 Taiyin goddesses are extremely yin bodies, while you are extremely yang bodies, which is exactly suitable, and your marriage will bring about heavenly marriage merits, and the demon clan's heavenly court will, naturally, be more stable by then. Nuwa added. Yes, Emperor Jun understands. Dijun also has a little idea in his heart. The heavenly wedding merit is quite a lot, although there is no way to make them become saints, but to improve their strength, it is not difficult. And at this time, Nangong Xian was also on his way to the South Sea. Why the South China Sea? Because Nangong Xian, but he didn't want to invite trouble. If you invoke it, it's natural to flee. This time, he had utilized his counter-injury to kill this Kunpeng, and the chances of the heavenly court arriving to find himself in trouble would be very high. In this way, Nangong Xian was naturally unwilling to continue staying here. This West Sea, it's too dangerous. Nangong Xian was next, heading to the South China Sea. The South China Sea was likewise very vast, and Nangong Xian didn't believe that this Kunpeng would still find himself unless he was really so destined to him. However, the Kunpeng had also fallen, and the chances of Nangong Xian encountering him again should not be great. As Nangong Xian was leaving the Western Sea, Nangong Xian realized that that one little dragon still wanted to follow him. Nangong Xian felt amused when he thought about how it had been crying there when he drove it away. If it wasn't still small, Nangong Xian would have decided to take it with him. After all, dragons that are too small don't have much meat, and it would be too much of a waste of energy and time to raise them and then eat them. If you want to live meticulously, you have to be alone, and it's too much trouble to bring a dragon. Because of this, Nangong Xian didn't take away this one dragon. West Sea Dragon Palace. Third King's son, what's wrong with you? The Dragon King of the Western Sea asked as he looked at the sullen little dragon in front of him. Father Dragon, I met a very good senior before. I was going to leave with him, but he said I was still young. That little dragon said in displeasure. I like being with this senior very much. The meat he roasted was very tasty. If I could, I would like to stay together forever. Then you can wait until you grow up in the future, and then go to seek him out. By the way, what kind of senior is that? The Dragon King of the Western Sea asked. It's a basilisk turtle. Little Dragon said. Shen turtle? Roasted meat, could it be? After the Dragon King of the Western Sea heard it, he trembled. This senior, could he be related to his own Third King's son in any way? That's great. And immediately after, is the heavenly court of the people, but the heavenly court, even if this Western Sea will turn over all over, will not find the whereabouts of that head of the basilisk turtle, but there are a lot of turtles clan unlucky, by the heavenly court of the death of the people. All of this was not known to Nangong, who was still on his way to the South China Sea. However, this time, Nangong was a bit different from before, because behind Nangong's back, there was a pair of bone wings. This bone wing was a new divine ability that Nangong had obtained after devouring the Kunpeng, the wings of the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng wings were able to increase Nangong's speed by 10 times. This also allowed Nangong's speed to improve tremendously, and now Nangong's speed grade had become unhurried. If the Kunpeng knew that after someone had obtained his speed, he still traveled so slowly, it was expected that he would vomit blood in anger once more. This walk was hundreds of years, and Nangong finally reached the South China Sea. The South China Sea is really calm. It seems that he can continue to live here. While Nangong's mind was thinking this, a ray of light flew past the side of Nangong's head. Chapter 42, South Sea Putuo, Sihong Taoist 3 more requests. Another immortal has passed. Nangong's heart was a bit surprised. He just didn't know where the immortal came from this time. It was only when Nangong thought so that this immortal's light stopped at that moment. When Nangong took a look, he couldn't help but stare. This one immortal was, surprisingly, a female immortal. Moreover, this female immortal was wearing a long white dress, and she was quite stunning looking, while in her hand, she was holding a white bottle, which was obviously a magic treasure as well. There was a white cloud underneath this female immortal's feet, and her expression was clear and cold as she looked at Nangong. Nangong also looked at this female immortal, and the two of them stared at each other for a moment before. Nangong's heart suddenly had a bad feeling. How come the description of this female immortal is a bit like the goddess of mercy? No, there is no Guanyin yet, which means that she is a Taoist, one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. He defected to the Western Church after betraying the hierarchy. This Taoist Sihong's strength shouldn't be considered strong, but now this one person should also be in the Taiyi golden immortal realm. When Taoist Sihong was in the hierarchy, he was not valued by the first heavenly father, and after arriving in the Western sect, he did not receive any benefits. What this person had done was not too bad, and he was still a compassionate person to the human race. This was the comprehensive evaluation that Nangong had given to this Taoist Sihong. Of course, this was only before Nangong knew her. Now this Taoist Sihong looked at Nangong. She suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist has a destiny with me. Why don't you follow the poor Taoist back to Putuo Mountain? Be the poor Taoist's mount." As a mount? Nangong's face looked a bit odd when he heard this Taoist Sihai's words. The other great powers of the flood all want to catch some majestic beasts, and this one Sihong Taoist is good, even like to catch turtles to use as mounts. This was something that made Nangong feel quite puzzled and surprised, but Nangong immediately said, "If you, fellow Taoist, want a mount, I am not suitable." Unsuitable? I'm afraid that's not the case. I see that you, Taoist friend, are not bad, and you also have a destiny with the poor Taoist. If you are willing to become my mount, it will definitely be of great benefit. Taoist Sihong said. Greatly beneficial? Nangong asked. That's right, the poor Taoist is a disciple of the Hierophant sect, Taoist Sihong, and the poor Taoist's master is the sage Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Only Sihong Dao was heard. Nangong heard what this Bei Heng said, but felt a little surprised. This Ci Hang said that she was a disciple of the hierarchy, but did not say that she was one of the hierarchy's 12 golden immortals. Perhaps now is the time to say that the hierarchy has not yet seen the 12 golden immortals. After all, the hierarchy was not established for too long, and Yuan Shi accepts disciples, but it is not the same as Tongtian. Tongtian accepts disciples, but there is a teaching, and Yuan Shi accepts disciples, but it is about the blessed fate, and every disciple is a blessed golden immortal. Because of this, So the beginning of the collection of disciples is not so easy. This Hierophant 12 Golden Immortals, I believe that now also has not yet fully appeared. Of course, this didn't have much to do with Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian just wanted to get rid of this Taiyi Taoist now. Nangong Xian had managed to cross over here with great difficulty and had cultivated for so many years, not for the sake of being someone else's mount. Therefore, not to mention Sihong, even if a saint were to arrive, Nangong Xian would not be willing. Even the mounts of saints were just mounts. Moreover, the Hierophantism has no future. The Hierophantism, like the Interceptorism, will disappear after the God sealing. So if Nangong Xian wanted to live on, he might as well head to the Western sect. Of course, Nangong Xian wasn't willing to join the disciples of the two of them shameless saints. So Nangong Xian, after thinking about it, decided to continue to meddle on his own. Nangong Xian refused at the drop of a hat. Fellow Daoist Sihong, I'm not willing to become your mount. I have other things to do. So I'll take my leave first. Nangong Xian was naturally unwilling to stay, and he immediately intended to leave. If Nangong Xian unfolded his Kunpeng wings, his speed would also be able to reach a third of the speed of other Taiyi Golden Immortals. However, if he didn't spread his wings, his speed was quite slow, only 1/10 of the speed of a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Because of this, Cixi was the one who came after him at once. Chapter 43, Xuan's outburst, wants to collect Xian Turtle 4 more requests. Sihong was not as strong as Nangong Xian, so he could not tell how strong Nangong Xian was. But Sihong had a feeling that this Xian Turtle was not simple. The fact that this Xian Turtle was running so slowly was already enough to show that its realm was not high. If that was the case, he still had a chance to take it in himself now. Nangong Xian didn't realize that the speed at which he was fleeing with all his might had turned into a proxy for weakness in Sihong's eyes. After all, it was true that one had never seen an existence who had actually learned all of the defense divine abilities and was not even willing to learn more of the other divine abilities. Kirin had come after him in a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Xian Turtle, the poor Taoist is only doing this for your own good. If you follow the poor Taoist, you may even have a chance to receive guidance from a saint. The poor Taoist will intercede for you on behalf of my master, and will definitely be able to allow you to receive guidance from my master. As long as you are willing to follow the poor Taoist and become his mount, the poor Taoist won't treat you poorly either." Inside the flood world, there are quite a few great powers who want to be instructed by saints, but there aren't many who can do so. This is a blessing for you, fellow Taoist. Nangong Xian heard it, but he sneered in his heart. Yes, it was indeed good to be able to receive guidance from saints, but the God-sealing quantum revelation was nowhere near. If it came to the God-sealing measure, Nangong Xian didn't know if Yuanshi would make himself cannon fodder. After all, Yuanshi was quite ruthless, and if Yuanshi was really like that, no one would be able to stop him. And before Nangong Xian had certified to the way of the mixed world, he was always still an ant. Wanting to be instructed by a saint was owing karma, and it was still owing karma to a saint. So how could Nangong Xian be willing to do so? Nangong Xian immediately then said, "Fellow Daoist Sihong, my mind is made up. Please don't follow me anymore." Nangong Xian being like this made Sihong's eyebrows raise, and Sihong immediately said, "Well, in that case, fellow Daoist, then I'm offended." After Hang finished speaking, she only saw a light appear in the goat jade purifying vase in her hand. A burst of white light appeared inside this sheep's fat jade purifying vase, enveloping it towards Nangong Xian. "Fellow Daoist Sihong, what do you mean by this? Why do you have to chase after me?" Nangong Xian was a bit depressed. It was logical that this Sihong shouldn't be like this. Nangong Xian had already rejected Sihong a few times, so why would she even come to catch Nangong Xian to use as a mount? "Fellow Daoist, the poor Taoist has a feeling that you are not an ordinary Xian turtle," Sihong added, "and I've recently heard that within the flood world, your Xian turtle clan is going to rise. That's why I want to make you, fellow Daoist, my mount." "The Xian turtle clan is going to rise? What is the meaning of this?" Nangong Xian asked. The white light landed on Nangong Xian's body, but it did not pose the slightest threat to Nangong Xian. Rumor has it that there is a Xian turtle in the sea of the northern underworld that can defeat the eastern emperor Taiyi, and in the western sea, there is also a Xian turtle that can kill the Kunpeng elder ancestor, and inside the South China Sea, it also allowed the poor Taoist to meet you, fellow Taoist. So naturally, the poor Taoist is not willing to let go of this opportunity, Sihong said. After Nangong Xian heard this, his heart was a bit depressed. North Underworld Xian Turtle, West Sea Xian Turtle, isn't that all me? Originally, Nangong Xian just wanted to live a good life, but what he didn't expect was that he seemed to be able to encounter things wherever he went. First Kunpeng invoked it, then the heavenly court struck. even after escaping to the West Sea, and now come to this South China Sea, originally intended to calm for a period of time, but met this Ci Hang Taoist. Looking at this Taoist Sihang's appearance, it seemed that he would not rest until he captured Nangong Xian. I don't really know how the Xian turtle clan is, but I'm just a mediocre South Sea Xian turtle, Nangong Xian hurriedly said. Whether or not fellow Taoist is mediocre, the poor Taoist needs to take a look to find out. After Sihang finished speaking, she was only seen raising her jade hand, and the willow branch that was inside that sheepskin jade purifying vase immediately appeared. That willow branch flicked, and in that instant, a terrifying wave of air immediately appeared out. As a disciple under Yuan Shi's door and one of the future hierarchy's 12 golden immortals, although Sihang was not valued by Yuan Shi, her strength was still not something that an ordinary Taiyi golden immortal could compare to. In Ci Hang's hand of the goat's fat jade net vase, although only a piece of product innate spiritual treasure, but after Yuan Shi's some refining, its power is also quite outstanding, especially that willow branch, is another piece of product innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 44, Mediocre. South Sea Xian Turtle 5 more requests. It was because of this that Sihang's strength was not weak, and now with this strike, he wanted to restrain Nangong Xian and then take Nangong Xian away. Sihang's goal was only to capture Nangong Xian away, not to kill him, so this time he struck. He only used 30% of the Yan Lu branch's power, and when this 30% power attack landed on Nangong Xian's turtle shell, Nangong Xian was able to block it without even using divine powers, and this attack did not slow down Nangong Xian's speed. Sihang also felt quite surprised when she saw that her strikes had not caused damage to Nangong Xian. What Sihang had originally thought was that even though she was only using 30% of her power, she should be able to cause damage to Nangong Xian. But now, it seemed that this was not the case, as Nangong Xian was not injured or even affected in the slightest. If that was the case, then one would be able to know that the attack from Sihai just now had no effect at all. Sihang was not willing to give up just like that, only to see Sihang once again flick the willow branch. This time, Sihang was using 70% of her strength. The green light instantly brushed towards Nangong Xian's back, but this time, just like just now, surprisingly did not cause a bit of damage, which is a bit unbelievable. How could it be so? If one were to look at it like this, the defense ability of this basilisk turtle was too powerful. It seems that what the poor Taoist guessed wasn't wrong. Your Xian turtle clan, indeed, has awakened some kind of talent that can allow you to have such a strong defense. Please follow the poor Taoist, Sihang immediately said. After Sihang's words, Nangong Xian still continued to flee. Seeing this, Sihang had no choice but to go all out, and this time, only Sihang's willow branch and the goat's white jade vase were seen to be radiating light. The two rays of light were able to increase the power of both of these magic treasures substantially, and this time Sihang's mana had been injected into that willow branch. This strike, but it was exerting Sihang's full power, and Nangong Xian was also a bit impatient. This Sihang kept arriving. It was really abominable. If that was the case, then there was only one thing that could be done. Although the original Nangong Xian did not intend to make a move, this Sihang bullied the turtle too much. When the light from that willow branch blasted towards Nangong Xian, however, erupted a golden light at that moment. That one green light disappeared in an instant. After seeing it, Sihang couldn't help but change her face. How could she not expect it to be like this? This attack didn't even work? This was an attack that he had struck out with his full strength, and just as Sihang thought so, he only saw another light appear from the back of that Xian turtle. What appeared this time was surprisingly a green light. Sihang was naturally able to recognize that this was the light that she had just emitted from using the willow poplar branch. Kiran had to use sheep's white jade fat to fend it off. Boom! The body of Sihang was blasted out, and this strike had blasted this Sihang into unconsciousness. The last thought before Kiran passed out was, is this really just a mediocre basilisk turtle? Sihang crashed to the surface of the sea. Nangong Xian turned back to look at Sihang's unconscious appearance, his mind pondering whether or not to make a move. Sihang had just been chasing after Nangong Xian, quite annoying to Nangong Xian. If he killed her, he would naturally be able to avoid the trouble, but in that case, he would be stained with great karma. Each of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy is a blessed golden immortal, and these 12 golden immortals can all be Yuan Shi's personal disciples. That is to say, as long as Nangong Xian dares to kill this Sihang, Yuan Shi will definitely pursue the matter. Nangong Xian didn't think that he would be able to hide in front of a saint. Saints might not be able to be omniscient, but it definitely wouldn't be difficult to figure out who the disciples under their doors had been injured by. Because of this, that was why the current Nangong Xian felt a bit troubled. To kill, or not to kill? Nangong Xian thought about killing. That was definitely not an option. If he killed Sihang and the saints came to the door, Nangong Xian would probably die. Nangong Xian finally decided that he should have left an impressive lesson in Sihong's body, so that he could also keep her from coming back for more trouble. A golden light appeared on Nangong Xian's body, and a mouthful of flame was sprayed onto Sihong's body. A basilisk turtle-like pattern was left behind on Sihong's body. Nangong Xian believed that how could Sihong not erase it or tell anyone about it. Chapter 45, Senior Sister Sihong, why are you injured? 6 more. Nangong Xian immediately left from here. It didn't take long for Sihong to wake up, and she immediately took out a garment to cover herself up. Sihong even felt an additional brand on his body. This was a source of shame and anger for Sihong, and it must have been the work of that Xian turtle. But why was this Xian turtle so strong? Sihong was very clearly aware that at that time, even with her full strength, she was unable to injure that Xian turtle, which had rebounded back with the attack she had sent out. Such a powerful attack made Xiang feel quite surprised and astonished. Moreover, this Xian turtle didn't make a move to kill her. Sihong had been knocked unconscious and seriously injured before, so if this Xian turtle wanted to kill her, it would easily be able to do so. This Xian turtle, however, did not go so far as to leave a brand on her body. In this way, it's a warning. Yes, exactly. The basilisk turtle was warning her to get out of its way. Despite this, what this basilisk turtle had done made Sihong feel quite angry and shy. This was a turtle, but it was too much to dare to do such a thing. While Sihong was annoyed in his heart, he also started to use the Yang Zhigan Luo inside the goat jade purification bottle. This Yang Zhigan Luo was a holy product for healing. It was quite good. Sihong was able to recover 50 to 60% of his body in one go. If he went back to seclusion for 100 years, he would surely be able to fully recover. Although Sihong's heart had hatred towards Nangong Xian, she felt a bit complicated again when she thought that Nangong Xian did not make a move to kill her. The present Sihong still decided to go back to Putua Mountain first. Sihong had just gone back to Putua Mountain and had already noticed the arrival of 2 Taoists. These 2 Taoists turned out to be Guang Chengzi and Taiyi. Guang Chengzi is the first disciple of the hierarchy. The talent is extremely outstanding. Now Guang Chengzi is the most powerful of all the disciples of the hierarchy, and it has been cultivated to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Although Taiyi had not yet reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he was already at the Taiyi Golden Immortal Perfection realm. Both of them could be said to be quite powerful. Senior brother Guang Chengzi, senior brother Taiyi, what brings you here? Sihong asked. Senior sister Sihong, we were passing through the South Sea, so we came here to visit you, but we didn't see you. Ha! Senior sister, how did you get injured? Guang Chengzi was surprised. Sihong's aura was a bit shriveled, and from this, it was also able to be seen that Sihong should have been injured. I came across a Xian turtle on the road. I was going to subdue it, but I didn't expect to be injured by it. Sihong sighed and said, Senior sister Sihong, you were actually injured by this Xian turtle? This is so bold. Upon hearing this, Taiyi immediately said angrily, even our hierarchy disciples dare to be injured. Eldest brother, we absolutely cannot let him go. Recently the Xian turtle clan seems to have appeared 2 very powerful existences, but they were in the North Sea and the West Sea respectively. I didn't expect that surprisingly the South China Sea would also see the appearance of a Xian turtle that is so powerful. Guang Chengzi said, yes, this Xian turtle is indeed more powerful than Sihong. That's why Sihong was injured. Sihong said helplessly, in that case, senior sister Sihong, you can rest well, and it's not good for us to disturb you much longer. Guang Chengzi said. Soon after the 3 of them met, Taiyi and Guang Chengzi had left. Xiang sighed and began to close the door to recover his body. Just after walking out of this Putua mountain, Taiyi asked, eldest brother, this Xian turtle is surprisingly so detestable. We must go and find him and take a breath of fresh air for sister Sihong. You're right, we should indeed go about it that way. Only Guang Chengzi could be heard saying. Taiyi then said, but we don't have a way to search for the whereabouts of that Xian turtle. There's no need to worry. I have the divine ability to be able to find this Xian turtle. This is an ability that was passed down to me by my master, called the Jade Clear Divine Pupil. Guang Chengzi said, really? Please ask eldest brother to make a move. Upon hearing this, Taiyi immediately said. Guang Chengzi nodded his head, only to see a light blossom within his brow at that moment. After this ray of light appeared, it quickly transformed into a vertical eye. This one vertical eye was none other than the Jade Clear Divine Pupil. Chapter 46, Taiyi defeated. Guanqing injured 7 more requests. Jade Clear Divine Pupil is not an ordinary pupil art. When this pupil art is performed, it is a large amount of mana. The current Guang Chengzi was able to see a large area with a single glance when he used this divine pupil. Guang Chengzi mainly wanted to search for the Xian turtle. Nangong Xian had already dived under the water again, ready to hide and cultivate. Nangong Xian thought that after he hid himself, no one should find himself again. But Nangong Xian was still wrong. Nangong Xian soon sensed that there was a pair of eyes peering at him, while Nangong Xian was now motionless. This pair of eyes, shortly after gazing at Nangong Xian, had shifted away. Nangong Xian thought that this was already the end, but he soon realized again that that pair of eyes had actually turned around again. Shortly afterward, it moved away again. Over the next several years, Nangong Xian realized that this pair of eyes had returned to peer at him at least 20 times. Which person has been spying on him or her? Nangong Xian, on the other hand, realized at this time that there were actually two Dao Lords approaching where he was hiding. Poverty Road is Hierophant disciple Guang Qingzi. This one is my senior brother Taiyi Returns. We came this time because we want to inquire about one thing about you. Daoist. Guang Qingzi's voice came out. However, Nangong Xian did not have the slightest intention of answering. This Guang Qingzi can't be talking about himself, right? You don't think so? Nangong Xian didn't respond, and naturally, there was no way he would give a response. Guang Qingzi and Taiyi glanced at each other, both of them feeling a bit surprised. Is this turtle deaf? What we're inquiring about is about senior sister Sihong. Taiyi also said, Sister Sihong? Isn't that the Taoist priest Sihong? In that case, it seemed that these two Taoists were really here to find themselves. The arrival of the two golden immortals of the hierarchy was not a good thing. Although Nangong Xian didn't want to come out, there seemed to be no way out. The two fellow Taoists have arrived. I wonder what the purpose is. Nangong Xian spoke. Nangong Xian emerged from his body, only to see that Nangong Xian's body now seemed to be 1,000 feet in size, floating up as if it was a boulder. Indeed, it is the Xian Turtle clan. Were you the one who injured senior sister Sihong? Since this is the case, we will seek justice for senior sister. After Guang Qingzi finished speaking, he was only seen blasting out his palm. In that instant, that Guang Qingzi's palm was actually able to condense such an enormous amount of mana, and a gigantic palm of 100,000 feet fell in an instant. The power of this attack was quite terrifying. Nangong Xian took a look and was also a bit surprised. Worthy of being under a saint's disciple, his strength was powerful. This strike had already exceeded the strength of an average Great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a terrifying strike was simply unbelievable. But now the target of this strike was Nangong Xian. Other people couldn't withstand the attack, but it didn't mean that Nangong Xian couldn't do the same. Nangong Xian was also someone who had seen a lot of storms, even if it was a paramount saint. Nangong Xian had seen the other party strike. This Guang Qingzi was only a Great Luo Golden Immortal, and this one Great Luo Golden Immortal's outburst naturally wouldn't pose the slightest threat to Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian didn't need to use divine abilities at all. With the defensive power of this turtle shell, it was already enough. Still, Nangong Xian's back, a sharp thorn appeared at this time. This Guang Qingzi's strike fell, and in the next second, Guang Qingzi let out a miserable scream. This one voice stunned Taiyi as well. When Taiyi looked, Guang Qingzi's palm had turned into a bloody mess. Bold, how dare you hurt my senior brother? After Taiyi finished speaking, the duster in his hand swept towards Nangong Xian. A ray of light had instantly blasted onto Nangong Xian's back, but it didn't affect Nangong Xian one bit. Although Nangong Xian didn't want to cause trouble, but now that people were looking for the door, then Nangong Xian wouldn't be polite. Boom! A loud sound appeared, only to see that the light from the duster blasted into Nangong Xian's back, and in the next second it had rebounded back. That Taiyi's body was instantly blown away. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Boom! At this moment, only a loud noise could be heard emerging. That thunderous voice caused both Guang Qingzi and Taiyi to be taken aback, and in Nangong Xian's body, at this time, 9 white dragon heads suddenly appeared. These 9 dragon heads can be composed of lightning. 9 heavenly thunder dragon technique. Guang Qingzi and Taiyi were bombarded by this lightning at the same time, and both of them were bombarded out at the same time, turning scorched black all over their bodies. I don't want to see you guys again. Get out immediately. If you come back, don't blame me for not being polite. Nangong Xian threatened. Chapter 47, Burning Lamp's Anger, descends to the South Sea. One more requests. If it wasn't for the fact that the two were backed by saints, Nangong Xian would be about to kill them right now. And now, even though these two had lost to Nangong Xian and were even injured, Yuanshi shouldn't have stepped in. After all, Yuanshi was also a saint and could not easily descend to deal with Nangong Xian. Of course, Nangong Xian also needed to do some math. After all, Yuanshi might also be shameless in order to defend his disciples. That's likely how Sanshao would die later on, so Nangong Xian still needed to be careful, but at the very least, Forcing these two Hierophant golden immortals back now was a must. The faces of Guang Chengzi and Taiyi were pale, and both of them knew that they were simply no match for Nangong Xian. That's why the two immediately fell away now. Nangong Xian carefully examined his body and was relieved after realizing that there wasn't the slightest sign of injury. Looks like another bullet dodged. So close. Nangong Xian immediately swam away. He had to leave the sea quickly. Guang Chengzi and Taiyi both went back to the Jade Void Palace, and originally wanted to look for Yuan Shi, but Yuan Shi was now in seclusion. If there were no major events, it would naturally not be possible to alarm the first of all. Moreover, once Yuan Shi closes the door, thousands or even 10,000 years may pass before he comes out. During this time, the affairs of the hierarchy will still be headed by the Burning Lamp. So Guang Chengzi and Taiyi found the Burning Lamp at the same time. Burning Lamp was also with the saints at that time, to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon of the people. He was that Yangmei Taoist coffin in front of the coffin of the casket lamp transformed. The heel is not bad. Unfortunately, there was no blessing, so the fact that the Burning Lamp was able to become a paraclete was already his greatest achievement. Burning Lamp follows the beginning, has been in the hierarchy to teach the other hierarchy disciples. In the beginning of the seclusion, it is also by him to teach these disciples divine power, so the hierarchy disciples see Burning Lamp, will be honored to call a teacher. Now Guang Chengzi and Taiyi immediately found the Burning Lamp. Teacher Burning Lamp, we've been bullied by a basilisk turtle this time. Only Guang Chengzi could be heard saying, there is actually such a thing? After hearing this, the Burning Lamp was a bit surprised. The Burning Lamp inquired about what had happened before, for Guang Chengzi and Taiyi to be injured, but it made him feel quite surprised. 2 golden pills appeared in the Burning Lamp's hand and said, this is the 9 revolutions golden pill of Saint Tai Ching. After you take it, you will recover. The two of them took this golden elixir and immediately felt their bodies recovering. Teacher, then this one thing. Only heard that Guang Chengzi asked. This matter will be handled by me. It seems that I also need to make a trip to the South Sea. I would like to see what this Xian turtle is capable of. How dare he hurt my hierarchy disciples? Burning Lamp coldly said. The Burning Lamp's heel is not bad, and it has been cultivated for such a long time, so now it is also in the quasi-saint realm. Burning Lamp hand also has a number of magic treasures. Naturally will not think that a basilisk turtle can help him. Teacher, please be careful. This Xian turtle clan has appeared a few powerful existences. In the sea of the northern underworld, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi led 10 million demon clans to deal with that northern underworld Xian turtle, but they were injured by this Xian turtle. Only heard Guang Chengzi said, that's right, in the Western Sea, there is also a Xian turtle. This Xian turtle was even able to kill that Kunpeng. Very powerful. Taiyi also said, that is also the northern underworld and the Western Sea. Now the Xian turtle that you have encountered is in the South Sea. If so, if I were to deal with it, it would not be difficult. Burning Lamp said, although the Burning Lamp is not compared to the East Emperor Taichi in Kunpeng, but this one Xian turtle is not in the North Underworld and the West China Sea. So it seems that this Xian turtle should not be the same head, which is not good to be afraid of. The Burning Lamp turned into a ray of light and went over to that South Sea. Eldest senior brother, do you think that Teacher Burning Light can handle that one Xian turtle? Only Taiyi could be heard asking. Teacher Burning Lamp is also a paramount saint. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with that Xian turtle, so we'll just wait here for teacher's good news. Guang Chengzi said. Nangong Xian didn't know about all of this. The current Nangong Xian entered into cultivation again. At this time, Nangong Xian felt that he had made a breakthrough in his realm. Ding! The host's cultivation level has increased and is currently at the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and is eligible for a reward. It has been detected that the host's Yuanshan is too weak and easily detected, so the following 3 rewards are available to the host. Chapter 48 Yuanshan Barrier. Unable to scout 2 more requests. 1. The Genjutsu Barrier Technique. 2. Genjutsu Archery. 3. Yuanshan Sword Technique. Of the 3 divine abilities, it was obvious that only the first one was a defensive divine ability, and it was also a defensive divine ability that utilized the Yuanshan. Nangong Xian naturally needed to choose the first one, in Nangong Xian's mind, but at this time, a mysterious spell appeared. This kind of spell could allow Nangong Xian Yuanshan to enhance its defense, and this defense enhancement was still quite exaggerated. On top of that, Nangong Xian was also able to use a Yuanshan barrier. A Yuanshan barrier that allowed a defense to appear outside of Nangong Xian's Yuanshan. Not only that, as long as Nangong Xian's Yuanshan barrier didn't disappear, he wouldn't be able to be searched for by other people's Yuanshan. Nangong Xian's Yuanshan barrier only needs to consume a small amount of mana to be able to cast out, and can be used for a long time, if there is this Yuan Shen barrier. Before, like that Guangchengzi cast out of the Jade Clear Divine Pupil, there is no way to be able to find out. This Jade Clear Divine Pupil possessed considerable scouting abilities, but it needed to be together with the Yuan Shen to be able to peek. Now that Nangong Xian had obtained this Yuan Shen barrier technique, he could finally feel a little more at ease. In this way, as long as Nangong Xian hid deep enough, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to find themselves in such a vast South Sea. Sure enough, the South Seas is where one belongs. It's always a little more reassuring to be here. This time, as long as that saint didn't make a move, it was believed that he wouldn't be able to find Nangong Xian. Taiyi Star. There are millions of demon clans that have appeared here, and these demon clans have arrived with bride price and palanquins. These demon races were none other than the demon races from the heavenly court. One could only hear a demon race shouting, "Our heavenly court demon emperors, His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty Taiyi, have specially arrived to propose marriage to the two Taiyin goddesses." That demon race's voice echoed throughout the entire Taiyin Star, but this Taiyin Star, however, didn't have the slightest response. This demonic race shouted 3 more times, but it was all the same. This was a bit of a surprise to both East Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun, and a demon race went to the Taiyin planet, then hurriedly returned, saying, "It's bad, Your Majesty Taiyi, Your Majesty D. Jun." According to that child from the Taiyin planet palace, the two Taiyin goddesses have already left this place. How could this be? Where have these two Taiyin goddesses gotten to? Emperor Jun asked with a frown. It seems to be heading to the East Sea, that demon clan said. Goddess Taiyin traveled to the East China Sea? What do they want? The burning lamp searched the entire South China Sea, but was never able to find Nangong Xian. This was quite depressing for the burning lamp. The burning lamp had already searched for 1,000 years and had not found Nangong Xian. Could it be that the turtle has left the South China Sea? Or perhaps this Xian turtle had some magical ability that could shield his search? If that's the case, it's not impossible. Just as the burning lamp was thinking so, he realized that not far away, there was a light. This light, but it means that it is a treasure coming out. It was at least a magical treasure at the level of a pin innate spiritual treasure. Seems like he's in luck. While burning lamp was thinking so, he realized that on the other side, there were also a few Taoists arriving, and the one at the head was actually the Earth Store King of the Western sect. This Earth Store King is also considered a rising star of the Western sect, with outstanding talent and a resourcefulness. That this one Earth Store King would appear here surprised Burning Lamp. At this point in time, the Burning Lamp and the Earth Store King both stopped at the side of a small island. The light just now was coming from that small island. "Fellow Daoist Lantern, please return. This treasure has a destiny with my Western sect." Only that Earth Store King could be heard saying with a smile, "No, Earth Store King, it's only right that this piece of treasure has a destiny with me. It's better to ask you to go back." Burning Lamp shook his head and said, "When fellow Daoist Lantern says this, could it be that he wants to fight with Poverty Road?" Earth Store King asked again. "Earth Store King, you're just a great Luo Golden Immortal. Do you think you have the strength to compare yourself to me?" The Burning Lamp said indifferently. Even if the Burning Lamp is not as strong as the other flood powers, it is after all a quasi-saint, and the strength of a quasi-saint is quite a bit more powerful than that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. The Earth Store King in front of him had underestimated himself too much by saying so. A great Luo Golden Immortal. Did he also have the qualifications to win over himself? That's simply impossible. It looks like we'll only be able to go out and do a battle too, the Earth Hidden King said. The Burning Lamp felt a bit puzzled. Where on earth did the Earth Store King get his confidence? Did this Earth Store King think he could win against himself? Chapter 49, The King of Earthly Treasures is present. Battling the Burning Lamp 3 more requests. No matter what, he, Burning Lamp, would not lose. Although the Earth Hidden King was powerful, how could it be that he was only a great Luo Golden Immortal? Those disciples of the Western sect behind the Earth Store King were even more so with only one Taiyi Golden Immortal, and the others were even weaker. It seems that Earthseeker is leading a tour here this time. Instead, Burning Lamp was alone, and both were able to sense that there were treasures on this island that they were not willing to give up to each other. The Western sect was originally a land of poverty, and it was difficult to find an innate spiritual treasure in the Western lands, and it was because of this that the Western sect came to the Eastern lands, and this South China Sea is one of those places. Now that he saw that there were treasures out here, he naturally wouldn't be polite. How could the Earth Store King not be willing to let go of a pin innate spiritual treasure? The Burning Lamp was so much more powerful than the Earth Store King, and he was even more unwilling to have the Dharma treasure that had come to him fly away. Since you're going to say so, Earth Store King, then please take your hand. Fellow Daoist. After Burning Lamp finished speaking, he was only seen offering up a string of rosary beads and faintly said, "Good." The Earth Store King's hand also offered up a golden mantle. The magic treasures of the two hands simultaneously appeared with an intense golden light, and in this instant, both of their magic treasures began to collide together. The Western sect disciples behind the Earth Store King immediately retreated. A battle of this level was not something they could interfere with, and as these two magic treasures collided, in this instant, a terrifying storm unexpectedly appeared. It was as if the seas were destroyed here. That one island, however, was not destroyed. This was something that neither of them had noticed, as both of the great powers were now focusing on the battle. These two people's divine abilities and magic treasures simultaneously erupted at this time. All you see here is the constant destruction of the sea, and in this battle, it was clear that Earth Store King was the one who had fallen behind. It was simply impossible for a great Luo Golden Immortal to battle a paragon. If it were not for the fact that the magic treasure in this Earth Store King's hand was indeed good and had been refined by Junti, the current Earth Store King would have already lost. Seeing this, that burning lamp but sneered and said, "Earth Store King, you have already lost. Do you still want to battle on?" "Who said I lost? It's only the beginning now." After the Earth Hidden King finished speaking, he only saw a green light appear in his hand. "This is?" That burning lamp, after seeing, cannot help but face changed greatly. This one light, but quite special. This light once fell to the Earth Tibetan King's golden bowl. Immediately let that golden bowl appear a burst of golden light. Such a golden light, let a person feel incredible. The power of this golden mantle, even able to enhance 10 times 2. Burning Lamp's rosary was destroyed in an instant, and this rosary fell directly to the island. The Burning Lamp's rosary was also a innate spiritual treasure of good power, and he would naturally be heartbroken if it was damaged like this. However, in the hand of the Burning Lamp, there is another magic treasure. That is precisely the measuring tape. This measuring tape, immediately appeared a burst of golden light. The measuring ruler's function was to be able to measure heaven and earth, so now the measuring ruler instantly became 10,000 feet in size and slashed down towards the Earth Hidden King. After the Earth Store King saw it, his face also showed a hint of surprise. A magic treasure of such power. This was an extreme innate spirit treasure. This burning lamp is really powerful. To have such a supreme treasure, the power of an extreme great innate spiritual treasure was far too powerful compared to the power of a great innate spiritual treasure. If it was an unusual time, the Earth Hidden King wouldn't have had a chance to win at all. But not anymore. This golden mantle was now a constantly glowing green color. Such a radiance was able to block the strike of this heaven measuring ruler. Burning Lamp was horrified in his heart. What was going on? Could it be that the leaf just now was the leaf of the 7 treasures wonderful tree? Burning Lamp suddenly exclaimed, "That's right, this is exactly the treasure that Saint Junti gave me. With this leaf here, I will be able to utilize a sliver of Saint Junti's Yuanshan. Burning Lamp, you have already lost. If you leave now, then you can still leave a little face." Earth Store King said. This turned out to really be the leaves of the 7 treasure wonderful tree. If that was the case, with this leaf in place, that golden mantle would also be able to exert the power of an extreme innate spiritual treasure in a short period of time. Chapter 50. This place is weird. Both of them will lose. 4 more requests. However, after this period of time, this golden bowl would probably be damaged quite a bit. Even so, the current Earth Store King still wanted to take the island's treasures into his hands, and it doesn't hesitate to consume a leaf of the 7 treasure wonderful tree. This leaf of the 7 treasure wonderful tree was estimated to take 1,000,000 years to grow, and one would be able to save the life of this Earth Store King. Because of this leaf, however, is quite treasured. The current Jizo King used it without the slightest bit of hesitation. Burning Lamp's heart is also hesitating now. If the battle continues, with Burning Lamp's strength, there is no way to cope with the Earth Store King. A trace of a Saint's Yuanshan power was also quite terrifying. It's just that this island, but there's also a innate spiritual treasure. Just give this one treasure away? When Burning Lamp thought of this, he clenched his teeth and said, "Earth Store King, if you can catch this move of mine, this piece of magic treasure will be yours." That Burning Lamp finished, only to see the measuring tape appeared a burst of intense light. So light, all of a sudden has shown half of the South China Sea. This light was quite terrifying, and the power of the Burning Lamp's strike caused the Earth Store King to be moved by it. Is this the full power of the lantern? If it wasn't for the help of the leaves of the 7 treasure wonderful tree, the Earth Store King wouldn't have had a chance to win at all. But now, the power of this strike was so astonishing that it could not be resisted. And even if the Earth Store King possessed this leaf of the 7 treasures wonderful tree, there would only be defeat as an outcome. Boom! That Earth Store King's golden mantle now also appeared to have a green glow. surprisingly not inferior to this heavenly measuring ruler in the slightest. These two rays of light began to collide together at this time. A huge force exploded on this small island all at once, and with this such a terrifying force, if it was normal, this island would have been destroyed several times already. Even the 10 million miles of range seas here have been destroyed. Only now, this one island is not destroyed. And what was even more terrifying was that the terrifying might emitted by the two magic treasures here was actually still rising. It was as if these two magic treasures were once again sending out an avatar attack. This time, both of the two great powers were involved in this light, and they were blasted at once, spewing blood out at the same time. Only half of that Earthstore King's body was seen to have been blown up. Fortunately his head and heart were not damaged, and the burning lamp had also lost an arm, and his face now looked pale. Both of them surprisingly possessed such amazing strength, but now, both of them had suffered such serious injuries, and at the last minute, both men sensed something was wrong. It felt as if their magic treasure was out of control. It was just that the mana of the two hands, but there didn't seem to be any problems appearing. However, this place seems to be very strange. It seems that we still have to leave here quickly. That's right, this place isn't safe at all, and you can get into trouble at any time. Burning lamp but feel that this place is quite bizarre. And this island, even now has not been destroyed. Is not the treasure here is not just a product of the innate spiritual treasure so simple? If that was the case, it was possible that it was that one treasure that was protecting this island. It seems that the one who wins this time is me. Even if you have this 7 treasure wonderful trees fragment in your hand, there's no way you can win against me. Only hearing this time, that burning lamp face revealed a cold smile. The strength of the burning lamp was so terrifying. In his current state, the Earthstore King indeed had no chance of winning this burning lamp, but the Earthstore King didn't think he had lost. I haven't lost yet, the Earth Hidden King said. By now, you even think you haven't lost? Earthstore King, what other means do you have? The burning lamp faintly said. At this time, that one leaf but at this time, an even brighter light suddenly appeared. The light that appeared from this leaf was quite dazzling, and a figure unexpectedly appeared out from inside this leaf at this time. Burning lamp's face revealed an incredulous look. How could this be? A figure that appeared inside this leaf was actually a saint. Junti, Chapter 51 Juanti Yuan Shun, Fruit Shameless 5 more requests. That's right, this figure, surprisingly, was precisely the figure of Junti. This is something that makes everyone feel incredible. How did the figure of Paramount appear here? This is really a bit unexpected. The burning lamp is absolutely will not imagine that the Quasi will appear here. Sect Leader Paramount, please, Sect Leader. Only the Earthstore King could be heard saying, "What? Earthstore King? What are you talking about? You're actually going to let a saint make a move?" The burning lamp was filled with shock and said, "Burning lantern, although there is only a wisp of this seat's Yuanshan here, it is enough to deal with you." Only that Juanti's voice could be heard. These words, however, caused burning lamp's heart to shake dramatically. Junti, is he really going to make a move? Obviously a saint, yet he used his Yuanshan to strike at the burning lamp. This was too much. This one, Junti, was really like the rumors, not having any cheek at all. A saint is a person with his own identity, and if no offense is taken against a saint, but the saint strikes out against other existences, that is bullying. An ordinary saint could not do such a thing, but the two Western saints are the exception. As long as it was beneficial to the Western sect, these two saints of the West would do it, no matter how shameless it was. This time today, the Earthstore King utilized this leaf of the 7 treasure wonderful tree to strike, and naturally, it was quite astonishingly powerful. That's alright, inside this leaf, there is still hidden the Yuan deity of Junti, and the Yuan deity of Junti, but also to make a move? Only a little bit of Juanti's finger was seen in the direction of the burning lantern, and only a little bit was needed to deal with the burning lantern. This point was already able to directly break through the void, and in this instant, it caused heaven and earth to change color. A power that was like destroying heaven and earth blasted towards the burning lamp. This finger was so terrifying that there was no way for the burning lamp to resist it. A burst of golden light appeared on the body of the burning lamp, but this golden light could not resist in front of this finger. Boom! Burning lamp's body was blown apart, and his origin was blown to smithereens. This time, the injury suffered by the burning lamp was indeed serious, which was estimated to require thousands and thousands of years before recovery was possible. After all, the burning lamp wasn't just injured in his physical body, his spirit beer lamp origin was also damaged. This origin damage was the most terrifying thing, and right now, a third of his origin had been blown out. If he stayed any longer, the burning lamp would likely never recover. Earthstore King, this matter will be remembered by this seat. The the burning lamp directly turned into a ray of light and fled. The current burning lamp had to escape back, otherwise, he would, this time, probably fall here. And the fact that the burning lamp escaped also made the Earth Store King relieved. After all, this burning lamp is a fairly powerful existence. If not for the perspective hand, now he has no way to cope with it. Now that this burning lamp has escaped, the treasures here should belong to him. At this time, however, the Earth Store King suddenly realized that the small island in front of him had suddenly erupted with a huge force. That terrifying light blasted out directly towards them. Other than the Earth Store King, the other Western sect disciples fell on the spot. And what killed these disciples seemed to be the same string of rosary beads left behind by the burning lamp just now. How come? What the hell is going on? The Earth Store King's eyes were now filled with a look of horror and doubt. The burning lantern, who had just escaped, also realized at this time that something unusual was here, and it seemed that something had appeared. Moreover, even Burning Lamp's magic treasure was controlled by the other party. Burning Lamp's divine thoughts were able to discover what was happening here, and at that moment, a head popped out of the water. Here, it wasn't a small island at all. It was actually a basilisk turtle. How come? Has this turtle been here all along? And the battle between the Earth Store King and the burning lamp just now, all took place on the back of this basilisk turtle? However, this Xuan turtle was now not paying any attention to the Earth Store King, only to see that once it opened its mouth, it actually bit towards that piece of leaf. Stop! When the Earth Hidden King took a look, he couldn't help but change his face drastically. This was the leaf of the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, and there was also a wisp of Junti's Yuan Shen on the face. Just now, this wisp of Yuan Shen had already struck out, so this leaf now had to have time to recover, and now this leaf couldn't do anything at all. This Xuan turtle, on the other hand, swallowed this leaf directly. Ding! Devouring the leaves of the Seven Treasure wonderful tree and devouring the sage Yuanshan will result in a reward. Chapter 52, Devouring the Primordial Spirit. Chaotic Avatar 6 more requests. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The Chaos Elemental Spirit Technique. 2. 9 Extinguishing Mad Thunder. 3. Shura Sword Intent. The Xuan turtle that appeared here was naturally none other than Nangong Xuan, because Nangong Xuan had been cultivating here for too long. Some plants had already grown out of Nangong Xuan's back. Nangong Xuan had previously comprehended a new divine ability, and he had not expected that it would attract the burning lamp and the Earth Store King. These two, however, even fought on Nangong Xuan's back, and that burning lamp's rosary beads were struck down earlier, and were also controlled by Nangong Xuan. That's why it was used by Nangong Xuan. It was only now that the burning lamp and the Earth Store King realized that this Xuan turtle had, in fact, been here all along. I'm surprised they didn't notice. Those disciples of the Western sect had all been put to death, and now only the Earth Store King was left here. And when the Earth Store King realized that the leaves of the Seven Treasure wonderful tree had been swallowed by Nangong Xuan, how would he dare to stay? This Xuan turtle had been here all alone, taking the attacks of the Earth Store King and the burning lamp without being injured. This was also already able to tell that this Xuan turtle was simply not something that the Earth Store King could handle. We must escape now, or it will be too late. The Earth Store King could not care about anything else and immediately fled away. Nangong Xuan also didn't mean to chase after this Earth Store King because Nangong Xuan simply couldn't. This time when the Earth Store King and the burning lamp fought each other, it allowed Nangong Xuan to gain a lot of benefits. Most importantly, it was this Yuanshan of Zhuanti and the leaves of the Seven Treasures wonderful tree. These 3 kinds of divine powers, all seem to be not ordinary divine powers so simple. Nangong Xuan this time swallowed, but the Seven Treasures wonderful tree leaves. Not only leaves, there is also that Zhuanti left behind a wisp of the Yuanshan. Even if it was just a weak Yuanshan, it was still a saint's Yuanshan. This is able to make Nangong Xuan get a huge change. Of course, if there is no system, Nangong Xuan is not sure to make such a thing. And these 3 divine abilities were able to be counted as chaos divine abilities. What saints cultivated was the chaos avatar, and if they were non-saints, it would be difficult to cultivate successfully. However, Nangong Xuan had directly comprehended this chaotic divine power and was able to continue cultivating it. Nangong Xuan chose the first chaotic origin skill, chaotic Yuanshan skill. This kind of could be considered a gongfu. After Nangong Xuan cultivated it, it was able to make the Yuanshan more powerful, and the Yuanshan shielding that was formed, as well as the defense, would also be more powerful, if it was cultivated to a great extent. But even saints could not peer into Nangong Xuan with their Yuanshan. And with this chaotic Yuanshan skill, together with the Yuanshan barrier technique, it was almost certain that no existence would be able to threaten Nangong Xuan's Yuanshan anymore. If he encountered the demon god's Yuanshan again, Nangong Xuan would be able to easily withstand it. Of course, this time, Nangong Xian's harvest wasn't just that. A burst of light appeared from Nangong Xian's body, where the shadow of a lamp appeared. That's the origin of the burning lamp's first lamp. All of these origins, surprisingly, were now flying towards Nangong Xian's mouth. Nangong Xian was actually going to devour even Burning Lamp's spirit beer lamp origin? Watching from afar, Burning Lantern is now shocked and furious. If these origins can be collected back again, perhaps Burning Lantern will be able to recover more quickly. Except now, there's no chance at all. And the Burning Lamp only felt a sudden sharp pain coming from his Yuanshan at this time. Burning Lamp's divine thoughts could no longer explore. Burning Lamp clenched his teeth and was only able to leave. In its current state, it was impossible for the Burning Lamp to deal with that Xian turtle, and because of this time to escape in a hurry. Burning Lamp, even the strength of that Xian turtle cannot be discerned, but for him to be able to resist his own attack, he should at least be a paragon-level existence. Surprisingly, there was a paragon-level Xian turtle. This is indeed not something to be messed with lightly. Moreover, this Xian turtle was probably the Xian turtle that had defeated Sihang, Guangchengzi and Taiyi. The Earth-Hidden King also fled as fast as he could, not daring to turn back at all. This time, the Earth Store King and the Burning Lamp fought against each other, and no one has gained a little advantage. But instead, they both suffered a not-so-small loss. And Nangong Xian, naturally, was the biggest winner. Nangong Xian's body now but a burst of light appeared. Nangong Xian devoured the origin of the spiritual beer lamp, but it allowed Nangong Xian to get another strength boost. Chapter 53, Escape from the South China Sea. Where should I go? 7 more. The hearse lamp. That's extremely ean. Nangong Xian had devoured the origin of this spirit beer lamp, but it gave him an extra special ability. This ability is called ean avoidance. In other words, the power of extreme ean could be considered an attribute other than the 5 elements. And now Nangong Xian was able to reduce the power of this attribute divine ability by 90%. However, there weren't many great powers who were proficient in such an attribute, but having this divine ability was better than not having it. System, why is my defense still a wall of the innate? Ding, the host's defensive aptitude has already cultivated 990 types of defense aptitudes, and unusual defensive aptitudes can no longer boost the host's defense. This prompt from the system was a shock to Nangong Xian's heart. Then what do I have to do to be able to raise my defense? Nangong Xian asked in a hurry. Although now Nangong Xian's defense was no longer bad, even the very best innate spiritual treasures, the paramount saints were unable to injure Nangong Xian in the slightest. But Nangong Xian was aware that inside this flood world, there were still innate treasures and saints. These were the most terrifying existences. These saints were able to pulverize Nangong Xian with a single thought. Now Nangong Xian naturally needed to continue improving his defense. The host can cultivate chaos-level defense aptitudes, which can greatly enhance defense. And the other way is to devour magic treasures, or fragments of magic treasures, which can also enhance the host's defense. The system replied. So it is. Nangong Xian's heart fluttered. It was indeed as this system said. Nangong Xian could enhance his defense by devouring a magic treasure. Whether it was an attack-type magic treasure or a defense-type magic treasure, or any other magic treasure, it was all the same. As long as one devoured the magic treasures and the fragments of the magic treasures, they were all able to greatly enhance Nangong Xian's defense. Right now, there was one in front of Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian opened his mouth and sucked the string of lamp-burning rosary beads into his mouth, biting down on it. Click! Crunch! Nangong Xian could feel that the defensive power of his turtle shell had indeed increased by a few more points. The defensive aptitudes that Nangong Xian was now cultivating had reached 990, and all of them, except for the mixed 9 revolution Xiangong, had already been cultivated to the perfection realm. Aside from the chaos-level defensive divine abilities, the other defensive divine abilities were already quite small against Nangong Xian. Therefore, for Nangong Xian to improve his defense, he had to devour other magic treasures. And inside this South Sea, there didn't seem to be any magic treasures that could be devoured by Nangong Xian. And more importantly, Nangong Xian has already done such a thing. I'm afraid he's going to leave the South Sea. It was important to realize that Nangong Xian had not only offended the Burning Lamp this time, but had also offended the Western sect. Regardless of whether it was the hierarchical sage Yuan Shi Tianzun, or the Western sage Junti, Gue Yin, they were all quite terrifying existences. It would be quite easy for them to find Nangong Xian. These saints might be able to project the whereabouts of Nangong Xian, but it shouldn't be possible to be too accurate. It was fortunate that Nangong Xian had obtained the chaotic Yuanshan skill, or else the saint would be able to easily find Nangong Xian if he used his divine thoughts. Nangong Xian's chaotic elemental spirit skill was able to shield himself, so as long as Nangong Xian kept a low profile, it was believed that even saints might not be able to find Nangong Xian, but it's still too dangerous in the South China Sea. Nangong Xian decided that he would hide his identity for a bit and leave this place. However, if you leave from this South Sea, there is no other place to go. The North Underworld, the West Sea, and the South Sea can no longer be stayed. Is it to escape to the East Sea? Burning Lamp has gone back to the Jade Palace. This one thing, he still needs to report to the beginning, but the beginning is still in seclusion. Now Burning Lamp can only temporarily recover from injuries. And when the Earthstore King fled back to the Western sect, he went straight to Junti. The Earthstore King was one of the disciples that Junti was most optimistic about, and in the future, it was likely that the Earthstore King would be able to become a quasi-saint level existence. It would naturally be quite a good thing if the Western sect had another such great power. How could he not be surprised that the current Earthstore King was injured? As soon as the thoughts turned in Junti's mind, he sensed that something was wrong, and he asked, Earthstore King, why is that so? My 7 treasure myriad tree leaves, and my Yuanshen, were actually destroyed? Junti has also now felt wrong. This Yuanshen left in that 7 treasures wonderful tree leaf, and that leaf, too, has been in the body of the Earthstore King, and now he unexpectedly cannot feel it at all. In other words, both this leaf and the Yuanshen of Junti have been destroyed. Chapter 54, Under the Buzhou Mountain. Ancestral Witch Battle. 1 more requests. This was indeed something that made Junti feel incredible. After all, the sage's Yuanshen was quite a powerful existence, and the leaves of this 7 treasure myriad tree could be considered an extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure for the time being. How could these 2 things be destroyed without a word? Could it be that the other party also had a saint's hand? If so, then it was not surprising. After all, only a saint's hand could easily destroy this 7 treasure myriad tree leaf from Junti as well as Junti's Yuanshen. However, if one were to say that one's Yuanshen had been refined by someone and Junti didn't know about it, this would be a little too much of a surprise for Junti. The Earthstore King said what happened before once out. After listening to what the Earthstore King said, a trace of abnormality inevitably appeared in Junti's heart. A Xian turtle? Are you saying that the Xian turtle annexed my 7 treasure wonderful tree leaves along with my Yuanshen? Quasi questioned. That's right, sect leader. Indeed, the Earth Hidden King hurriedly replied. The Earthstore King wouldn't dare to lie to the Paramount. And this, the Paramount understood. But for someone to be able to do such a thing was also something that made Junti feel incredible. Before this, Junti wouldn't have thought that anyone would be able to do such a thing. After all, it was his Yuanshen. Of course, even if this wisp of Yuanshen disappeared, Junti wouldn't feel much. But Junti felt that the dignity of a saint had been provoked. That strand of my Yuanshen has completely disappeared. Junti sensed it at this time and said, That Xian turtle, how on earth did it do that? Earth Hidden King asked. I also do not know, but I would like to see. This Xian turtle in the end what ability? Junti, eyes a little puzzled, said, The North Underworld has a Xian turtle, the West Sea has a Xian turtle, and now the South Sea also has a Xian turtle. This Xian turtle clan, could it really have gotten some kind of strange encounter? Junti used his genjutsu to go and sweep across the entire South Sea. After all, Junti was a saint, so if he wanted to search the South China Sea, he was easily able to do so. However, Junti realized that there didn't seem to be a way to find this basilisk turtle. Junti counted with his fingers, but realized that this one basilisk turtle, it seems, is no longer in the South China Sea. And when Junti wanted to count again, he realized that he could not even project any further now. The flood world was now a period of quantum robbery, and it could be difficult to project the heavenly chances during this period. Even saints must not do this. It seems that there is a destiny in the underworld, and this Xian turtle will most likely have something special about it. For the time being, Junti was only able to let go of this one thing. Earthstore King, you are also injured this time, so take a rest, Junti said. Yes, the Earth Hidden King said in a hurry. The Earthstore King saw that this Junti did not say anything else, and his heart was also a little doubtful. Could it be that even the Godfather could not calculate that Xian turtle? Junti raised his head at this time and looked in one direction. He said faintly, Under Buzhou Mountain. It seems that there are ancestral witches fighting. Oh, so it's ancestral witches Gong Gong and Zhurong. Junti was a bit curious and surprised that this ancestral witch battle was so nonchalant. It was as if the two were going to fight for their lives. Underneath that uncharted mountain, a huge figure with blue skin and a trident in his hand was now roaring at a huge figure with crimson skin. Zhurong, I've put up with you for a long time, and I definitely won't tolerate you anymore today. Blue-skinned monster, do you think I will be afraid of you? If you want to fight, then come and fight, the crimson figure said. The two men were two of the 12 ancestral witches, Xu Rong and Gong Gong. However, the two ancestral witches have always been incompatible, but there have always been other ancestral witches to block. But now, this contradiction can be considered to have finally broken out. The two ancestral witches are here to begin a great battle. This great battle was quite terrifying. After all, one fire and one water, both of them are ancestral witches, and what the two of them have mastered. But the laws of water and the laws of fire, which are quite powerful, inside the 3,000 laws, these two laws are also mutually exclusive laws, and because of this, that's why these two ancestral witches look at each other so unfavorably. Even these two ancestral witches need to have a big battle here, and this great battle, the saints were able to know about it, but the other great powers of the flood might not know about it. Nangong Xian also naturally didn't know this, but he was already running towards the East Sea right now. Now the South Sea would probably be noticed by Xuan, who was a saint and much more terrifying than the heavenly court. Chapter 55, Goddess of Taiyin. Shi and Chang Shi two more requests. If it was noticed by Junti, then Nangong Xian didn't think that he would be able to fight back right now. After all, Nangong Xian's defense was not enough right now, and if the saint wanted to strike, Nangong Xian was afraid that it would be difficult for him to resist. Because of this, the current Nangong Xian needed to continue to meddle. Nangong Xian naturally needed to escape, and Nangong Xian now decided to go to the East Sea because inside the East Sea, it seemed that there were still some treasures, and on top of that, inside the four seas right now, only the East Sea was a little calmer. If you're in the East China Sea, you shouldn't run into too much trouble. At least that's what Nangong Xian thought. Nangong Xian had already caused some trouble in the North Sea, the West Sea and the South Sea one after another, and now in these three places, I'm afraid that there will be people looking for Nangong Xian, so it should be a little safer in the East China Sea. Inside this East Sea, Nangong Xian should also be able to live a little longer. After Nangong Xian had entered the East Sea, he had dedicated himself to cultivating, but he didn't want to care about anything else. Now all that was needed was to cultivate the mixed 9 revolution Xiangong chapter to the perfection realm, in which case, Nangong Xian's defense would also be able to add a little more. Of course, if there was an opportunity, Nangong Xian wouldn't mind looking for other treasures, as long as he devoured the magic treasure. Even if it was a crippled one, he would be able to enhance Nangong Xian's turtle shell defense. Not only that, it seemed that Nangong Xian would be able to obtain some of the abilities of these magic treasures if he devoured them. For example, if Nangong Xian devoured the Chaos Bell fragments and one of the tortoise shells had a mutation, he would be able to obtain the Chaos Bell shadow. Nangong Xian had devoured the Book of Earth, and there was a piece of turtle armor that was able to possess the power of the Book of Earth, and Nangong Xian devoured that Burning Lantern's rosary, also able to get the power of this rosary. Now Nangong Xian was able to condense 36 rosary out, the power of the power, but compared to Burning Lantern's rosary at that time is even more powerful. If he was able to devour more laws, it would not only allow Nangong Xian to obtain a strong defense, but it would even allow Nangong Xian to utilize the power of this magic treasure. While Nangong Xian was cultivating, Nangong Xian didn't realize that there were quite a few great powers arriving inside the East Sea right now. The flood does not remember the year. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On a small island in the East China Sea, 2 beautiful fairies landed down. They were dressed in golden and silver gowns. Although they were in the East China Sea, the 2 fairies were spotless. The 2 of them looked so similar that they were obviously a pair of sisters. Sister, 1,000 years have passed. How long do we have to hide for? The silver gown fairy asked. I don't know either, but we don't want to marry into the heavenly court. We can only do so, and only in this way can we avoid that heavenly court's demon clan. That fairy with the long golden dress said. The 2 were the 2 fairies who had originally resided in the Taiyin Star, Chang Shi and Shi He. These 2 people have been coming to the East China Sea for some time, and they do not have the intention to go back. After all, the 2 people came here, but also just want to avoid that heaven's courtship. The 2 Taiyin goddesses had sensed that there would be a great battle between the sorcerer and demon clans, and that this was a great catastrophe. So if they were to get involved in it, they would probably fall. Shiha shook his head and said, I don't know either. We combined our efforts to exert millions of years of mana, trying to seek a ray of life. We were lucky, but we were able to spy that this ray of life is in the east. The only place where the quantum rain will come is the east. Chang Shi chimed in. We have arrived in this eastern sea, yet we have not seen our birthright. No matter what, this is our last hope. I just hope we can survive here. If we can, even if we hide for millions of years, it's still better than falling, Shiha said. What my sister said is also right, but this East Sea is much bigger than we imagined, and even though 1,000 years have passed, We surprisingly haven't even finished searching a tenth of this East Sea. Chang Shi asked. The flood world is too vast. Now the East Sea is even bigger than the other three seas by quite a bit, and the East Sea has the most treasures. So if we are here, we don't need to worry about the heavenly court being able to find us, Shiha said. Sister is right. Only Chang Shi could be heard saying, the spiritual chi here is also quite abundant. Sister, why don't we just cultivate here for a while? Since that's the case, we'll temporarily cultivate here for a while before doing so. Shiha nodded. The two fairies had been cultivating on this island for hundreds of years, but they felt that although the aura here was abundant, the speed of their cultivation was quite slow, a feeling as if there were other living beings cultivating here. Who? Shiha's brows furrowed as he said. Chapter 56 Bold Shin Turtle. Holding the fairy hostage. 3 more. If this place would be like this, there must be other great powers practicing. Otherwise, how could there be such a change? Just now Shiha and Changshi were unable to discover the existence of this person. Could it be that the person who appeared here was even more powerful than them? But Shiha and Changshi can already be a quasi-saint level of existence. The other party can unknowingly appear in their side. Naturally let Shiha feel fear. Changshi also looked around vigilantly as she asked, I wonder which one of you is lurking here. Please come out and speak. And at that moment, only a voice could be heard. Do the two fairies really want me to come out and talk? As soon as this sound came out, it was only to see that the entire island actually shook. Chang Shi, Shi were shocked at the same time, and both of them flew away from this island at the same time. The two fairies, however, realized at this time that the island had gradually and completely emerged from the water, and it was actually a million-foot giant Xian turtle. It turned out that they had been practicing on the back of this basilisk turtle, and this Xian turtle has been here for an unknown number of years. In that case, it was the girls who had offended this Xian turtle. This Xian turtle was none other than Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian had entered this East Sea for more than 1,000 years, and now the mixed 9 revolution Xian Gong chapter was considered to be fully cultivated. However, Nangong Xian's cultivation was naturally a constant absorption of the aura of this Eastern Sea. Cultivating on Nangong Xian's back, the two fairies' progress would definitely be slower than Nangong Xian's, and now that Nangong Xian appeared here, seeing the two fairies in front of him with a wary look on their faces, he also felt a bit surprised and amused. The two fairies also seemed to sense that something was a bit off. The two of them glanced at each other before she has said, So it's fellow Taoist Xian Turtle. It's because we offended you just now. We didn't know that you were here when we arrived here, but we searched the place with our Yuan Shun and didn't find any other living beings, nor did we find you. A Xian turtle. Did you do it on purpose? Chang Shi asked with a raised eyebrow. If I had done it on purpose, then I would have been able to sneak up on the two fairies in advance. Don't worry, two fairies, I have no malicious intent, nor am I interested in fighting with you. Nangong Xian's voice came again. This time, the two fairies looked at each other and somewhat believed Nangong Xian's words. Indeed, the two had been cultivating here for many years, yet they hadn't been attacked by Nangong Xian, and from this, Nangong Xian did seem to have no malicious intent towards them. You're not from the demon heavenly court? Shiha asked again. I'm just a mediocre Xian turtle cultivating inside the East Sea. Other than living a little longer, I don't have any special features, Nangong Xian added. Shihi and Chang Shi glanced at each other. The two of them were a bit surprised. We've been here for hundreds of years and you haven't made a move. Indeed we can trust you a bit, Chang Shi said. Fellow Taoist Xian turtle, the two of us are beings from the Taiyi planet. My name is Shihi, and this one is my sister Changshi. Only Shihi could be heard saying, even though I'm a lone voice in the East Sea, I've heard of the names of the two fairies. The two fairies are really as beautiful as flowers. No wonder the heavenly demon emperor would have his heart set on the two fairies. Nangong Xian replied. Nangong Xian had naturally heard the conversation between these two sisters, so he had already known the names of the two. These two Taiyin goddesses actually came here to avoid the heavenly court, which was surprising to Nangong Xian. It seemed that the two goddesses' senses of danger were still quite sharp. Nangong Xian's praise caused the two fairies' faces to reveal smiles as Changshi said, You do have a good eye. Fellow Taoist is too kind. We are just mediocre Taiyin star women, Shihi said. After Nangong Xian heard it, he was also a bit surprised that this Shiha even learned to speak like him. The two fairies landed on Nangong Xian's back again, and at this time, Nangong Xian asked, The two fairies came here to avoid the heavenly court. Haven't they thought about that heavenly court's demon clan, who will also come after them? Naturally, we've thought about it, but we're only able to hide for a while. Otherwise, if Mother Nuwa arrives and wants to pull such a marriage for us, we'll be helpless, Shihi replied. Fellow Taoist Xian Turtle, you shouldn't mind if we stay and cultivate on your back, right? Only Chang Shi could be heard asking again. Nangong Xian immediately refused. 2 fairies, we're not people along the way. It's better not to bother each other. Although the 2 fairies are so stunning, but Nangong Xian is not at all moved. After all, Nangong Xian's purpose is to be able to live longer. Nangong Xian does not want to incur trouble, especially this heavenly trouble. Just as Nangong Xian thought so, several rays of light suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The light that appeared here was actually a demon race. Found it. Both Taiyi Immortals are here. We'll go and send a message to His Majesty at once. Why is there a Xian turtle? Could it be that this Xian turtle is holding these 2 fairies hostage? Bold Xian turtle, how dare you hold the 2 fairies hostage? Chapter 57, Forced to Counter Kill. Xian turtle is wrong. 4 more requests. How dare you hold the 2 fairies hostage? When Nangong Xian heard what these demon clansmen said, he felt rather wronged. That demon, can you donate your eyes if you don't need them? Although your head has 4 eyes, which one of them saw me holding these 2 fairies hostage? They're the ones who won't leave, okay? Nangong Xian was also depressed in his heart. He just wanted to stay here for a good go cultivation. Who did he invite and who did he piss off? But he would encounter such a big trouble. If the heavenly court was looking for his trouble, then it would be fine. Now this heavenly court even want to wrongly accuse him of holding the 2 Taiyin goddesses hostage. Despite this, the 2 Taiyin goddesses had no intention of explaining themselves, and they did not open their mouths to ask for help. But this made those demon releases even more agitated. It's true. Look guys, the 2 fairies, Shiha and Changshi, were scared by this Xian turtle. This Xian turtle has gone too far. To do such a thing, he must want to dominate the 2 fairies. Let's strike together. We must save the 2 fairies. There were hundreds of demon clans here. Among them were 3 great demons, and some of the others were also at the level of Demon King. The strength of these demon races could be said to be quite powerful. Once they joined forces, they wanted to deal with the Xian turtle here. The 2 fairies were also a bit worried about the outburst of these demons. Would this involve this Xian turtle? Right at this moment, those demon races' divine abilities and magic treasures had already greeted towards Nangong Xian's body. A burst of light appeared on Nangong Xian's body, and these divine abilities were directly rebounded back by Nangong Xian, while those magic treasures were immediately crushed away as soon as they landed on Nangong Xian's body. Nangong Xian, however, had no qualms about devouring all of these magic treasures. This time, Nangong Xian was forced to kill these demon clans back, and the 3 demon clans were directly killed back by their own divine abilities, and quite a few of the magic treasures here had fallen directly into Nangong Xian's stomach. While Nangong Xian's heart was depressed, it was also a bit elated. These magic treasures, however, were able to make Nangong Xian's defense even stronger. If he were to devour a large number of magic treasures again, perhaps Nangong Xian's defense would be able to go even further. This was indeed a good thing for Nangong Xian, but this also offended the heavenly court. Originally, one of the reasons for Nangong Xian's arrival here was to avoid the heavenly court, but now it seemed that Nangong Xian had offended the heavenly court again. Once these demon clans left, the next one to arrive would definitely be that heavenly court's army. When the demons saw how powerful Nangong Xian was, how would they dare to stay? But they need to go back and report this to their majesties. When Nangong Xian saw this, he had a chill in his heart. Since he had already struck out, there was no need to show any more mercy. Kill! A burst of lightning appeared on Nangong Xian's body, and that lightning instantly blasted over to the demon race in front of him. The lightning transformed into 9 dragons and simultaneously blasted into the bodies of these demon clansmen. Fortunately, the number of demons that arrived here this time was not large, only hundreds. By Nangong Xian's rebound damage had already blasted 70% of them, and now these dozens of demons, naturally, could not possibly escape the strike by Nangong Xian. These demon clans died here as much as they could, and Nangong Xian was relieved to see that. It seemed that this time, no demon race would be able to go back and send a message. The power of this strike was so strong that the 2 Taiyin Nuwa felt a bit surprised. Only Chang Shi could be heard saying, "Fellow Daoist Xian Turtle, it seems that you are quite a bit more powerful than we expected. 2 fairies, if you are fine, then please leave." Nangong Xian said coldly, "Fellow Daoist Xian Turtle, if we leave now, I'm afraid that if the heavenly court comes looking for you, you won't be able to clear up the matter." Only he could be heard saying, "Although the demon clans were all wiped out by you, fellow Daoist, just now, these demon clans have an exclusive sound transmission technique that can be transmitted directly back to the heavenly court." "What did you say?" After Nangong Xian heard it, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. "You mean, now this matter has been spread back to the heavenly court?" "That's right, that's exactly it. This time, it's us who have dragged you down, fellow Daoist Xian Turtle." only hearing that He's face with a guilty look. He said, Chapter 58, Goddess Taiyin. All choice attack? 5 more. Shiha's words made Nangong Xian feel extremely uncomfortable as he said, Fellow Daoist Shiha, if you say so, why were you unwilling to make a move just now? Fellow Daoist Xian Turtle, if we had made a move just now, the Heavenly Court would definitely know that we were intentionally avoiding them, so we can only lend our name to fellow Daoist. Chang Shi said. Nangong Xian was a bit surprised to hear Chang Shi say it so directly. Fellow Daoist Xian Turtle, if you are willing, we can follow you for a period of time, and we can give you the treasures we have obtained from our 1,000 years of traveling, only to hear he add. This Zixihe's words made Nangong Xian a bit surprised. Nangong Xian said, The 2 fairies, I was rude just now. I wonder what treasures the 2 fairies got. Dharma treasure. This was the treasure that Nangong Xian wanted the most right now. Just now Nangong Xian had helped these 2 fairies once. Now they wanted to pay themselves. There was no problem with that. Of course, Nangong Xian would still be polite. Originally, Nangong Xian had another idea in his mind. If he sold the 2 Taiyin goddesses to the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Court should be willing to give Nangong Xian quite a bit of payment. As for what the 2 Taiyin goddesses would do, Nangong Xian naturally wouldn't care much. They were using themselves anyway, so what's wrong with using them yourself? However, since the 2 Taiyin goddesses were so sensible, Nangong Xian naturally wouldn't betray them again. The 2 goddesses of Taiyin never thought that because of their words, it could change their destiny. After all, if Nangong Xian betrayed them, there must be no way for them to escape the fate of marrying into the Heavenly Court. And now, when these 2 Taiyin goddesses saw that this Xian turtle changed her face so quickly, the 2 Taiyin goddesses looked at each other before he said, Fellow Daoist Xian Turtle, look, there are a total of 5 treasures here. You can pick 3 of them. In Shihi's hand, 5 innate spiritual treasures had unexpectedly appeared, and 2 of them were still great innate spiritual treasures. After Nangong Xian saw it, he was obviously a bit surprised. 5 innate spiritual treasures. These 2 fairies' blessings were quite good. However, it was also because there were indeed a lot of magic treasures here. Otherwise, there was no way for them to get so many treasures. After all, there were still a lot of places in the East Sea that weren't being searched right now. 2 fairies, 5 treasures here. Asking me to choose 3 of them seems to be too difficult to choose. I'm having trouble choosing, so why don't you just give them all to me? Nangong Xian said. The 2 Taiyin goddesses had underestimated Nangong Xian's cheek. It seemed that this Xian turtle was not only hard enough for its shell, but even its cheeks were so hard. If fellow Taoist Xian Turtle is willing to let us follow you, we will give you all 5 treasures here. Only Shiha could be heard saying. Nangong Xian weighed the strength of these 2 fairies. Both of them were quite powerful. If they were willing to make a move, he would actually be a little safer. After all, Nangong Xian was lacking in means of attack, and judging by the strength of these 2 fairies, they should possess quite a powerful attack. 2 fairies? I wonder what means you specialize in? Nangong Xian asked. Shihi and Chang Shi glanced at each other, and both of them took out a magic treasure out at the same time. After Nangong Xian saw it, the look in his eyes changed. 2 fairies? This is your magic treasure? Nangong Xian froze when he saw the magic treasures held by the hands of the 2 stunning fairies, Shiha and Changshi. He could not have imagined that the magic treasures of the 2 fairies would be such violent magic treasures. That's right, Shihi and Changshi said at the same time. This is our magic treasure, the god-slaying moon scythe. The Kingslayer's moon scythe? Our treasure was actually transformed from the treasure left behind by the first Taiyin goddess Wangshu, and before we were conceived. The Taiyin lunar seasonal tree and the Taiyin star transformed this god-slaying lunar scythe into 2 pieces, turning it into a treasure in our hands, Shiha said. Because of the fall of the first Taiyin goddess Wangshu, we have been guided and must learn all the powerful divine abilities. If we go all out, we may not be unable to break through the Chaos Bell's defenses, Chang Shi said. Unfortunately, because of this, our defenses are not enough, and we also lack defensive magic treasures that can easily be injured, Shiha said. When Nangong Xian heard what Shiha and Changshi said, he froze. Showing up. These are 2 all-conference offensive presences. Chapter 59, Fairy Pier. Gouge together 6 more requests. If that was the case, these 2 fairies were quite useful to Nangong Xian. After all, Nangong Xian lacked the means to attack. If he was able to join forces with the 2 Taiyin Immortals, Nangong Xian believed that even if the Heavenly Court arrived, he would have the power to fight. If that was the case, it wouldn't be impossible to team up with these 2 Taiyin Immortals. If that's the case, then I'll protect the 2 fairies, but I'll need a large amount of magic treasures. Nangong Xian said. We only want to live in this one flood world and not fall. As for magic treasures, we don't really care too much, Chang Shi said. We saw your defense before, fellow Daoist, and it should be able to withstand any damage from any great power below the level of a saint. If that's the case, it's exactly appropriate for us to join forces. Only to hear Shiha also say, I think so too, Nangong Xian said. The three had decided to join forces at this point. After all, the two Taiyin goddesses did possess strong destructive power. However, they were not good at defense, and if they encountered an extremely powerful existence with an extremely powerful attack from the other side, the two Taiyin goddesses would not be able to cope with it. The two demon emperors of the heavenly court were both three-legged golden crows in their essence, and now that the people from the heavenly court had arrived, it seemed that there was no way to avoid a battle with the heavenly court demon race. In the future, if they were unwilling to marry into the heavenly court, they would also have to fight the heavenly court. Joining forces with Nangong Xian was the most suitable thing for them, and it was because of this that the two fairies were now willing to follow Nangong Xian, and the heavenly court received news at this time, and sure enough, two Taiyin goddesses were found. Only these two goddesses of Taiyin were actually held hostage by a basilisk turtle. Another Xian turtle? How come this Xian tortoise is so active everywhere he goes? Di Jun's face changed a bit now. East Emperor Taiyi nodded, and his face revealed a complex color. That's right, there's a Xian turtle in the sea of the northern underworld that was able to resist even the chimes of the chaos bell. Even if it's me, it would be difficult to win against him. There is also a Xian turtle in the western sea. This Xian turtle possesses incomparable strength and is capable of killing the Kunpeng demon master. In the South Sea, there is also a Xian turtle that was even able to defeat the Earth Store King and the Burning Lamp, and it is rumored to be able to devour the leaves of the Seven Treasures wonderful tree. Now in this East Sea, there is even a Xian turtle that holds the two Taiyin goddesses hostage. This Xian turtle clan is indeed strange. Di Jun thought for a moment and said, these Xian turtles, could they possibly be the same head? That shouldn't be the case. After all we know, the appearance of this Xian turtle isn't the same, and the Xian turtle in that East Sea is 1,000,000 feet huge, and it's also capable of using a kind of lightning aptitude. East Emperor Taiyi replied, no matter what, we must rescue the two Taiyin goddesses so that we can perform the heavenly marriage. Emperor Jun said, by bringing back the two Taiyin goddesses and performing the heavenly marriage, they would be able to obtain merit, which would then be able to enhance the strength of Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi of the East. Of course, the two Taiyin goddesses also possess not-so-weak strength, and their joining the heavenly court would also be able to boost the heavenly court's strength. The heavenly court sent a large number of demon clans to that East Sea, and at the same time, also ordered the East Sea Dragon Clan to assist. The Dragon Clan had already fallen, and within the Dragon Clan, there might still be one or two powerful existences, but even so, it was impossible to fight against the heavenly court. Now the orders of the heavenly court, even the Dragon Clan of the East China Sea did not dare to disobey. The Dragon King of the East Sea immediately ordered the Dragon Clan to fully assist the heavenly court. Nangong Xian took the two Taiyin goddesses and hid inside the East Sea. Nangong Xian's Yuanshan barrier, but it was able to work on a range. Nangong Xian's body was now 1,000,000 feet huge, so within this range, he was able to use this Yuanshan barrier to block other people's Yuanshan search. With Nangong Xian's Yuanshan right now, as long as the sage didn't directly lock him down, there was no way to discover Nangong Xian in Yuanshan search mode. Fellow Daoist Nangong, just how big is your body? This 1,000,000-foot body shouldn't be your strongest physical body, right? Chang Shi inquired. During these hundreds of years, the two fairies had also already lived with Nangong Xian, and the two fairies had become quite familiar with Nangong Xian, and Nangong Xian told the two fairies his real name. Chapter 60, Heavenly Court Threat, East Sea Dragon Clan 7 more requests. The two fairies now knew a little bit about Nangong Xian, but the more they did, the more they realized that Nangong Xian's strength was unfathomable. Obviously, Nangong Xian's apparent realm was only the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but the two of them were unable to break through Nangong Xian's defenses with their full strength using the god-slaying lunar scythe. One must know that the two fairies were at the late stage of paramount sainthood, and the divine abilities that the two cultivated were almost all other divine abilities that enhanced the destructive power of their magic treasures, in addition to enhancing the power of their divine abilities. Simply put, the two fairies are all about picking attack power. If the two fairies were to go all out, even the defense of an innate supreme treasure would have a chance to break. Of course, if they were to face a saint, the two fairies would have no chance of using their attacks even if they were powerful, because under the saints, all are mole crickets. However, the two fairies were surprised that they only left 2 traces on Nangong Xian's tortoise shell with their full strength. What these two fairies didn't realize was that Nangong Xian hadn't turned on his anti-injury ability yet. Otherwise, if the two fairies had struck out with their full strength, they would have been equivalent to committing suicide. However, the destructive power of the two fairies also made Nangong Xian feel surprised. After all, there weren't many that were able to leave traces on Nangong Xian's turtle shell. At least that Earth Store King and Burning Lamp were not able to do so. So Nangong Xian sort of recognized the strength of the two fairies and treated them as his companions. 3 people meticulously together is not a bad thing. Although the two fairies were the ones the Heavenly Court wanted and the Heavenly Court would take action against Nangong Xian because of the two fairies, but the news sent back from the Heavenly Court earlier had already exposed Nangong Xian, and now the entire Heavenly Court knew that a Xian turtle had taken 2 Taiyi goddesses hostage. And even if Nangong Xian wanted to explain, he probably wouldn't be able to, and no one would believe him. Therefore, Nangong Xian would encounter the Heavenly Court's pursuit both with and without them. So Nangong Xian naturally wouldn't get entangled in this matter. Hearing Chang Shi's words, Nangong Xian replied, probably able to be 100 times bigger than it is now. Nangong Xian's words surprised both Chang Shi and Shi He. The two fairies did not expect that Nangong Xian's fleshly body would be able to be upgraded another 100 times. How huge a body is this? It seems like you're still hiding your strength, fellow Taoist Nangong, Shi He said. Aren't the two fairies also hiding their strength? Nangong Xian replied. Shiha and Changshi were silent for a while before Shiha said, fellow Taoist Nangong, we are not deliberately hiding it. It's just that we, the Taiyin clan, although we possess powerful divine abilities, such divine abilities will also backfire on ourselves if we use them. That's why we're not willing to tell you. Well, the two fairies don't need to talk too much. Whoever is in the body has secrets. There is no need to mind so much. Nangong Xian added. Moreover, there will be other people arriving soon. It seems that there are still a few dragons. Nangong Xian's words made Shihi, Changshi both feel surprised, and it was only after the two of them heard what Nangong Xian said that they realized that there was indeed a dragon race approaching. The two fairies were quite surprised right now, because they surprisingly didn't notice the arrival of these 5 dragons, and if that was the case, Nangong Xian's Yuanshan was quite a bit more powerful than them. These 5 dragons were but 10 million miles away from here right now, but Nangong Xian could already sense it as well. These 5 dragons have already spotted us? Why are they following us? Chang Shi asked. Even though the dragon race hasn't joined the Heavenly Court yet, they have to listen to the Heavenly Court's orders, and they're probably arriving because of that. Nangong Xian said. Then what should we do now? Chang Shi asked. We only have 2 choices now as well. Either we are hiding, or perhaps we can just wipe them out. Shiha said. 2 fairies, within the confines of the East Sea, the dragon race is honored, so I'm afraid that if we want to get rid of them, it will be difficult to do so. Nangong Xian said. In truth, with Nangong Xian's speed, there was indeed no way to get rid of it. Nangong Xian was quite clear about that. Then what do you mean according to fellow Taoist Nangong? Chang Shi asked. Since we can't live with it, let's kill and exterminate it. Nangong Xian added. We can also make a trip to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, so we can also put an end to the trouble forever. Nangong Xian's words caused the hearts of the 2 Taiyin goddesses to tremble. This Xian turtle, so ruthless. Hasn't the Xian turtle clan always been quite benevolent? Why is this turtle so ferocious? Chapter 61 Shi and Changshi, Massacre of the Dragon Race. One more request. Nangong Xian was never someone with a soft heart. From the moment Nangong Xian arrived in this world, he had already understood how treacherous this flood world was. Because of this, if Nangong Xian wanted to survive, he had to improve his defense. It was because Nangong Xian's original body was a Xian turtle. How useful could a Xian turtle be if it boosted its speed? Only by boosting his defense would he be able to give Nangong Xian a better chance of surviving. And in surviving, there are bound to be other threats. Nangong Xian was not willing to dip into karma. But if this karma had already come to the door, it was impossible for Nangong Xian not to bear it. Regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Court or this East Sea Dragon clan, both of them were now harboring ill will towards Nangong Xian. And as long as one knew this, it would be enough. Nangong Xian wouldn't be polite to them at all. 2 fairies, please make your move and kill them all. Nangong Xian said. After hearing this, a look of intolerance appeared in Shiha's eyes. But at this time, Chang Shi said, Sister, have you forgotten? Goddess Wanshu was forced to die. This flood is a world of the weak and the strong. If we are soft, who will let us go? Only surviving is the most important thing. Chang Shi's words caused Shihi to have made up his mind as well. In that case, we will strike now, Shiha said. Wait, 2 fairies, Nangong Xian suddenly said. Fellow Taoist Nangong, is there anything else you want? Chang Shi asked. When you guys strike later, it's best to kill them in one blow, and don't let the bodies split into too many segments. Nangong Xian said in a serious manner. Fellow Taoist Nangong, Are you worried that the blood and corpses of these dragons will attract other demon races, or other dragon races? I didn't expect you to be so meticulous, fellow Taoist. He was surprised. No, I just thought it would be more trouble for me to grill it if I split it into too many segments. It's been a long time since I've had roasted dragon meat. Nangong Xian replied. Roasted dragon meat? Nangong Xian's words caused Chi and Changshi to glance at each other. The two of them, however, would never have thought that Nangong Xian would be the one to think of such a thing first. But the flavor of the roasted dragon meat, they hadn't tasted it either, so naturally they wouldn't think it would be that good. However, they still memorized Nangong Xian's words. The two fairies turned into two rays of light and disappeared. The speed of the two fairies was not fast, but it was still quite a bit faster than an average Deluo Jinxian. The 5 dragons were still following Nangong Xian from afar now. That's the Xian turtle? What on earth is this Xian turtle capable of? To be able to hold those two fairies hostage? Who knows? A tiny Xian turtle that dares to be an enemy of the heavenly court really doesn't know how to die. All we need to do is to follow him and that will be enough. At that time, when we wait for the people from the heavenly court to arrive, it won't be difficult to deal with him again. The 5-headed dragons were whispering up a storm while 2 rays of light fell at that moment. Only 2 peerless figures were seen appearing, and in their hands, they held 2 moonsides that were even taller than them. These 2, aren't they the 2 Taiyi goddesses? 2 fairies, we've come specially to save you. It's great that you've escaped. Please leave with us. 2 fairies, the heavenly court has informed our dragon palace that we are here. Before these dragons could finish their words, they had already seen a moonlight appear in front of them. One could only see the heads of these dragons being chopped off in an instant. 5 dragons, but only Taiyi Golden Immortal level, simply cannot withstand Shiha, Changxia Moon Sickle, with the destructive power of these 2 Taiyin goddesses, not to mention 5 Taiyi Golden Immortals. Even if 5 Great Luo Golden Immortals arrived, it was expected that they would only die, and if these 5 dragons died here, there was no way for their Yuanshen to escape. The bodies of the 5 dragons were taken away by the 2 fairies. The corpses of these 5 dragons were naturally racked and roasted by Nangong Xian. It was just 5 Taiyi Golden Immortal level dragons, and it naturally wouldn't take long for Nangong Xian to roast them. It didn't take long for a burst of aroma to come from the place. This was something that made both Taiyin immortals feel quite surprised and unexpected, and at the same time, their eyes glowed as they looked at the fragrant dragon meat. Chapter 62, Devouring the Dragon Race. Dragon Scale Turtle Armor. 2 more requests. With such a flavorful dragon meat, I wonder how it will taste. The 2 Taiyin fairies have never eaten earthly food, and occasionally they only take some spiritual fruits. Naturally, they hadn't eaten this kind of roasted dragon meat before. However, Nangong Xian was quite skillful. Although up until now, Nangong Xian had not been able to take human form. This was because at this time, Nangong Xian realized that the power contained in his body was too great, and it actually prevented him from taking on a human form. It was estimated that it would require Nangong Xian's strength to rise again, perhaps to quasi-saint, or perhaps it hadn't been able to take form, but it didn't matter. As long as Nangong Xian was able to certify the path of the mixed yuan, he would definitely be able to take on human form. Now, even if he wasn't able to take human form, it wouldn't have any effect on Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian was able to easily control the racking of these dragon corpses, and using the water avatar to clean them before roasting them. The flavor of these dragons themselves was good. Now that it had been grilled by Nangong Xian, the aroma was even more fascinating. 2 fairies, we can start eating now, Nangong Xian said. Nangong Xian used his water blade to directly chop off this dragon meat and distributed a piece to each of the 2 fairies. The 2 fairies were a bit embarrassed at first after hearing this, but after taking a bite, they immediately felt that the dragon meat was quite delicious. Although there were 5 dragons, the 2 men and 1 turtle easily ate them all. Of course, most of it was eaten by Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian ate the 5 dragons here, only to see another change appear in Nangong Xian's body. Ding! The host has devoured 10 dragons and obtained the Dragon Scale Turtle Armor. Dragon Scale Turtle Armor, which caused a layer of scales to appear out of Nangong Xian's turtle armor. After this layer of scales appeared, Nangong Xian's defense, surprisingly, increased by a few more points. If Nangong Xian were to use his full strength right now, he would also be able to make his head give birth to a pair of dragon horns. And with the addition of this dragon scale turtle armor, Nangong Xian would be more like a dragon turtle. And this kind of existence was extremely rare in the past. Nangong Xian also didn't expect that he would be able to obtain such a change. Moreover, this dragon bloodline seemed to be useful to Nangong Xian. If Nangong Xian continued to devour this dragon bloodline, perhaps his defense would be able to go even further. This was a different divine ability than the one Nangong Xian had obtained. This kind of dragon bloodline was directly acting on Nangong Xian's body. Nangong Xian's physical body would become even more enormous. If that was the case, this dragon palace, indeed, needed a trip. 2 fairies, inside this East Sea, there are quite a few of them that are minions of the Dragon Clan. As long as we are still here in the East Sea, we will inevitably be watched over by the Dragon Clan. If that's the case, we will still need to make a trip to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Nangong Xian said. Good we can also eat a little more. No, go make that East Sea Dragon Clan look good. Only Chang Shi was heard saying. If we head to this East Sea Dragon Palace, will we be directly discovered by the Heavenly Court? He asked. How could the Heavenly Court not think that we would head straight to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? Nangong Xian added. The East Sea Dragon Palace, but there are dragons in, and the dragons are always paying attention to Nangong Xian. As long as there is an opportunity, they will catch Nangong Xian and bring him to the Celestial Court. So the Celestial Court and the East Sea Dragons. It is unlikely to think that Nangong Xian would even go to attack the East Sea Dragon Palace. If Nangong Xian was the only one, Nangong Xian would not have been able to do anything about it. After all, he lacked powerful attacking aptitudes, and it was naturally not easy for him to deal with the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Sea. But now it was different. With these 2 Taiyin goddesses around, their powerful destructive power was able to help Nangong Xian easily level this East Sea Dragon Palace. Nangong Xian was able to see that the 2 goddesses of Taiyin were still in the Kunpeng's attack power, and only when Donghuang Taiyi used the Chaos Bell could they be compared to them. If their magic treasures could go further and become innate supreme treasures, Nangong Xian believed that the attacks of the 2 Taiyin goddesses would be able to break even the defense of the Chaos Bell. Of course, the 2 fairies were lacking in defense, so if Nangong Xian was able to step in and shelter them, he would be able to defend them from attacks. With Nangong Xian but having the Kunpeng spiritual art, within the range of 90,000 miles, Nangong Xian was able to directly block in front of them, fending off any attacks for them. In this way, Nangong Xian and these 2 Taiyin immortals were quite a match. Chapter 63, Disintegrating the Dragon Palace. Destroying the Sea Clan. 3 more requests. The 2 fairies now agreed with Nangong Xian, so they were now sitting on Nangong Xian's back as they headed over to the Dragon Palace. Despite this, the 2 fairies realized that Nangong Xian's speed was still slow. That's a speed that's just too slow. However, Nangong Xian told the 2 fairies that he was already moving at full speed. The 2 fairies had no choice but to call it quits. And after another 100 years had passed, Nangong Xian finally arrived before this East Sea Dragon Palace. East China Sea Dragon Palace is a rather luxurious palace. This palace is outside the East China Sea Dragon tribe-lated defense array. Unusual people enter, will certainly be killed by this array, and Nangong Xian directly then brought the 2 Taiyin immortals to crash into that formation. Both fairies were shocked. This Nangong Xian was too reckless, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of that dragon palace were surprised to see it. Look guys, what's that? There's a basilisk turtle near here. Where did that Xian turtle come from? Is it crazy that it's trespassing within the boundaries of our dragon palace? Our dragon palace is protected by formations. Even a quasi-saint level existence may not be able to destroy it. What can a basilisk turtle do? Most of the dragon palace guards were only surprised. They were not worried. After all, as powerful as Nangong Xian was, he could not possibly threaten the formation of this one dragon palace of theirs. And at this time, Chang Shi both were surprised. They saw a burst of light appear in front of the formation. These rays of light were quite dazzling, and after this light appeared, it directly blasted towards Nangong Xian's body. A golden light appeared on Nangong Xian's turtle shell, and the power of that formation seemed to have completely bombarded Nangong Xian's turtle shell. But the destructive power of this formation did not appear, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. This scene had already caused all the dragon palace guards to be alarmed. This formation, could it be broken? And at this moment, only to see the back of that Xian turtle, that light appeared once again, and this light, in an instant, blasted over towards the dragon palace. This was exactly the light of the formation just now. How is that possible? That one powerful formation had been directly rebounded back by this Xian turtle? It's totally unbelievable. And this dragon palace's formation was only able to send out an attack once, and it was only able to protect the dragon palace once. Now that this formation was directly rebounded back by Nangong Xian, there was no way for this dragon palace formation to withstand it. Boom boom boom. The dragon palace here began to disintegrate, only to see quite a number of dragons and other sea races emerge from inside that East Sea Dragon Palace. 2 fairies, then please head to this East Sea Dragon Clan's treasure trove and take away all their treasures. This will be considered as their reparation to us. Nangong Xian said. Shiha, Changshi said at the same time. Good. The two of them sneaked into the East Sea Dragon Palace at the same time. Now the East Sea Dragon Palace is quite chaotic. In the palace of the East Sea Dragon Palace, that East Sea Dragon King Aoguang is even more pale. What exactly happened? Who dared to attack our East Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Guang roared angrily. Dragon King. It's a Xian turtle. That Xian turtle is attacking our Dragon Palace. A fish swam in and said, Xian turtle? A mere Xian turtle. How dare you make an enemy of our East Sea Dragon Palace? Ignorant of death. Execute it immediately. The East Sea Dragon King sneered and said. The words of this East Sea Dragon King were immediately ordered down. Only these words had just been sent out, but someone had already come back and continued to report. Dragon King, our sea tribe had just set out to surround that Xian turtle, and 100,000 sea tribes had already been completely wiped out. What did you say? Hearing the words of this sea race guard, Ao Guang's face was filled with disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. Even the 130 clansmen of the Dragon Clan have all fallen, and that Xian turtle, he is surprisingly unharmed. That Sea Clan added. Could this be that one Xian turtle? Ao Guang at this time suddenly reacted and said, Dragon King, you're talking about that Xian turtle that took two Taiyi goddesses captive? How did he dare to arrive here? Upon hearing this, the turtle prime minister hurriedly asked, how am I supposed to know? But since he dares to arrive, then we won't let him go. Ao Guang coldly said, although I don't like the heavenly court, I hate it even more when a Xian turtle comes to our dragon palace in the East Sea to cause trouble. Chapter 64 Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Mirror of the Ancestral Dragon. 4 more requests. The East Sea Dragon Clan, even though it was a fallen race, still retained the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Because of this, if the majesty of this East Sea Dragon Clan was provoked, how could they possibly stop there? After all, it was the Dragon Clan, but it was much more outstanding than the Xian Turtle Clan. Can't you see Prime Minister Turtle is a turtle? Although the Turtle Clan behind the Turtle Prime Minister was far inferior to the Xian Turtle Clan, but it is also a turtle, and as long as it is a turtle, it will be stepped on by them, the dragons, because the dragons are the king of all the clans in the sea. Now a basalt turtle dared to intrude into the East China Sea Dragon Palace. Naturally, it is not to be lightly spared. Must kill this turtle and boil it into soup. The Dragon King of the East Sea thought viciously, and at this time, only to hear another loud sound appear. Here in the East Sea Dragon Palace but a loud sound appeared. The palaces that had stretched on and on were now destroyed. This East Sea Dragon Palace was damaged quite severely this time. As soon as the Dragon King of the East Sea came out, he immediately noticed an intense light blasting towards him. Such a terrifying light was a shock to the Dragon King of the East Sea. The Dragon King of the East Sea immediately sacrificed a mirror. That was the ancestral dragon mirror, a magic treasure that only the Dragon Clan chief could possess. The defensive power of this piece of magic treasure was at the level of an extreme innate spiritual treasure. This ancestral dragon mirror has two roles, defense and counterattack, and can be considered the most powerful magic treasure within the Dragon Clan. Boom! A loud sound appeared, only to see the light of that ancestral dragon mirror continue to shine, blocking all of these attacks. The Dragon King of the East Sea, however, realized that those sea races in front of him, but they were constantly falling down, and even a large number of dragons had been killed as well. A million-foot gigantic Xian turtle then straddled the face of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. It was this Xian turtle that demolished his East Sea Dragon Palace. Damn it, it's an abomination. Just as the Dragon King of the East Sea thought so, he realized that Xian turtle was staring at him at this time. No, to be precise, this Xian turtle was staring at the mirror of the East Sea Dragon King's head. Ancestral Dragon Mirror. Nangong Xian's heart was overjoyed. Arriving here was indeed the right thing to do, because Nangong Xian had already discovered that this mirror was definitely not an ordinary magic treasure. The mirror had managed to get his attention. The defense was extremely powerful, and it also possessed a rebound effect. Wasn't this one of the most suitable magic treasures for Nangong Xian? If he was able to devour this mirror, Nangong Xian's defense would definitely increase by a lot. At this time, the East Sea Dragon King saw that the Xian turtle had swam towards him, and the East Sea Dragon King roared angrily, Xian turtle, how dare you? How dare you make a move against my East Sea Dragon Palace? Don't you know that our dragon race is the king of all races in the sea? But that Xian turtle could not answer at all, very contemptuous, and came over slowly. It's underestimating yourself. When the Dragon King of the East Sea saw it, he became even angrier. How could the Dragon King of the East Sea not have thought that this Xian turtle had swum over at the speed it did? One could only see the Dragon King of the East Sea directly restoring his true body, and a huge golden dragon of 1,000,000 feet appeared. this golden dragon unexpectedly had 5 claws, and as soon as it appeared here, a burst of dragon might immediately appeared. One could only see this golden dragon slapping its claws down towards the Xian turtle. That huge claw contained unrivaled destructive power. Dragon King, be careful. At that moment, a sea tribe shouted, "Careful? What else do I need to be careful of?" But it was just a Xian turtle. Could it still be able to withstand its own attack? Moreover, even if this Xian turtle was more powerful, it was only proficient in the water system aptitude. The Dragon Clan's defense was so powerful and even more proficient in the water system aptitude. So how would it care about this Xian turtle? East China Sea Dragon King for the turtle disdain. This claw, but the use of the body of the most powerful force. He wants a claw will be the turtle armor shot broken. Let everyone know, they are the Dragon Tribe, is the Supreme Sea Tribe. This claw surface emitted a burst of golden light, and with such golden light, it was indeed extremely powerful. This East Sea Dragon King's strength was at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his claw, its power was naturally quite terrifying, only to see that the 10 million miles of range sea area here had now surged with huge waves. However, when this claw struck Nangong Xian's turtle shell, the Dragon King of the East Sea realized that his claw was directly broken. Chapter 65, Devouring Treasure Mirror. Aoguang's fear 5 more requests. Aoguang let out a miserable scream. He realized that his claw, not only did not leave a claw mark on this Nangong Xian's back, this claw, there was absolutely no way to injure Nangong Xian in the slightest. How is that possible? Aoguang's eyes were filled with shock, while at this time, Aoguang had already discovered that the Xian turtle arrived in front of him. That Xian turtle directly opened its mouth and bit down towards Aoguang. What kind of terrifying Xian turtle is this? Aoguang's heart was shocked and fearful. He was now looking at this Xian turtle, and coldness appeared in his eyes. The strength of this Xian turtle was too much. However, it was absolutely impossible to take a shot at his precious mirror. This was the ancestral dragon mirror, a superb innate spiritual treasure. How could this Xian turtle possibly cause damage to this extreme innate spiritual treasure? Aoguang urged this ancestral dragon mirror with all his might. In this instant, the ancestral dragon mirror was a constant source of light. However, very soon, the light that appeared from this ancestral dragon mirror had dimmed. A look of horror passed through Aoguang's eyes. How is that possible? This ancestral dragon mirror, why does it seem to be cracked? After all, Aoguang was only a great Luo Golden Immortal. If he was a paragon, it would be a completely different story. After all, the divine abilities that a paramount saint was able to exert were far beyond those that a great Luo Golden Immortal was able to exert. With the strength of a quasi-saint, the defensive power of this ancestral dragon mirror was still able to increase by at least 10 times. And now, this ancestral dragon mirror was just bitten by Nangong Xian, and as Nangong Xian bit down, he was still able to continuously devour the might of this ancestral dragon mirror. The ancestral dragon mirror was struggling, so it didn't work. This mirror was directly devoured in Nangong Xian's mouth. In one of the pieces of turtle armor behind Nangong Xian's back, an even stronger light appeared at this time. Nangong Xian could clearly feel that his defense had increased quite a bit, and even the ability to bounce back had also improved. But Nangong Xian did not expect that there would be a change in his body. This mirror, surprisingly, contained a dragon power. This was causing Nangong Xian's body to change quite a bit. Nangong Xian's claws, as if they had turned into sharp dragon claws, and the double horns of his head were once again revealed. However, the current Nangong Xian was more like a turtle with a dragon's head. What in the world is this? You? Aoguang stared at Nangong Xian, his face filled with incredulity. Nangong Xian's head looks like a dragon, but his body looks like a turtle. This is a dragon turtle? The offspring of the dragon and turtle clans? It would be too much of a shock if that were the case. While Nangong Xian had no intention of answering nonsense with this East Sea Dragon King, Nangong Xian had no such interest. At this time, 2 figures had however already landed on Nangong Xian's back at this time. It was that Shiha, Chanshi too, fellow Daoist Nangong. We can leave now. Only Shiha could be heard saying, good. After Nangong Xian finished speaking, he wanted to turn around and leave. But at this time, the Dragon King of the East Sea immediately drove a large number of sea clans to surround Nangong Xian. There were 200,000 sea races here, and although these sea races were not very powerful, there were 1,000 dragons among them. Xian Turtle, you dare to hold the 2 Taiyi goddesses hostage. If you don't leave the 2 fairies behind today, you will definitely not have a chance to leave, Aoguang immediately said. The ancestral dragon mirror, as well as the 2 Taiyi goddesses, had to be left behind. Otherwise, what face would he have for the East Sea Dragon clan? Such a large loss would be impossible for even the East Sea Dragon Palace to bear. He, Changshi both looked at each other while holding that huge god-slaying lunar scythe. Don't leave the range of my turtle shell. I'll protect you, Nangong Xian said. Yes, the two fairies answered at the same time. Only a burst of golden light was seen on Nangong Xian's back, and the long skirts of the two fairies' bodies seemed to have been dyed a layer of gold color. Do it! The Dragon King of the East Sea shouted. One could only see the surrounding dragons immediately casting out powerful divine abilities or magic treasures. Only this time, before these magic treasures could reach Nangong Xian, they were already crushed by him. As for those divine abilities, it was as if they were directly blocked by a golden wall, and all of these divine energies were useless. 200,000 sea races and 1,000 dragons struck at the same time, but they were not able to cause this Xian turtle to suffer a bit of damage, and at this time, only two crescent-like sickle blades were seen to have chopped out, and in this instant, only tens of thousands of demons were seen to have been instantly chopped down, and this ocean was immediately dyed red. Chapter 66 Evil Turtle Intimidation? Candle Dragon's Horn 6 more requests. Whoever dares to stop us, don't blame us for being impolite, Nangong Xian said icily. Make way immediately, or else I will slaughter all of you. A trace of excitement unexpectedly appeared in Changshi's eyes. There aren't many times when you can kill like that. If it wasn't for the fear of the heavenly court arriving, Changshi was planning to kill all of these sea races. Fairy Changshi, why are you like this? Our East Sea Dragon clan is here to help you, Ao Guang hurriedly said. We don't need you to help us, Shiha chimed in. This was even more puzzling in Ao Guang's mind. The two Taiyin goddesses were actually helping this Xian turtle? Ao Guang's mind moved with a thought and said, I understand. Two fairies, it must be this evil turtle that is intimidating you. It's too much. It even did such a thing. Shiha, Changshi froze at the same time. They were intimidated? And after Nangong Xian heard it, he was quite depressed in his heart. You, the Dragon King, are quite the brainiac. Of course, the current Nangong Xian didn't bother to explain to Ao Guang, and since he was of the opinion that he was so, he would let him go. Nangong Xian didn't care either. At this time, a ray of light appeared on Nangong Xian's tortoise shell, only to see that those attacks that blasted into Nangong Xian's body unexpectedly rebounded back at this time. Moreover, it was as if this rebound attack had become double, 200% rebound damage. After Nangong Xian devoured this ancestral dragon mirror, the rebound ability of his body had unexpectedly increased by so much. 90% of the sea races around this place were killed in an instant. There were only tens of thousands of demon clans left still here, and these demon clans weren't much more powerful. Even the dragon clans would have been blasted by the damage bouncing back from Nangong Xian. The waters here are red with blood. Damn it, Xian turtle, you dare to kill my East Sea Dragon clan. Do you think you can still leave here safely? Ao Guang, who was at this point in time, was enraged. He roared loudly. Ao Guang's body, at this time, appeared with a burst of crimson light. In Ao Guang's head, double horns unexpectedly turned into two red light. This was Ao Guang's strongest aptitude, and the strongest power Ao Guang had received as the patriarch. The Candle Dragon's Horn. Ancient times, Candle Dragon was killed by the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu. To die before, Candle Dragon used their own two horns to refine a magic treasure. This one magic treasure, it becomes the Candle Dragon's Horn, and this Candle Dragon's Horn, able to be refined with the horns of other dragons, to play an amazing strength. Now Ao Guang is angry and anxious. Even the ancestral dragon mirror was taken by Nangong Xian. How can Ao Guang not be angry? When this Candle Dragon's Horn appeared, only the seawater in front of him was seen to be vaporized in an instant. That terrifying might appeared, and the infinite Candle Dragon Divine Flame instantly had surrounded Nangong Xian's body. This Candle Dragon Divine Flame of mine is incombustible to everything. Xian turtle, there's no way you can resist it. If you admit defeat right now, I can still spare your life and let you become a servant of my dragon clan. Only heard that Ao Guang said. Candle Dragon Divine Flame? Candle Dragon's Horn? When Nangong Xian saw the twin horns on Ao Guang's head, his heart stirred as he said, Two fairies, that dragon's horn is an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Is there a way to be able to chop it down? There's no way for us to cross the Candle Dragon Divine Flame here. As long as we can get close to this Ao Guang, there's a way to do it, Changshi replied. Good. After Nangong Xian heard that, his body slowly crossed over that Candle Dragon Divine Flame. This scene, however, stunned both the sea race and the dragon race. The power of this Candle Dragon Divine Flame was infinite, but Nangong Xian had directly crossed this flame, which was so shocking that even Ao Guang was speechless. This Candle Dragon Divine Flame, surprisingly, had absolutely no way to burn Nangong Xian. How is that possible? And at this time, Nangong Xian's body suddenly flashed and had appeared in front of Ao Guang. Ao Guang didn't even notice how Nangong Xian moved at all. This was Kunpeng spiritual art, capable of instantly traversing space. This wasn't crossing this distance with speed. Ao Guang naturally couldn't have discovered it, and 2 rays of light had appeared at that moment. Ao Guang only felt a pain in his head, and his 2 dragon horns were cut down hard by 2 rays of light. Ao Guang let out a roar as he was in pain. My candle dragon's horn! My candle dragon's horn! Chapter 67, The Sea-Setting God Pearl. Allowed to me 7 more requests. This candle dragon's horn, but belongs to the extreme innate spiritual treasure level of treasure. And also Ao Guang's 2 horns were transformed. This kind of treasure, now it was even chopped down. And it was still those 2 Taiyi goddesses who had made the move. Ao Guang would never have thought that his horn would be chopped off in an instant. These 2 Taiyi goddesses really didn't let Nangong Xian down. They attacked. They were really quite terrifying. Within the Paramount Saints, if it was just about the attacking power, it was estimated that there weren't many people who could be compared to them. Nangong Xian, however, was not polite at all, and with one opening, he swallowed the candle dragon's 2 horns. As for Nangong Xian's horns, they also turned a crimson color at this time. Ding! The host devours the candle dragon's horn, and in the future, the damage received from fire attribute aptitudes will be reduced. Ding! The host devours the candle dragon's horn and comprehends the candle dragon divine flame. Nangong Xian's 2 horns. It was as if they had turned into the horns of the candle dragon. And this candle dragon divine flame was comparable in power to the golden crow divine flame. Both flames were quite powerful. Nangong Xian already had the ability to avoid fire. And now with this candle dragon's horn, Nangong Xian was almost able to be immune to fire attribute divine abilities. This time, it's a bumper crop. Xian turtle, return my ancestral dragon mirror to me. Return the candle dragon's horn to me. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly roared sharply at this time. East Sea Dragon King, what I'm giving you today is just a small lesson. Nangong Xian, however, said. The heart of the Dragon King of the East Sea was in awe. Dragon King of the East Sea, if your dragon clan spies on me again, the next time I destroy, it will no longer be your dragon palace, but your entire dragon clan. Nangong Xian's voice came out once again. The face of the Dragon King of the East Sea became extremely ugly. This one Xian turtle, how dare it threaten itself? This time, the words spoken by Nangong Xian had made the dragons here feel quite fearful. After all, the words spoken by Nangong Xian were not just empty words. Nangong Xian had already displayed such amazing strength. Moreover, there were also 2 goddesses of Taiyi to assist them, and there was no way that the many sea races and dragon races that were here would be able to withstand them. Moreover, the Dragon King of the East Sea knew that even if he sent his dragons to spy on Nangong Xian, he would only be killed by Nangong Xian, unless they were able to send out quasi-saint level dragons. All other dragons, I'm afraid, would be discovered. Nangong Xian's threat this time, but it caused fear to appear in Ao Guang's heart as well. The strength of this Xian turtle was indeed unfathomable. I'm afraid that it was already at the Paramount Saint level, not to mention that he, Changshi were also 2 Paramount Saints, offending 3 Paramount Saints. Even the Dragon Clan could only cry without tears. Just when the Dragon King of the East Sea was a bit regretful, he suddenly heard the arrival of a dragon race. Clan Chief, it's bad. The Dragon Clan came over in a hurry. What could be worse? Could it be any worse than it is now? Ao Guang sighed. Clan Chief, our treasure vault was stolen. There were 300 pieces of magic treasures in there, and they were all stolen. That Dragon Clan said. What? Ao Guang roared after hearing this. East Sea Xian Turtle, I am at loggerheads with you. Ao Guang's chest is now about to spew out anger. These 300 pieces of magic treasures, but the last treasures of the dragon family. These treasures are accumulated by the dragon family for an unknown number of millions of years, of which there are also 100 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. Now, all gone. Moreover, Ao Guang himself had lost 2 extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures, and even if Ao Guang's dragon horn recovered in the future, it would be impossible to compare it to the candle dragon's horn. This time, Ao Guang was at a great loss. It was just that there was nothing Ao Guang could do about it now. It's all because of that basilisk turtle. It's its fault. Nangong Xian was at this time, but he was grilling those seafood while inspecting the treasures that the 2 fairies had found. Within the 300 pieces of magic treasures obtained by the 2 fairies, most of them were Hotian spiritual treasures, and there weren't even many Hotian supreme treasures. On the contrary, the number of innate spiritual treasures was more than 100, of which the number of lower grade innate spiritual treasures was the highest. and there were 3 pieces of great innate spiritual treasures, 2 of which were body-protecting magical treasures, but their defensive power was too low, and the 2 fairies didn't need them. And what surprised Nangong Xian the most was that there was an extreme great innate spiritual treasure here. 24 fixed sea beads. This sea-fixing pearl, surprisingly, would appear inside the East Sea Dragon Palace. This was too much for Nangong Xian to be surprised. But now, this sea-fixing pearl had already belonged to Nangong Xian. Chapter 68, Laws of the Earth. Arrival of the 3 heavens. 1 more requests. 24 fixed sea beads. This should originally belong to Zhao Gongming. But now when Nangong Xian got this fixed sea beads, obviously Zhao Gongming hadn't gotten it yet. So now these 24 fixed sea beads, naturally also belonged to Nangong Xian. 24 fixed sea pearls was an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. In that case, if Nangong Xian were to devour this magic treasure again now, he would be able to increase his strength once again. Of course, the most important thing was that Nangong Xian's defense was also able to be raised quite a bit. As long as the defense was strong enough, even a saint would not be able to break Nangong Xian's defense. This time, fellow Daoist Nangong, you have obtained so many treasures. You don't want to swallow them all, do you? Shi looked at Nangong Xian with wide eyes. That's right, as long as I swallow these magic treasures, I'll be able to utilize some of them, Nangong Xian said. Nangong Xian's mouth opened and swallowed all of the 1,000 or so Dharma treasures here into his stomach, but those 24 fixed sea pearls were still hanging over Nangong Xian's head. Devouring so many magic treasures at once was already quite good, and Nangong Xian needed time to digest them. Ding! The host will be rewarded for devouring more than 10,000 pieces of magic treasures. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The Law of the Earth. 2. The Law of Lightning. 3. The Law of the Sword. The Law of Thunder and Lightning. This was the ability to control thunder and lightning and have it attack the enemy with considerable power. And the Law of the Sword, which was also one of the 3,000 laws, was appallingly powerful. However, what Nangong Xian chose in the end was naturally the Law of the Earth. The Law of the Earth was the main defense, so this Law of the Earth was added to Nangong Xian's body, but it made Nangong Xian's defense even more powerful. In Nangong Xian's mind, at this time, but the arcane law branding appeared. Nangong Xian was now able to easily cast this Earth Law. Nangong Xian's change, even that Changshi could feel it. The 2 Taiyi Immortals obviously felt very surprised. However, Nangong Xian quickly converged this Earth Law. The Earth Law can only exert its strongest power on land. Of course, it can also be used in the sea, but the effect is only 80%. But even with 80% of the Earth Laws, the defense was already quite terrifying, and the sea people here have been roasted. In this place the number of sea people is quite huge. There are fish, shrimp, crab, dragon. Now all of them were hung up and roasted by Nangong Xian, and when Nangong Xian left with the 2 fairies, he had taken away quite a few corpses of the sea people. These are really flavorful when baked, and at this time, only 4 rays of light were seen but arrived at this time. These 4 rays of light, surprisingly, were each in existence of considerable strength. In total, there were 4 existences at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals. However, 3 of them were at the early Dala Golden Immortal stage and 1 was at the middle Dala Golden Immortal stage. Nangong Xian was also a bit surprised when he saw the 4 people in front of him. The one in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal was a man, quite decent looking, and he had quite fierce eyes. In this man's side, is 3 women. 3 women inside, one of them wearing a Taoist robe. She looks only 21, 2 years old, looks like a national beauty, pouring the country. In her body, there is a kind of gentle flavor. There was a woman wearing a long pink dress. Her face was cold, with a cold look in her eyes, and she carried a pair of swords on her back. There was another one wearing a long green dress. She had a pair of ponytails. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, youthful and lively, and her big eyes were sizing up the 2 people and the turtle here. Poverty Road is Interceptor sect disciple Zhao Gongming. These 3 are my sisters, Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao. We have come here this time and disturbed the 3 fellow Taoists, the man said. When this man's words came out, it made both Shihi and Changshi feel a little surprised. When Nangong Xian heard this Zhao Gongming's words, he realized that what he had guessed was correct. This Zhao Gongming, however, had come for the 24 fixed sea pearls in Nangong Xian's hand. This piece of magic treasure was also destined to belong to the name of Zhao Gongming, but unfortunately, this piece of magic treasure was now owned by Nangong Xian. Since it had already arrived at a magic treasure in Nangong Xian's hands, it was impossible for Nangong Xian to hand it over. So you are a high disciple of the Interceptor sect. I am Nangong Xian, the Xian turtle of the East Sea, And these two are the two fairies Shiha and Changshi, Nangong Xian said. The moment Nangong Xian's words came out, it also caused both San Shao and Zhao Gongming to be stunned. These two such stunning fairies were actually those two Taiyin goddesses. Chapter 69, Gongming is anxious. Set a bet 2 more requests. Sure enough, these two fairies, both of them were as stunning as the rumors had it. Just these two fairies, how could they be with Nangong Xian? However, after hearing this, Zhao Gongming looked at Nangong Xian and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xian Turtle, this treasure, the pearl of the fixed sea, is destined to be with the poor Taoist, so I wonder if it is possible for you to part with it?" Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed as he looked toward this sea-fixing pearl, the pearl of the fixed sea, a treasure that seemed to have a considerable affinity with Zhao Gongming, and that was exactly how Zhao Gongming felt right now. The power of this piece of treasure was quite immense, and if Zhao Gongming was able to obtain this piece of magic treasure, he would definitely be able to increase his strength greatly. In the future, Zhao Gongming would be so powerful, and that was thanks to these 24 fixed sea pearls. Unfortunately, the current fixed sea pearl had already been taken by Nangong Xian first. These 24 fixed sea beads are even more powerful, but they have nothing to do with Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming came to the East China Sea and searched for more than 2,000 years, and finally found the pearl in the East China Sea Dragon Palace. However, it was discovered that the treasures of this East Sea Dragon Palace had been taken away long ago. Fortunately, the current Zhao Gongming found the Xian turtle and the two fairies here. This was now the best chance for Zhao Gongming to be able to obtain this treasure. If he missed this one opportunity, the future Zhao Gongming would not have the chance to obtain this treasure. Because of this, the current Zhao Gongming was quite anxious. The 24 fixed sea pearls were obtained by myself first. Why should I give them to Zhao Gongming? This 24 fixed sea beads in burning lamp hand measuring tape fusion, but can be transformed into 24 heavens, which is also a power can be directly close to the innate supreme treasure. Now that Nangong Xian had obtained these 24 fixed sea beads, as long as he obtained the heaven measuring ruler again, he would be able to have the 24 heavens, and then he would be able to enter the 24 heavens even if he couldn't stay in this flood world. This was equivalent to 24,000 worlds, although it was one level lower than the flood world. As long as he could continue to live on, Nangong Xian wouldn't find it a problem. So now Nangong Xian balked. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I won't give this treasure away. Please forgive me." Nangong Xian's words, but it made Zhao Gongming's heart a little anxious. Zhao Gongming immediately said, "Fellow Taoist, this treasure is very important to poor Taoist. I hope that fellow Taoist will be able to give it up." "Fellow Taoist Zhao, if I don't allow it, are you going to plan to come out and grab it?" Nangong Xian faintly said. Nangong Xian's words, however, caused Zhao Gongming's face to change. Shiha, Changshi, after the two heard this Zhao Gongming's words, they also immediately made preparations. Now the two fairies are in the same boat with Nangong Xian. They won't leave Nangong Xian behind. This Shiha, Changshi's strength is not weak. Yun Xiao can see at a glance that the strength of the two fairies far exceeds theirs. If the three Xiao and Zhao Gongming really want to make a move, it will definitely be the four of them who will die. Yun Xiao hurriedly said, "Big brother, don't be reckless." Yun Xiao. Zhao Gongming looked at Yun Xiao with a bit of urgency. "Big brother," Yun Xiao added. When Zhao Gongming heard that, he had to shut up. Zhao Gongming, however, was quite aware that this one sister of his was gifted and much smarter than him, so there were some things that still needed Yun Xiao to step in. Yun Xiao said, "Fellow Taoist Nangong, this sea-fixing pearl you also just accidentally got the thing. This treasure and you actually do not match too well. If you are willing, we can bet a game." "A bet?" Nangong Xian heard it but was a bit interested as he asked, "I wonder how Fairy Yun Xiao wants to bet." "Fellow Taoist Nangong is a Xian turtle. If my eldest brother strikes 3 times, and if he can injure you, then you will hand over this fixed sea pearl," Yun Xiao said. "What if fellow Taoist Zhao loses?" Nangong Xian inquired. "Then we will give this piece of golden Zhao scissors to fellow Taoist," Yun Xiao said. In Yun Xiao's hand, there was a golden scissors. The destructive power of this golden scissors auger was quite huge, but it was only a piece of pin innate spiritual treasure, which might be useful in dealing with the great Luo golden immortals, but the role would not be too great if dealing with the paramount saints. Nangong Xian saw it, but shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in these scissors, but if it's the mixed elements golden dipper in your hand, Immortal Yun Xiao, I'd be a little interested." Nangong Xian's words caused both San Shao and Zhao Gongming to be stunned. How did Nangong Xian know that there was this mixed golden dipper in Yun Xiao's hand? Chapter 70 Mixed Golden Duel. Gambling battle begins. 3 more requests. The mixed elements golden dipper is an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. This mixed elements golden dipper is a magic treasure that can take away other people's hands. and it can even take away other people as well. Therefore, the power of this magic treasure was quite tremendous, and it was also more suitable for Nangong Xian. If Nangong Xian was able to obtain this mixed elements golden dipper, his strength would have progressed quite a lot. Because of this, compared to this golden Jiao scissors, Nangong Xian naturally wanted to obtain this piece of magic treasure even more. However, Nangong Xian didn't know whether or not this three Zhao's hand was now in possession of this mixed elements golden dipper. But judging from the look of the three skies now, this mixed elements golden dipper was indeed in the hands of these three skies. Because of this, Nangong Xian was even more eager to obtain this mixed elements golden dipper. As for what would happen to the three heavens in the future, what did that have to do with Nangong Xian? Nangong Xian wasn't a holy mother. Naturally he wouldn't care about the death or life of the three skies, and even Nangong Xian didn't bother to remind them. Since the three skies stayed behind in the Interceptor sect, what happens in the future of the Interceptor sect? They should be, and since they are going to die, why should Nangong Xian care more? Of course, this mixed element gold bucket, or quite precious, this kind of thing if left in the three Xiao body, in the end they will only incense and die, and in that case, it would be better to give this hybrid golden dipper to Nangong Xian. If Nangong Xian was able to devour this hybrid golden dipper, there was no telling what abilities he would be able to obtain. After Nangong Xian had now devoured that ancestral dragon mirror, he had perfectly inherited the ancestral dragon mirror's abilities. That ancestral dragon mirror turned out to be able to withstand the enemy's attacks and at the same time rebound the opponent's attacks, and both of these attributes were able to appear perfectly in Nangong Xian's body. Because of this, after Nangong Xian obtained this ancestral dragon mirror, he was able to boost his defense and at the same time rebound the damage caused by his opponent. As for the hybrid golden dipper, Nangong Xian believed that it was the same. It was because of this that Nangong Xian made such a proposal. Zhao Gongming was now looking at his three sisters. Zhao Gongming naturally wanted to get these 24 fixed sea pearls in his heart, but if he were to gamble with this mixed elements golden dipper, if he failed, he would lose a powerful magic treasure. This piece of magic treasure served such a great purpose that if it were to be lost just like that, it would definitely cause San Zhao's strength to drop quite a bit. Zhao Gongming was still reluctant to go so far. Fellow Daoist Xian Turtle, the mixed elements golden dipper you mentioned, I do have it in my body, Yun Xiao said, but this mixed yuan golden dipper is the most precious magic treasure of our body. If you guys are willing to bet, the four of you can fight together, and if you are able to injure me when the sun star rises again tomorrow, then I will be considered to have lost, Nangong Xian said indifferently. Nangong Xian's words caused all three skies to be a bit moved. However, the three skies also felt a little angry. This head of Xian Turtle was too underestimated. Could it be that in this Xian Turtle's view, the four of them could not deal with him even if they join hands? Good. In that case, we'll agree, Yun Xiao said. Yun Xiao, Zhao Gongming said sharply. Eldest brother, this treasure is a great chance with eldest brother. We must obtain this treasure. Yun Xiao replied. This sentence out, but let Zhao Gongming quite moved. Zhao Gongming added, if we lose, it's also because this treasure isn't meant to be with us. Xiong Xiao said, that's right, we are also willing to fight once for big brother. Only to hear Bi Xiao also say, seeing that the three sisters were like this, Zhao Gongming said, well, in that case, we'll strike together. Since the four of you have already discussed it, then come on, but stay away from here, so you don't affect the food I have here, Nangong Xian said. When San Xiao and Zhao Gongming heard Nangong Xian's words, their gazes looked towards these grilled fish, grilled shrimps, etc. In front of them, weren't these things the sea people of that dragon palace? The appetite of this Xian turtle was too big. However, they also followed Nangong Xian out of here and into the sea outside before Nangong Xian said, now you have 1 day and 1 night. Alright, since that's the case, then don't blame the poor Taoist. After Zhao Gongming finished speaking, he only saw a weapon appear in his hand, which was a golden whip. A burst of golden light appeared from that magic treasure and swept directly towards Nangong Xian. At the same time, the three skies had also appeared, with Bi Xiao directly offering up the golden Jiao scissors. Chapter 71 Immovable as a Mountain. All laws inviolate 4 more requests. The golden Jiao scissors was not an ordinary magic treasure, although it was only a pin innate spiritual treasure. In terms of destructive power, it was not below some extreme pin innate spiritual treasures. Now the golden Jiao scissors constantly appeared with golden light, only to see that this pair of scissors had already transformed into 2 golden scissors at this time, and these 2 golden scissors simultaneously scissored over in the direction of Nangong Xian. Xiong Xiao sacrificed her Xiong Xiao twin swords. The 2 swords turned out to be 1 green and 1 purple. The 2 swords were suspended in the air at the same time. simultaneously stabbing towards Nangong Xian in front of her. A burst of white cloud haze appeared on Yun Xiao's hand, which diffused towards Nangong Xian, making it impossible for Nangong Xian to see everything around him. Seeing this, he, Chang Shi were all a bit surprised. These four are worthy of being disciples of the Interceptor sect. They are actually this strong, he said in surprise. If that's the case, I wonder if fellow Daoist Nangong can handle them. Only Chang Shi could be heard asking again. This is what fellow Daoist Nangong chose for himself, and we can't help him, but with his defense, unless a saint descends, it would be difficult to hurt him in the slightest, Shiha said. Shihi but remembered how terrifying Nangong Xian's defense was. This Nangong Xian was able to block even their god-slaying moonscythe. Moreover, this moonscythe is a magic treasure that enhances the attack power to the extreme. But even so, there is no way to threaten Nangong Xian's tortoise armor, so it can be known that Nangong Xian's tortoise armor defense power, how terrifying it is. As for San Xiao and Zhao Gongming, they were only great Luo golden immortals. How could they threaten Nangong Xian if they were even more powerful? Only saw that the golden scaly cut in a flash has been cut to the body of Nangong Xian, and Nangong Xian but as if no harm in general, as if there is no feeling. Bixiao even did not see Nangong Xian have a little resistance. Bai Xiao urged the power golden Jiao scissors, which immediately transformed into two golden Jiao. The two golden Jiao had already wrapped themselves around Nangong Xian's body, and even then, they hadn't been able to pose the slightest threat to Nangong Xian. How is that possible? Bai Xiao's face was filled with shock as she said, how is this possible? The golden Jiao scissors can't even hurt him? And at this time the Qiong Xiao dual swords had also stabbed at Nangong Xian's tortoise armor, the same as that golden Jiao scissors. Not even this tortoise armor left a trace was not able to do so. Zhao Gongming's whip was called the Jin Yuan Golden Whip, and although this whip was a weapon, it was also a piece of pin innate spiritual treasure, and its power was quite enormous. This whip landed on the Xian turtle's back, only to see golden light flashing, but all the same, it didn't have the slightest effect. The strength of the Xian turtle's defense was so strong, but it felt a bit unbelievable. 3 Xiao and Zhao Gongming joined forces, and the first round of attacks didn't cause a single bit of damage, and at this time, Nangong Xian only felt as if the 4 interceptor disciples were massaging themselves. This kind of power was just right for it, so Nangong Xian floated up on the surface of this sea and let them attack. Such a thing is really quite surprising and unexpected. Neither San Xiao nor Zhao Gongming had imagined that this Nangong Xian's defense would be so terrifying. The 4 of them joined forces, but surprisingly, they were not able to injure Nangong Xian even by the slightest bit. It was a day that was going to go by in a horse's mouth. But now, not to mention seeing blood, their attacks didn't even manage to scratch Nangong Xian's skin. This was quite a surprise to them, and seeing this, Yun Xiao had no choice but to say, Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, set up a formation. When Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao heard this, they nodded their heads at the same time, and the 2 of them struck out at the same time, laying down a powerful formation with Yun Xiao, the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation, 9 curved Yellow River Array. This is the 3 Xiao laid down a powerful array. This one array, with up the hybrid gold bucket, but can cut the other side of the cultivation, the power of the great, even if it is a quasi-saint, it is difficult to cope with. The original Yun Xiao did not have the intention of using this one formation, but now it seemed that it would be impossible if he did not use it. This 9 quarters Yellow River Array was laid down, but it was as if Nangong Xian didn't feel it. Nangong Xian didn't have the intention of the concept at all, allowing this 9 quarters Yellow River formation to lay down around himself. In this instant, Nangong Xian seemed to feel as if he was within another piece of space. Chapter 72 Master San Xiao, stop scraping 5 more requests. This one formation was able to directly open up a new space out. This space, however, was quite special, because it was a formation, and the more powerful the formation, the more solid the formation space that could be generated. If the strongest killing formation in the flood, the Immortal Execution Sword formation, could be laid down, that space would be equivalent to 1,000 worlds, and even if it was a saint, it could not be easily destroyed. It was because of this that this formation space was now trapping Nangong Xian, but Nangong Xian did not have the slightest intention of struggling. The 9 quarters Yellow River Formation was said to be quite powerful, and the power of this one formation, Nangong Xian would want to see it. As soon as the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation was laid down, in this instant, a roiling yellow sand appeared. This yellow sand, surprisingly, was able to scrape away cultivation. However, this was only for ordinary great powers, but for Nangong Xian, this Yellow River Formation was far from threatening him. A burst of golden light appeared on Nangong Xian's body, which was Nangong Xian using 50% of his defense. When dealing with these 4 interceptor disciples before, Nangong Xian didn't even use 30% of his defense, relying solely on his physical body to withstand their attacks. Even so, there was no way for these 4 people to threaten Nangong Xian's physical body at all. And now this 9/4 yellow river formation was somewhat powerful. This 9/4 yellow river formation scraped towards Nangong Xian, but there was no way to injure Nangong Xian. If that was the case, only the last move could be used. One could only see Yun Zhao's hand resting on it, and a magic treasure was already hanging in the air. And this one magic treasure was none other than the Mixed Elements Golden Dipper. The Mixed Elements Golden Dipper was a superb innate spiritual treasure, and its power was mainly the ability to chip away at the opponent's cultivation and the ability to take away the magic treasure. Such a magic treasure was exactly suitable for Nangong Xian. Now that this piece of magic treasure appeared in the air, in this instant, but a ray of light appeared. These rays of light directly enveloped Nangong Xian's body, and this 9/4 yellow river formation, at this time, also erupted with great power. This Mixed Elements Golden Dipper was directly collected towards Nangong Xian, and a huge suction force was sucked towards Nangong Xian's body. At the same time, the 9/4 yellow river formation also scraped towards Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian, on the other hand, didn't move a muscle in place, immovable as a mountain. All laws are inviolate. These 2 words were as if they were made for Nangong Xian. Even this 9/4 yellow river formation, the attack of the Mixed Elements Golden Dipper, now had absolutely no way to threaten Nangong Xian in the slightest. 2 such powerful attacks did not have the slightest effect on Nangong Xian. This was a big surprise to all 3 skies. Even an attack of this power didn't manage to affect Nangong Xian? This Xian turtle, just how terrifying is it? Naturally, Sanxiao was also able to know that Nangong Xian's strength was definitely not something that could be compared to an ordinary Diluo Jinxian, but they hadn't expected to possess such terrifying strength. This Nangong Xian hadn't even used any magic treasures until now, and even so, the attacks of the 4 of them would be difficult to injure Nangong Xian in the slightest. From this, it is already possible to know that Nangong Xian's strength is far beyond theirs. Could it be that this time, it was really going to lose to Nangong Xian? There was absolutely no way for the Mixed Yuan Golden Dipper to suck Nangong Xian away, and the 9/4 yellow river formation, it didn't have any effect at all. This formation and magic treasure cannot help Nangong Xian, and the sky is already bright. The horse will be dawn. This time, there was nothing else they could do, and at this point in time, Sanxiao was only able to go all out. The 3 skies at this time at the same time condensed a huge mana. 9-curved yellow river formation. At this time the wild wind. This is not an ordinary wind, but can easily cut down the cultivation of the wind. Such a gale, but it was 10 times more powerful than before, and at the same time, Yun Xiao was using the mana of his other 2 sisters to catalyze the Mixed Elements Golden Dipper together. The Mixed Elements Golden Dipper was an extreme innate spiritual treasure, and with Yun Zhao's strength alone, there was no way to bring its power into full play. Therefore, the current Yun Xiao could only join hands with his 2 sisters, and only then would he be able to utilize 80% of the power of this hybrid Golden Dipper. This 80% of the power was also powerful enough that any other great Luo Golden Immortal would definitely not be able to withstand it. But now that the golden light of the Mixed Elements Golden Dipper had landed on Nangong Xian's back, it didn't affect Nangong Xian in the slightest. Nangong Xian's defense wasn't just able to withstand divine powers, it was also able to withstand magic treasures. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an extreme innate spirit treasure, this piece of magic treasure would have been shattered by the backlash by now. 3 fairies, stop scraping, there's no way you can hurt me. Nangong Xian's voice came again. Chapter 73, Reckless Gongming, nearly fell 6 more requests. With Nangong Xian's defense now, it was not something that these 3 fairies could hurt Nangong Xian. All 3 of these fairies were quite powerful, but unfortunately, they had found the wrong opponent. Their divine abilities and magic treasures were nothing more than scraping sand to Nangong Xian. How could such a powerful attack threaten Nangong Xian? Yun Xiao sighed and dispersed the 9/4 yellow river formation. Yun Xiao was also quite clear that the 9/4 yellow river formation couldn't help Nangong Xian either, and the Mixed Elements Golden Dipper couldn't do any damage to Nangong Xian, so even if they teamed up to continue attacking, it wouldn't be of any use. After all, Nangong Xian's strength was far beyond their expectations. That kind of defense is still too good to be true. Such a defense had already exceeded the range that a great Luo Golden Immortal could destroy. We've already lost, Yun Xiao said. We won't lose. Absolutely not. Zhao Gongming heard this, but immediately shouted out, only to see that Zhao Gongming body appeared a strong golden light. Zhao Gongming hand of the Jinhai Golden Whip appeared even more intense light. How could this Zhao Gongming not be willing to accept this one fact? But it was just a Xian turtle. How could he withstand his attack if his defense was even stronger? Zhao Gongming in fact is not weak. If you can get the Pearl of the Fixed Sea he, but in the future can be able to rival the Burning Lamp. We must know that the Burning Lamp is a quasi-saint, but when encountered Zhao Gongming, it is difficult to be Zhao Gongming's opponent. Unfortunately, the current Zhao Gongming hand does not have a Fixed Sea Pearl, his most powerful treasure, but also only the hand of the Jinhai Golden Whip, his strength, and even worse than the current 3 Xiao. With such strength, how could he possibly threaten Nangong Xian? Nangong Xian looked at the sky that was already starting to lighten, but Zhao Gongming didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The golden whip in Zhao Gongming's hand kept landing on the turtle shell, and in the sea around Nangong Xian. It was stirring up hundreds of thousands of huge waves at this time, but Nangong Xian was still there, not moving like a mountain, and such a powerful attack was still the same as before, just scraping sand. Even Nangong Xian's skin and flesh could not be broken through. This Zhao Gongming was quite unwilling. If they lost, but they had to hand over this mixed yuan golden dipper. This mixed elements golden dipper is such a precious treasure. This is the treasure that Tong Tian gave to San Shao. If this one treasure is lost, then Tong Tian will probably blame San Shao. Thinking about this, Zhao Gongming was naturally unwilling to accept this kind of thing. Zhao Gongming roared angrily, "We won't lose." Only an intense golden light was seen appearing on Zhao Gongming's hand. This golden light was the most powerful power of the Jinhai Golden Whip, a whip that contained a powerful attack. At this time, however, Nangong Xian faintly said, "Time's up, fellow Daoist Zhao. Stop." Nangong Xian's words finished, but Zhao Gongming didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Zhao Gongming had already wanted to continue striking because he was a bit unable to accept the fact that he had failed. Nangong Xian saw after. He body but appeared a burst of golden light. In Nangong Xian's tortoise armor, this time emerged a root of spikes out. These spikes were quite terrifying, and when they appeared on Nangong Xian's back, an invisible force suddenly appeared. When that Jinhai Golden Whip landed on Nangong Xian's back, in that instant, it immediately erupted with a shocking golden light. That golden light flung directly towards Zhao Gongming's body. That Zhao Gongming didn't even expect that his attack would be bounced back in its entirety. Only Zhao Gongming himself was seen being hit by this golden light, and his body was directly sent flying out. Zhao Gongming's mouth was spitting blood furiously. With such a powerful strike, Zhao Gongming had no way to withstand it, and was heavily injured on the spot. Big brother, seeing that Zhao Gongming was injured, all 3 skies rushed over. Zhao Gongming was so severely injured that his face revealed a guilty look. 3 sisters, I'm sorry for you, eldest brother. The mixed yuan gold duel is nothing more than an out-of-body object. A loss is a loss. Yun Xiao said. Fellow Daoist Nangong, this time it is us who have lost. Yun Xiao said and threw out that mixed yuan golden pipe, which turned into a golden light and flew towards Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian naturally accepted it without any politeness. Yun Xiao said, "Let's go." Chapter 74, Devouring Golden Dipper. Defense Evolution 7 more requests. Willing to gamble, Cloudy is still an honest man. And so what if you don't want to hand over this magic treasure? There were 2 Taiyi star fairies in front of them. Changshi was a quasi-saint level existence. San Shao and Zhao Gongming, even if they wanted to escape, it was simply impossible to do so. Because of this, Yun Xiao could only obediently hand over this magic treasure. Bisha glared resentfully at Nangong Xian before leaving the place. Xiong Zhao's eyes also carried an icy look. Big sister, how are we going to go about this now? Xiong Xiao said, "Let's take big brother to a more dangerous place to recuperate first. The East Sea is too big, and there are also ferocious beasts appearing from time to time. Those ferocious beasts don't have spiritually intelligent people. They will only attack all living beings. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for us to leave if we take big brother away," Yun Xiao said. The ferocity of the East Sea was something that all 3 Xiao naturally understood quite well, and now that they were trying to leave with a heavily injured Zhao Gongming, it was likely that they would all fall here together. Yun Xiao was naturally unwilling to do so, so they first chose a place to help Zhao Gongming to help with his injuries. That Xian turtle is indeed formidable. Even if we join forces, there's no way we can injure him. Xiong Xiao sighed and said, "I had thought that since we are all great Luo Golden Immortals, it should be easy for us to deal with him, or at least, it wouldn't be hard to injure him. Let's not talk about hurting him." 2 sisters, when I left just now, I saw its turtle shell. There wasn't a single scratch at all. This turtle shell, why is it so big and hard? We can't even stand it, Bishio said in dissatisfaction. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao glanced at each other. The 2 fairies' pretty faces slightly red, and the 2 of them immediately said, "Alright, let's recover for eldest brother before we say anything else now." When San Xiao and Zhao Gongming left this place, Nangong Xian didn't care. After all, this was something that had nothing to do with himself. Nangong Xian continued to stay here to continue grilling the seafood here. During this process, Nangong Xian had swallowed the 24 fixed sea pearls and the mixed elements golden dipper without any hesitation. The 24 fixed sea beads directly transformed into a piece of Nangong Xian's turtle armor, and as long as Nangong Xian wanted to make a move, these 24 fixed sea beads would immediately appear. And after this mixed golden dipper entered Nangong Xian's stomach, it was out of another kind of change. The current Nangong Xian was able to take in the magic treasure as soon as he opened his mouth. I'm afraid that all other magic treasures under the innate magic treasures would be devoured by Nangong Xian. Moreover, if Nangong Xian were to spew out the mixed golden light, he would also be able to chip away at his enemy's cultivation. As expected, this piece of mixed elements golden dipper did not make Nangong Xian look at it wrongly, and it was quite useful to Nangong Xian. After Nangong Xian obtained this piece of magic treasure, his strength increased quite a bit, and there were also those 24 sea-defining beads. These sea-defining beads were able to be used by Nangong Xian to smash into the enemy. The destructive power was quite astonishing. However, what pleased Nangong Xian the most was that Nangong Xian's defense had unexpectedly increased once again. After devouring so many pieces of magic treasures, Nangong Xian's defense was finally raised once more from the wall of the innate. Another change appeared in Nangong Xian's attribute panel. Host, Nangong Xian, the Northern Turtle. Realm, Middle Great Luo Golden Immortal. Power, Power of 10 Dragons. Defense, Wall of Chaos. Speed, not too fast, not too slow. Avatar, Vajra Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Eternal Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Chaotic Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Big Dipper Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Earthly Invulnerable Body, Perfect. Fabrics, Infinite Turtle Shell. Spiked Turtle Armor. Thorn Turtle Armor. Chaos Bell Armor. Fixed Sea Pearl Armor. Nangong Xian's Strength and Defense, both of which had been improved. The current Nangong Xian's defense should be much stronger than before. However, being able to withstand an attack of how much power, even Nangong Xian was unclear for the time being. I'm afraid that I'll need to battle someone later to find out. And it took Nangong Xian hundreds of years to devour the two magic treasures. After Nangong Xian devoured the hybrid golden dipper, his ability to devour magic treasures would be much more powerful than before. Now if one were to devour a magic treasure below an extreme innate spiritual treasure, I'm afraid that one would be able to do so in an instant. If one were to devour an extremely high-grade innate spirit treasure level magic treasure, it would only take 100 years to digest it. The Dharma treasures that were devoured were also quite useful to Nangong Xian. Chapter 75, The Three Heavens Are in Danger. Burning Lantern delivers treasure. One more requests. It seems that fellow Taoist Nangong Xian's strength has gone one step further. It's really something to be congratulated. He was also quite happy to see Nangong Xian regaining his strength. Nangong Xian is now with Cici He and Changxi. They will naturally be happy now that Nangong Xian's strength has increased. Nangong Xian said, "Two fairies, we should also leave." Good. He and Changxi naturally wouldn't object. And the two of them once again sat on Nangong Xian's back and left from here. And not long after that, Nangong Xian's divine thought suddenly realized that there were actually people fighting in front of them. And these people, surprisingly, were none other than the Three Heavens and Zhao Gongming. Ha! Isn't that Immortal 3 Xiao and Taoist Zhao Gongming? Shiha had also noticed. Immortal San Xiao and the others seem to be in danger. Sister, should we make a move? Changxi asked. If it's the original, we really shouldn't meddle in the matter. But fellow Taoist Nangong injured Zhao Gongming before, and took Fairy Yinxiao's treasure. So if that's the case, I'm afraid that they'll lose this time. I'm afraid, Shiha said. Since that's the case, let's make our move. Nangong Xian had no choice but to say. Nangong Xian had also been able to see that the opponent of this Three Heavens and Zhao Gongming was still an old acquaintance. The Burning Lamp. In addition to the Burning Lamp, there were also the Jade Tripod God and the Taiyi God. The fact that the Burning Lamp would appear here was a surprise to Nangong Xian. But seeing the Burning Lamp, Nangong Xian was quite happy, because in that case, his 24 heavens would have a place. This 24 heavens but used to measure the sky ruler and the 24 fixed sea beads. There are these two treasures, to be able to in the fusion together, so that the power of these two treasures increased greatly, become 24 heavens. And with this piece of magic treasure, Nangong Xian's strength would naturally be able to increase quite a bit. This burning lamp is specially sent to the treasure door. Nangong Xian, if you do not accept, that is not too sorry. Burning lamp, some intention? 3 Xiao and Zhao Gongming was also looking for a place to recover. After all, inside the East China Sea, but it is quite dangerous, especially those powerful beasts, at any time may threaten to get them, so they have been hidden. and did not expect is that in a few years ago they want to leave, but met the burning lamp. Burning lamp naturally will not be polite, and burning lamp's side, there is also Taiyi, Jade Tripod, two people. They knew that there were two powerful magic treasures in the hands of the three heavens, and if they were able to take these two magic treasures into their hands, they would definitely be able to increase their strength by a lot. Of course, this would also offend the Interceptor sect, but so what? Yuanshi is quite despised by the Interceptor Church, and Yuanshi is so protective of the shortcomings, they will not naturally be afraid of the Hierophantism Interceptor Church. Burning lamp, Taiyi, Jade Cauldron, you guys have gone too far. After all, we are also of the same origin as the three purities. How can you do this to us? Yunxiao said angrily. Who is of the same origin as you three purities? You disciples of the Interceptor sect are nothing more than a bunch of wet-life ovipositors, so we naturally won't put you in our eyes, Taiyi said. That's right, just with you guys, you deserve to be compared to us? It's simply a joke. The Jade Cauldron also said. Hand over the Golden Cauldron scissors and the Mixed Elements Golden Dipper, and we'll still be able to spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Burning Lamp said. This Burning Lamp was actually trying to take their treasures by force. It's too much. Burning Lamp, do you really think we will be afraid of you? Today, we'll let you see the strength of the disciples of the Interceptor sect. Zhao Gongming roared. That Zhao Gongming hand of the Jinhai Golden Whip once again thrown out. The power of this Golden Whip is not weak, but unfortunately, now Zhao Gongming is facing. But the Burning Lamp, if there were 24C fixing pearls, perhaps Zhao Gongming would still have a chance to fight the Burning Lamp. But the current Zhao Gongming was not so qualified. Without the C-setting pearl, the Burning Lamp did not fear him, only to see a ruler appear in the Burning Lamp's hand. That ruler had already struck towards Zhao Gongming in front of him. This time, if it hit Zhao Gongming's brain, this Zhao Gongming was afraid that he would die on the spot. Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were all taken aback. The three of them wanted to step in to stop it, but it was already too late. That heaven measuring ruler was already about to land on Zhao Gongming's head. At that moment, only a ray of light was seen chopping through, and that heaven measuring ruler was actually bounced away. Who? Burning Lamp roared angrily. Chapter 76, Burning Lamp Fear. Xian Turtle again? Two more. The Burning Lamp was clearly going to be in his hands, but now, even someone had interfered. If not, the Burning Lamp now had already killed this Zhao Gongming in front of him. This light just now was quite powerful. Even the heavenly measuring ruler was unable to withstand the other party's attack, which made the Burning Lamp a bit surprised. It is important to know that the Burning Lamp is a quasi-saint level existence, and the measuring ruler of heaven in his hand is also already a superb innate spiritual treasure. From this point of view, the strength of this Burning Lamp is indeed powerful, and the Burning Lamp is not just powerful so simple, he is an ancient great power. Now that someone dared to block him from striking, no matter who it was, the Burning Lamp would not let go, and at this time the Burning Lantern saw a figure swimming slowly in the sea not far away. This turned out to be another basilisk turtle. Fellow Daoist Nangong, can't you go any faster? Shiha said a bit helplessly. Those four little friends are all about to fall. Two fairies, I'm already moving at full speed. Nangong Xian said helplessly. Nangong Xian's words caused Shihi, Changshi to reveal helplessness, but they also knew that Nangong Xian's speed was indeed slow. With the speed of the two fairies, within the Paramount Saints, it was already considered to be quite slow. But they wouldn't have expected that there would be someone else whose speed was so much slower than theirs. If Nangong Xian had become a paragon, it was estimated that his speed wouldn't be much faster than it was now. Zhao Gongming, the three heavens looked a bit surprised to see Nangong Xian arrive with Shiha and Changshi. Fellow Daoist Nangong, what brings you here? Yun Xiao asked. We realized that you guys encountered enemies here, so we purposely rushed here to help. Changshi laughed. After all, you guys lost to fellow Daoist Nangong. So if you fell because of that, we would feel guilty. The corners of Nangong Xian's mouth twitched. Listen to this as human language? Nangong Xian immediately coughed lightly and said, for fellow Daoists, we are now repelling the three fellow Daoists for you, so the account between us can be considered settled. When Yun Xiao heard this, he said, thank you, fellow Daoist Nangong, for your help. Yun Xiao naturally knew that without the mixed Yuan Golden Dipper's three heavens, there was no way to help this Burning Lamp. And Zhao Gongming's current injuries hadn't fully recovered. How can one recover from such a serious injury in 1,000 years? And now Zhao Gongming has not yet recovered to face the Burning Lamp again. That would have been a dead end. Today, Nangong Xian stepped in to save their lives. Because of this, the current Yun Xiao did not hold any grudges against Nangong Xian, but instead was somewhat grateful. Who exactly are you people? Why are you meddling in our hierarchy's business? Burning Lamp said angrily. Who we are? You don't have to care much, but if you all roll immediately now, I can still spare you. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Nangong Xian added. Arrogant. Who do you think you are that you dare to talk to me like that? Now I will make you regret it. The Burning Lamp let out a cold laugh, only to see him once again offer up that heaven measuring ruler. 2 fairies, leave it to me. Nangong Xian's eyes lit up as he said. Fellow Daoist Nangong, this burning lantern is a paragon. Are you able to handle it? Shiha asked. We can join forces. They don't speak of immortal virtue anyway. Chang Shi said. Fear not. It's enough for me to deal with them alone. Nangong Xian said indifferently. A tiny Xian turtle. How dare you be so arrogant? Burning Lamp said disdainfully, only to see the Burning Lamp heavenly measuring ruler being offered up again. This heavenly measuring ruler had already knocked down towards Nangong Xian's head. The power of this strike was quite tremendous. Even space had already appeared with layers of ripples. One could tell how terrifying the power of this heaven measuring ruler's strike was. The 3 skies and Zhao Gongming both revealed shocked colors. So it turned out that the Burning Lamp just now hadn't used his full strength at all. However, at this time, Nangong Xian suddenly opened his mouth in one swift motion. At that moment, a burst of golden light appeared in Nangong Xian's mouth. Within this golden light, it was as if a mysterious and extreme power appeared. The light of that heaven measuring ruler began to be chipped away, and by the time Burning Lamp sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. The measuring ruler of heaven was directly wrapped in this golden light before it was swallowed in one gulp by Nangong Xian. Everyone was stunned by this scene, even Shi Chang Shi felt incredible. How is that possible? This Xian turtle actually swallowed that heavenly measuring ruler directly? This heaven measuring ruler, it's a superb innate spiritual treasure. Burning Lamp's heart was filled with fear at this time. This was unexpectedly another terrifying Xian turtle. Chapter 77 Human Weapon Unity, Treasure Pearl Evolution 3 More requests. Moreover, this Xian turtle was even much more terrifying than the previous Xian turtle. After all, this Xian turtle possessed the ability to devour magic treasures. This ability to devour a magic treasure is unheard of. After all, the magic treasure in his burning lamp hand is the heaven measuring ruler. This was an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. A magic treasure of such power was not only incredibly destructive, but even when facing other paramount saints, it had a rather terrifying power. And now, this piece of magic treasure was actually taken away by Nangong Xian just like that? Big sister, just now this light. It seems like it's a hybrid golden bucket? Bixiao asked. It is indeed the mixed elements golden dipper. Just how come I don't see this Xian turtle using the mixed elements golden dipper? Yun Xiao was puzzled. The light of this mixed golden dipper is emanating from the mouth of Taoist Nangong. Could the mixed golden dipper have been eaten by him? Xiong Xiao said in shock. When these words came out, the 3 skies looked at each other. They could not have expected this. If Nangong Xian had truly devoured this mixed golden dipper, he would even be able to utilize the power of this mixed golden dipper. This would be too terrifying. The power of the mixed elements golden dipper was originally quite tremendous. And now, this magic treasure was actually devoured by Nangong Xian. And Nangong Xian was still able to use the mixed elements golden dipper with his physical body. This is not to say that this Nangong Xian is a magic treasure. The human weapon is one that never seems to be done. While at this time, Nangong Xian's body was constantly showing golden light. Behind Nangong Xian's back, a piece of tortoise armor was showing a burst of light. This turtle armor was precisely the magic treasure that had fused the 24C defining pearls. Ding! The host devours both the heaven measuring ruler and the 24C fixing pearls, allowing the two to fuse and evolve, and the host obtains the 36 heavens. 36 heavens? Under the study of Nangong Xian's divine thought, it was immediately discovered that Nangong Xian's 36 heavens were actually 36 great thousand worlds. The great thousand worlds were worlds that were only one level lower than the flood world, and within each great thousand world, at most, a quasi-saint level existence could be born. Of course, there was no telling how many hundreds of billions of years it would take to breed a paragon-level powerhouse for one's own use, but these 36 heavens also possessed extremely great power. This piece of magic treasure was able to be considered an innate treasure. This was the first time Nangong Xian had seen an innate supreme treasure, and he didn't expect it to be an attack-assisting type of magic treasure. Nangong Xian's body flickered with such a golden light, which was something that caused all 3 of the burning lamps to reveal shock. You guys are still not rolling? Do you still want us to continue to strike? Shiha coldly said. Shihi and Shang Shi simultaneously held that huge moonsicle in their hands. 2 exaggeratedly large moonsides appeared, and Burning Lantern's eyes flickered as he finally realized who these 2 stunning fairies in front of him were. So it's the two fairies Shiha and Shangxi. Burning Lantern is out of line. Burning Lantern immediately said. When the Burning Lamp's words came out, it caused both Taiyi and Jade Tripod to be stunned. These two fairies are the two Taiyin goddesses, Shihi and Shangxi. These two Taiyin goddesses were quasi-saint level powerhouses, and they were also the existences that the two demon emperors of the heavenly court wanted to marry. So how come they appeared here? And the two fairies seem to have such a close relationship with this Xian turtle. We don't want to bullshit with you. Get lost. Shangxi said. Yes, we will leave immediately now. The Burning Lamp immediately said. Burning Lamp made a wink to Taiyi, Jade Tripod, these two Taiyin goddesses, but they could not afford to offend. They had to leave. Of course, they wouldn't leave just like that, and after leaving this time, they naturally had to be able to Heavenly Court to pass on the message. This Xian turtle had even abducted two Taiyin goddesses. If the two demon emperors of the Heavenly Court knew about it, they would definitely not let this Xian turtle go. According to the Burning Lamp, although this Xian turtle in front of us is powerful, it should be no better than that Xian turtle in the South China Sea. That Xian turtle was capable of devouring a saint's yuanshen. Even if it was just a strand of such a weak yuanshen, it was still a saint yuanshen. But even so, this Xian turtle of the Eastern Sea was quite powerful, which was no longer something that Burning Lamp could handle. Burning Lamp this measuring tape lost, although he was heartbroken. But Burning Lamp also knows that this measuring tape wanna get back the chance is not very big. Unless the Heavenly Court can be able to step in to kill this Xian turtle, only then would the measuring ruler be able to be retrieved. Chapter 78, Another Reward, Xian Turtle Blessing Armor 4 more requests. Of course, the Burning Lamp will not only tell this Heavenly Court, will also go to find the beginning of the beginning, although the beginning of the present has not yet come out of the closure, but send a branch to come. It should not be difficult. Even if it was a bilocation, it wouldn't be difficult to kill a Xian turtle. The Burning Lamp's heart did think so, and he also immediately left the place. After all, nothing good can come from staying any longer. Maybe this Xian turtle would even make a move against him. Burning Lamp does not want to die here. After all, cultivation to the current realm cannot be easy, and not only the Xian turtle, the two goddess of Taiyin is also two terrifying existence. With the strength of these two Taiyin goddesses, it was definitely not something that Burning Lamp could handle. Burning Lamp must now escape. Seeing Burning Lamp leave, Sanshao and Zhao Gongming were relieved. Thank you to the two fairies and fellow Taoist Nangong for coming to the rescue. If not, I'm afraid we would have encountered danger to our lives this time. Yun Xiao said. This time we made a move because of the previous bet only. Since the four of you are now safe, let's call it a day. He said. Why is this now? Fellow Taoist Nangong? At that moment, Zhao Gongming asked. Fellow Taoist Nangong seems to be making a breakthrough. His cultivation is not the same as ours. Only Shiha could be heard saying. What Shiha said was true, but what Nangong Xian cultivated was all defensive aptitudes. And even Nangong Xian's Gongfu was focused on the cultivation of the physical body. And Nangong Xian's defense was definitely not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. The way Nangong Xian was breaking through now was also incomprehensible. Nangong Xian was indeed already making a breakthrough after devouring this heaven-measuring ruler. Nangong Xian's realm had already stepped into the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, after obtaining these 36 heavens, even if he faced a saint next, there was a chance that Nangong Xian would be able to leave from here. As long as they entered the 36 heavens, even saints would have no way to threaten Nangong Xian anymore. After all, these 36 heavens were able to directly disappear inside the flood world. Unless the saint was truly bent on killing Nangong Xian, even at the expense of his origin. Otherwise, Nangong Xian would be considered safe. In this way, this time, Nangong Xian had gained a considerable amount of benefits. It was important to know that inside the flood world, every innate treasure was an extremely rare item. Nangong Xian was only a Great Luo Golden Immortal now, yet he already possessed one. Ding! The host's first act of bravery is rewarded. The host can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. The Basilisk Turtle blesses the armor. 2. The Iron Claw of the Genghis Khan. 3. Xian Turtle Divine Light. The opportunity to choose one of 3 appeared again, and Nangong Xian naturally did the same as before. And what Nangong Xian chose was the Xian Turtle Blessed Armor. And this time, the choice was one that made Nangong Xian feel a bit surprised. Because this Xian Turtle Blessed Armor was not just a mere boost to Nangong Xian's defense. Xian Turtle Blessing Armor enhances the defense of the turtle armor and is able to shelter other existences within the turtle armor of the Xian Turtle, allowing others to have the same defensive aptitude or other defensive abilities as themselves. This was surprisingly able to be used to protect other people. As long as the other people did not leave the range of Nangong Xian's turtle shell, they would be able to shelter other people. This ability, rather, is special, and at this time, the golden light of Nangong Xian's body had already dimmed, and sure enough, Nangong Xian's realm was now at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his defense, again, was able to go one step further. But more importantly, the other abilities possessed by the current Nangong Xian's body had also increased substantially. Nangong Xian does not care in front of other people breakthrough. In the Nangong Xian breakthrough, his body's defense will be all open. If just now the burning lamp wants to attack Nangong Xianwards, that person, absolutely will be the burning lamp. With Nangong Xian's current defense, other than saints, no one should be able to threaten Nangong Xian anymore. Because of this, Nangong Xian wouldn't have any worries even if he made a breakthrough here. When Nangong Xian woke up from his breakthrough, he saw that the three heavens in Zhao Gongming were still there, and he asked, "Why aren't the four of you leaving yet? We are envious to see that you were able to make a breakthrough, fellow Daoist Nangong, and we also want to thank you in person." Yun Xiao said, "Grateful in person? You're done being grateful, so leave." Nangong Xian said. When the four interceptor disciples heard that, their faces all looked a bit odd. This basilisk turtle was really eccentric and quite ungracious. The only one who had such a direct expulsion order for people was this Xian turtle. Chapter 80, Tongtian's Mind. Reclaiming the treasure. 6 more requests. The fact that the three heavens had lost to a Xian turtle was something that Tong Tian had never expected. Moreover, this Xian turtle seemed to be an existence of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. For Great Luo Golden Immortals couldn't even win against one Great Luo Golden Immortal. How humiliating was this to say? "Master, that Xian turtle but won the burning lamp. It's normal that we can't win." Xiong Xiao said. "What did you say?" Tong Tian was a bit surprised as he asked, "What is this about?" "It's like this, Master." Xiong Xiao set out again what happened back there. This time, it was something that made Tong Tian feel quite surprised. Burning Lamp is the deputy head of the hierarchy, and has quite a powerful strength. Although in the quasi-saints, this Burning Lamp's strength is not too strong, but for the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, the Burning Lamp should be unrivaled. Now that this Burning Lamp had lost to Nangong Xian, it made Tong Tian feel incredible. If that's the case, it seems that this Xian turtle is not unusual. Tong Tian said, "Disciple has lost such a supreme treasure. Please punish Master." Yun Xiao lowered his head and said. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Tong Tian said, "Although the strength of this Xian turtle is special, you guys are indeed at fault. Since this is the case, I will punish you by making you face the wall for 10,000 years. Do you have any objections?" Disciples are willing to accept the punishment, the three skies said at the same time. This time, it was indeed a big mistake that they had made, and because of that, they naturally did not dare to refute it. That mixed elements golden dipper was a superb innate spiritual treasure. Its power was quite tremendous, and it was only right to receive punishment for losing such a magic treasure. The three skies have already left from here and gone back to face the wall. In this Bo palace, there was also only Tong Tian left. Tong Tian muttered, "This Xian turtle does seem to have something special. Since he has taken this hybrid golden dipper, this treasure I should also take back. It seems that I should also make a trip to the East Sea. If the current heavenly chance wasn't so chaotic, I wouldn't need to spend so much trouble. For this matter, it will be enough to send a bilocation." After Tong Tian finished speaking, Baiyu Palace fell into silence once more. East China Sea. The two fairies' faces were now blushing with shame. They had already brought up that moonsicle to hunt down Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian didn't run either. After all, with his speed, he couldn't escape. And these two fairies realized that now, their moonsides couldn't even scratch a mark on Nangong Xian's turtle shell anymore. Two fairies, I only wanted to try out this new divine ability. I didn't expect it to be like this. Nangong Xian hurriedly said, "How could the divine power you tried change clothes for the two of us?" "Chang," she said viciously, "you defiled our innocence. You've gone too far." Shiha echoed, "Two fairies? I just used this Xian turtle blessing armor to cover a layer of battle armor for the two fairies. I didn't see how the two fairies' bodies were." Nangong Xian said helplessly. What Nangong Xian said was the truth. The effect of that Xian turtle blessed armor, even Nangong Xian did not expect it to be so. It was because Nangong Xian was actually directly draping a layer of battle armor over the two immortal bits. The battle armor, naturally, was also tailored. So Nangong Xian naturally needed to know the two fairies' figures. In this way, Nangong Xian but realized that the two fairies were indeed fairies, no matter if it was their body or looks. They were both excellent. However, if it was said that Nangong Xian changing their clothes for them was tainting them clearly, then Nangong Xian would never admit it. "Really? Chang?" she asked, a little puzzled. "Of course, I am not going to deceive the two fairies, Nangong Xian immediately said. The two of them, Shi He and Chang Shi, looked at each other, and Chang Shi said, "No, you must be responsible. If we have no one else willing to marry us in the future, you must marry us." With the two fairies' poise, "I'm afraid there's no need for me to go so far," Nangong Xian said with a bitter smile. "Humph." Shi He, Chang Shi both hummed at the same time. Nangong Xian was puzzled and didn't know why the two were angry. But no matter what, Nangong Xian now knew how to use this Shin turtle-blessed armor, and within a certain range, Nangong Xian was able to cloak them in a new garment, not just the battle armor. If Nangong Xian was willing, he was even able to change both of their clothing, and in this way, as long as the two fairies did not leave Nangong Xian's protective range, they were both able to have the same defense as Nangong Xian. Chapter 79, Losing the Golden Dipper. Tong Tian punishment. 5 more requests. Of course, Nangong Xian didn't need to be polite to them. In Nangong Xian's eyes, these 4 people were all those who would surely die inside the God-sealing quantum revelation in the future. Unless someone was able to change their fate against the heavens for them, none of them would have a chance of surviving. Of course, who would be able to do such a thing? Unless they were saints? Even Tong Tian couldn't help these 4, so Nangong Xian naturally didn't need to be polite to them. Since that's the case, fellow Daoist Nangong, we're very grateful to you for stepping in to help us this time. We'll take our leave, Yun Xiao said. Xiong Xiao. Bai Xiao didn't open her mouth, but it was obvious that Bai Xiao's face didn't look good, and her face was bulging with anger. Zhao Gongming's face wore a look of shame, and he didn't say anything. Nangong Xian said indifferently, "Please take care of fellow Daoist Yun Xiao as well." Yun Xiao nodded and led the 3 of them away from here. "Big sister, why are you being so polite to him? He's just a Shin turtle. His heel isn't as good as ours, and I'm afraid he won't achieve much in the future," Bishio said. "This Shin turtle isn't just a bit stronger in defense." "Stronger defense? Bishio, your eyesight is too poor." Yun Xiao shook her head and said, "Big sister, do you still see something?" Bishio asked. "I can't see what's so special about this Shin turtle either," Zhao Gongming said. "What's special about him is that he hasn't made a move all this time," Yun Xiao said. "Haven't made a move all this time?" Bishio was puzzled. "What's the big deal? He has never returned our strikes, but even so, he was able to defeat us, and when dealing with that burning lamp, he only made 1 strike and took away the heavenly ruler. What do you guys say? How strong is he?" Yun Xiao asked. "His strength, we can't see through it at all. It's obvious that he should only be in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, but we have absolutely no idea how strong he really is," Xiong Xiao said. "That's right, if I'm not wrong, he doesn't make a move because he doesn't care. If he does, we will die for sure," Yun Xiao said. "Bai Xiao, Xiong Xiao," and Zhao Gongming's faces changed greatly at the same time. But based on Yun Xiao's analysis, it did seem to be the case that, as it turned out, Nangong Xian simply looked down on them. "We used to think of ourselves as the most outstanding disciples of the Intercept sect, but now we have seen that there is a sky beyond the sky and a mountain beyond the mountain. After we go back this time, we will definitely have to go into seclusion and cultivate," Yun Xiao said. Zhao Gongming and the 3 of them also nodded heavily. Zhao Gongming went back to Izame Mountain, and the 3 skies also went back to the 3 Immortal Islands. But the 3 skies at this time received a voice that came. "Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, come to the Bayou Palace." At the sound of this voice, the 3 heavens could not help but tremble. The 3 heavens were quite clear that this was Tong Tian's voice. Tong Tian would even call them over at this time? The 3 skies looked at each other and headed to the Bio Palace at the same time. In the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian had his hands behind his back and his back to San Shao. "You 3, kneel down," Tong Tian coldly said. At Tong Tian's words, the 3 Shao did not dare to disobey, and they immediately knelt down. "Master, I wonder what mistake the 3 of my sisters have made," Yun Xiao asked a little timidly. "Don't know? Yun Xiao, don't you know what you have done?" Tong Tian coldly said. "Disciple doesn't know. Please clarify." "Master." Yun Xiao had no choice but to say stiffly. When Tong Tian heard this, he added, "Okay, since you say so, then I'll have to tell you. Where has your mixed Yuan Golden Dipper gotten to?" Tong Tian's words made Yun Xiao's face change greatly, and Yun Xiao said, "The mixed Golden Dipper is lost." "Lost?" The mixed elements Golden Dipper is a superb innate spiritual treasure, which the Master has specially bestowed upon you to use for self-defense. "And this treasure you are still able to lose?" Tong Tian said. "Senior, this matter cannot be blamed on Big Sister. It is all because of that Shin turtle," Bai Xiao immediately said in a hurry. "Bixia!" Yun Xiao hastily drank. "Yun Xiao, shut up!" After Tong Tian finished speaking, He looked at Bixiao again and said, Bixiao, tell me, what exactly happened? This is like this. Bixiao hesitated for a moment, but still said out what happened before. The four of you actually lost to a basilisk turtle? Not even his turtle armor left a single trace? You guys are truly a disgrace. Truly a disgrace. Tong Tian's face sank as he said. Although Tong Tian expected that something might have happened to San Shao, he did not expect that it would be like this. Chapter 81 Lord Dongwang appears. Invites the fairy 7 more requests. On top of that, Nangong Xian's own strength also had quite a few breakthroughs. Nangong Xian's increase in strength this time around was a huge boost to his confidence. This time at least he had the ability to save his own life as well. And for a while now, no dragons would dare to arrive without a second glance. Although the Heavenly Court has been sending people to track down the whereabouts of the 2 fairies and the turtle, the East China Sea is so big that it is not easy to find them. Nangong Xian and the 2 fairies traveled around inside the East Sea, which, indeed, had quite a few treasures. However, most of them were innate spiritual treasures of low quality. These magic treasures naturally belonged to Nangong Xian as well. After Nangong Xian devoured these magic treasures, the turtle armor's defense was able to become even stronger. Another few hundred years had passed in this manner, but Nangong Xian and the 2 fairies realized that a large number of demons were approaching at this time. These demon clans were so large in number and were also powerful. Could these be the heavenly demons? If that was the case, these Heavenly Court demon clans were coming after them. It seems that after hiding for so long, we still can't hide from the Heavenly Court demon clan. Shiha sighed. No matter what, we are not willing to marry into the Heavenly Court. Chang Shi immediately said. I'm the same, Shiha said. I'd rather die than enter the Heavenly Court. 2 fairies, you don't have to worry. With me here, no one will be able to hurt you, Nangong Xian said. Even if a saint arrived, Nangong Xian was certain that he would be able to protect the 2 fairies, not to mention the Heavenly Court. However, the next thing Nangong Xian realized was that what appeared here was not the Heavenly Court demon race. This emperor is the Immortal Court demon emperor. Lord Dongwang, are those 2 Taiyin goddesses in front of you? Only a voice could be heard. When this voice came out, it caused both Nangong Xian and the 2 fairies to feel surprised. The one who came here was not even the Heavenly Court's demon race, but that Immortal Court's demon race? The Immortal Court is a power created by the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, and this power is designed to replace the Heavenly Court in the future. East Wanggong controlled this Immortal Court. Natural strength is also quite powerful. East Wanggong has the innate Yang Fire, is not inferior to the 3-legged Golden Crow's Golden Crow Divine Fire. The East King Duke was also a quasi-saint perfection existence, and because of this, the current East King Duke had arrived, but he was leading 100,000 demon clans. Lord East King? Shi and Shang Shi glanced at each other, and a hint of a different color passed through both of their eyes. I didn't expect to meet this Lord of the East here, and this Duke of Dongwang. He seems to be coming from a bad place too. That's right, this Emperor is the Duke of the East King. 2 fairies, if you are willing to follow us to Panglai Island and become our guests in the Immortal Court, that would be the best thing. The Duke of the East King's face revealed a smile as he said, why do we want to be guests on your Panglai Island? Upon hearing the words of this Duke of the East King, Chang Shi however said, we don't want to go. Fairy Changshi, I'm afraid it won't work if you don't want to go. The Duke of the East King, however, laughed. No? You mean, want to force us to go? Chang Shi raised an eyebrow after hearing this and said, Fairy Changshi, Fairy Shiha, you are the body of the most Yin, and I am the body of the most Yang. This we are a natural pair. If you are willing to marry me, in the future, within the 3 realms, under the saints, no one will be able to stop us. Lord Dongwang added. Lord Dongwang, if I remember correctly, your wife seems to be that Queen Mother of the West. What exactly do you mean by what you said today? Shiha added. Western Queen Mother? That's just someone who cooperates with this emperor. This emperor doesn't have anything to do with her. The Duke of the East King replied. I see. It seems that you were unable to pursue the Queen Mother of the West, which is why you wanted to invite us to become your wives. As soon as Chang Shi heard this, she immediately said, worthy of being Fairy Changshi, you're really smart. I can't see that. Duke Dongwang, you're actually such a scum. Nangong Xian spoke at this time. Xian Turtle? When is it your turn for a Xian Turtle to babble here when this emperor speaks? The Duke of the East King said angrily. After the Duke of the East King finished speaking, he was only seen slapping his palm down. In this instant, millions of miles of seawater were instantly vaporized, and this palm contained a monstrous might. Chapter 82, Abominable Genta Turtle. Duke of the East King's anger. 1 more requests. When the Duke of Dongwang is angry, he is capable of ambushing thousands of corpses. All of the demon race immediately retreated away when they saw Lord Dongwang strike now. The two fairies at this time, however, did not have the slightest intention of striking out or dodging. This was a surprise to the Duke of Dongwang and the demon tribe here. What was going on with these two fairies? Do they want to protect the turtle? This Xian turtle had already offended the Duke of the East, and there was absolutely no way that this matter would end today. And at this time, only a burst of golden light could be seen appearing from the body of that Xian turtle. After this golden radiance appeared, the attack sent out by that Duke of the East King had been blocked down in an instant, as if nothing had ever appeared. The Duke of Dongwang also felt quite shocked and surprised. The Duke of Dongwang could never have imagined that a Xian turtle would be able to possess such strength. Lord East Xuan would definitely not be wrong. This was just a Xian turtle of the Deluo Jinxian realm. Even if this Xian turtle's strength was even stronger, there was no way it would be his opponent. After all, he is the Duke of the East. Anyone who dares to insult the Duke of Dongwang will die. A burst of might appeared in the body of the Duke of Dongwang, and in his body, it was the aura of a king. That terrifying might made everyone here shaken by it. Such a terrifying might was indeed something that made people feel fearful. But this Duke Dongwang's might didn't have the slightest effect on Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian had even seen the East Emperor Taiyi, so how could he be afraid of the might of this East King Duke? Congregation Dongwang was now gushing out innate yang fire underneath his body. The destructive power of this kind of innate yang flame was already enough to make one feel fearful, and now the innate yang flame of the Duke of Dongwang was, in this instant, blasting towards Nangong Xian. Unwilling Xian turtle, daring to speak out and humiliate this emperor. You will surely die. Lord Dongwang's flames had blasted their way to Nangong Xian's body in this instant. Only Nangong Xian, however, still did not have the slightest intention of evading, and golden rays of light continuously appeared in Nangong Xian's body. After such a terrifying radiance appeared, one could only see that the flames of that Duke of the East King were once again extinguished. This kind of flame, there was absolutely no way to threaten Nangong Xian, regardless of whether it was Nangong Xian's physical body or Nangong Xian's divine power. All of them were able to easily withstand this kind of flame. So how could this kind of innate yang fire possibly injure Nangong Xian in the slightest? Lord Dongwang, you want to kill me? Then I'm waiting here for you to kill me. Nangong Xian, however, said. Nangong Xian's words made the Duke of Dongwang breath even more. This is a blatant provocation. Damn turtle. Ding. Armor-breaking taunt power reaches 100%. As the Duke of the East King spoke, he could only see the yang flame of his body surging out once again. And this time the flames seemed to be quite a bit more powerful than it was just a moment ago. However, the power of this flame was as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth in an instant. And such a terrifying flame landed on that Xian turtle's body all of a sudden. Everyone could only see that the 10 million miles of sea surrounding that Xian turtle was evaporating. Not only that, but even space began to be burned and distorted. What a horrible flame! That Xian turtle in the center of the flame. I'm afraid it's already dead. This is the flame of His Majesty the Duke of the East. This innate young fire can't ignite anything. A Xian turtle provoking His Majesty the Duke of the East is not looking for death? Blame it on his own eyesight. Not realizing how powerful His Majesty the Duke of the East is, the many demon clansmen did not think that Nangong Xian would be able to survive in the midst of the flames of this Duke of Dongwang. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that if this time, the two Taiyin goddesses would also be injured. The Duke of the East King's heart also felt a bit regretful. How nice it would be if these two fairies could become his Dao couples. At that time, the combination of yin and yang would surely be able to increase the strength of the Eastern King's Duke. Unfortunately, it's now going to be incinerated and killed together. When the Duke of Dongwang thought so, the flames in front of him had completely dispersed, only to see that the Xian turtle reappeared here. And no matter whether it was the two goddesses of Taiyin sitting on the face of the Xian turtle, or the Xian turtle, there wasn't the slightest sign of injury. Lord Dongwang, is this the level of your strength? Nangong Xian said again. Ding! Armor-breaking taunt power reaches 200%. The Duke of Dongwang was enraged. This was something he had not thought of. This Nangong Xian was even able to survive again. How is that possible? This innate young fire, it couldn't kill Nangong Xian either? Chapter 83, Fairy Strikes. His men are merciless. Two more requests. The Duke of Dongwang's eyes were filled with coldness. His heart was quite angry right now. This Xian turtle. Surprisingly nothing happened. Moreover, this Xian turtle even dared to belittle himself so much. Lord Dongwang is the lord of the Immortal Court. How could he just let it go? Today, Nangong Xian must be beheaded. Only to see that the East Kingdom body at this time appeared a burst of golden light out. The power of this golden light was quite terrifying. And as soon as this golden light came out, he was immediately able to tell that the temperature of this space had risen sharply. This is the innate yang essence of the Eastern King's Duke. Dong Wanggong was the first yang qi transformed, so it was again the innate yang qi, and this Dong Wanggong body possessed the innate yang qi origin. The power of this innate yang qi origin was 10 times more than that of the innate yang fire. Unless the Duke of Dongwang met an evenly matched opponent, it would be impossible for him to use this innate yang qi origin. However, the current Duke of Dongwang was extremely hateful towards Nangong Xian, and even wanted to take action against Nangong Xian at any cost. As soon as this innate yang qi origin appeared, only an even more terrifying flame was seen to appear. Such a powerful flame had instantly rolled up to Nangong Xian's body. That Xian turtle's body was once again engulfed in flames. Numerous demon clans looked at Nangong Xian at the same time, but these demon clans realized that Nangong Xian's body was still unharmed. All of the attacks that landed on Nangong Xian's body seemed to have become useless. How so? This scene was a shock to everyone. The crowd couldn't believe it was true. This Xian turtle, was it even able to withstand this strike? The Duke of Dongwang's heart was also shaken right now. This Xian turtle was only a great Luo golden immortal. How could it possess such amazing defense? While at this time, that Xian turtle had suddenly crossed over into space and appeared in front of this Duke of the East King. The Duke of Dongwang was completely unprepared for this Xian turtle to be able to travel through space. This Xian turtle's speed shouldn't be too fast, but how it arrived, no one knew. And at this moment, only two figures could be seen waving their hand moonsides at the same time. And these two moonsides were precisely the two Taiyi immortals striking out. This Duke of Dongwang even wanted to get his hands on them. How could they just let it go? This time today, I will definitely go all out. Light appeared on the golden robe of the Duke of Dongwang's body, which was surprisingly also a powerful defensive spiritual treasure. This Eastern King's golden robe, a superb innate spiritual treasure, possessed no weak defense, and this piece of magic treasure flickered with light, and after its defensive light appeared, it had formed a huge golden ball all of a sudden. Unfortunately, there was no way that this golden light could withstand the light of these two moonsides. The two rays of light had destroyed the golden ball in front of them in this instant, only to see cracks appear immediately in that Eastern King's golden robe. The Duke of the East King was shocked in his heart. The two fairies had struck out so terribly, and the power of these two attacks was far too astonishing. Even if it was Lord Dongwang's extreme innate spiritual treasure, it was surprising that it had already been damaged after taking a single strike from two people. If that was the case, then the magic treasures in the hands of these two fairies must not be ordinary magic treasures. This was also estimated to be an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Even the power of these two magic treasures was quite a bit more terrifying than an extreme innate spiritual treasure. And the two of them, Shi He and Chang Shi, didn't just let it go with their outbursts. The two men's moonsights swung once again, two intense rays of light, and in an instant, they had already chopped into the Duke of Dongwang's body. This Duke of the East King was horrified in his heart as he tried to put out his hand to resist, but his body had already been chopped into several pieces. If it was any other quasi-saint level powerhouse that withstood such a powerful attack, they would probably have been killed on the spot. But the current Dong Wanggong was obviously different. Even after being chopped into several pieces, Dong Wanggong's body was surprisingly still able to be restored together. But Shi He, Chang Shi struck out so hard, but it made him feel shocked. These two, are they really the goddesses of Taiyin? He's not even dead? How could that be? Chang Shi asked. Lord Dongwang was transformed by the first Yang Qi, so his body can be transformed into Yang Qi, and normal attacks don't have the means to cut him down. Nangong Xian said. Chapter 84 Lord East King's Fear. Unable to break defense, 3 more requests. Nangong Xian's words caused both fairies to be a bit surprised, and Chang Shi said, so that's how it is. If that's the case, sister, we can use the God-extinguishing moon scythe to decapitate this Duke of Dongwang's Yuanshan. Okay, do it, Shi He immediately said. As soon as the two fairies' words fell, they struck out at the same time, only to see that the two's moonsides actually bloomed out again at this time. The light emitted by the two moonsides this time was something that made the Duke of the East here feel fear. There was a sudden feeling in the bottom of Lord Dongwang's heart that he actually felt a threat of death when he saw this moonscythe. How so? The Duke of Dongwang's face was filled with shock. What kind of attack were these two Taiyin goddesses going to use? The Duke of Dongwang was completely unable to understand, but he also understood that these two Taiyin goddesses were not ordinary existences. They were the two fairies nurtured by the Taiyin star, and their followers were no worse than the three-legged golden crow. These two fairies were even better heels than he, the Duke of Dongwang. Because of this, the full force of the two fairy strikes now was something that made the Duke of the East King feel fear. The Eastern King's golden robe on the Eastern King's body had also been damaged, and now he could only fight for his life. Dong Wanggong's innate yang qi essence completely erupted at this time. As soon as such a terrifying innate yang qi origin appeared, one could only see the temperature of the place suddenly increase dramatically. The golden flame blasted out in front of him, and this flame, in an instant, had already blasted towards Changshi's body. If the two fairies still had to make a move, they would definitely be attacked by themselves as well. This was what the Duke of the East King had in mind. As long as he made a move, the two fairies would definitely need to back off, or else they would be injured as well. Only what Lord Dongwang hadn't anticipated was that the two fairies at this time didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. The two fairies unexpectedly continued to slash a moonsicle towards Lord Dongwang. Kill! Two voices appeared at the same time, and that murderous look caused the other demon clans here to be stunned, because immediately afterward, that Duke of the East King had been chopped away. Two extremely terrifying wounds appeared on the body of Lord Dongwang. The Duke of the East King was now horrified in his heart. He felt that something was wrong. The strength of these two fairies was quite terrifying, and what was even more frightening was that his attack just now was not even remotely useful to the two fairies. How is that possible? At this time, the Duke of Dongwang realized that the clothes on the two fairies' bodies were actually appearing golden. Could it be that the clothes on the two fairies' bodies were also two extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure-level magic treasures? Naturally, the Duke of Dongwang would not understand that Nangong Xian was now able to easily shelter these two fairies. The strength of these two fairies was already very powerful, and now after having Nangong Xian's shelter, they didn't need to defend at all. Nangong Xian was able to protect them, and because of this, it was enough for them to simply strike out and attack. The Godslayer Moonsicle was extremely powerful. With this piece of Moonsicle in place, the attack power of the two immortals was quite terrifying. Naturally, the Duke of the East King would not have thought of this, or else, he would not have been so severely injured. And at this time, a burst of flames had appeared on Nangong Xian's body. Such was the flame that in an instant it had spread outward. When this flame spread out to the surroundings, it was a shock to the demon race here. This kind of flame, how could it be so familiar? Isn't this the innate yang fire? The Duke of the East King's face now changed. The innate yang fire was his innate divine ability. Why was this Xian turtle able to exert it now? No, wasn't this exactly the innate yang fire he had just emitted? Now this innate yang fire exerted a tremendous amount of power, and in this instant, it had spread out to the surroundings. The power of the innate yang fire is naturally terrifying, and the demon race around here has been set ablaze all of a sudden, and 100 after this was set ablaze, he would naturally be incinerated as well. Under this kind of flame, even if it was a quasi-saint level demon race, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to extinguish it. When these demon clans were burned to death, but they didn't even leave any dregs behind. This was really too terrifying. This is the power of the innate yang fire? Just now, when Lord Dongwang used this innate yang flame, there was absolutely no way to injure Nangong Xian at all, but now the flames that Nangong Xian had exerted were powerful enough to incinerate everything. Chapter 85, The Heavenly Court Descends. The battle between the two courts. 4 more requests. The Duke of Dongwang didn't dare to stay any longer at all. After all, if he stayed any longer, it would be hard for him to escape death. The Nangong Xian here and the two powerful Taiyin goddesses would not let him go. The strength of the two Taiyin goddesses was much more terrifying than Nangong Xian. Lord Dongwang immediately said, "Go!" The Duke of the East King, with a large number of demon clans, directly fled away. Although these demon clans were originally incinerated and killed by the flames bouncing back from Nangong Xian, there were still thousands of demon clans left. These thousands of demon clans followed the Duke of Dongwang and left. Not long after these demons had just left, and at this time, Nangong Xian suddenly said, "Since you're here, why don't you come out?" At that moment, only a dragon was seen suddenly cowering and arriving. Seeing this dragon, Changshi immediately said with glowing eyes, "Fellow Daoist Nangong, are we going to eat him?" Originally in the Dragon Palace where the captured dragons and other sea races have been eaten up, Changshi but remembered that this dragon meat is quite delicious. Hearing Changshi's words, this dragon race immediately trembled. Why does this goddess Taiyin like to eat dragon meat? This dragon clan immediately said, "Senior Xian Turtle, I only saw someone fighting here, that's why I came here to watch the battle. I definitely won't say anything about what happened here today, since I want you to arrive. Naturally I want you to tell this one thing. Within a month, I want the entire Flood Wasteland to know about this one thing. Otherwise, you'll be dead." A golden light appeared from Nangong Xian's body and landed on this dragon race body. "Senior," that dragon clan couldn't help but change his face drastically after hearing that. "Remember my words and go," Nangong Xian added. This dragon clan's face was pale, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. There wasn't a single thing he could do about what Nangong Xian said, even if he didn't want to hear it. This dragon had to go back and immediately start spreading this one thing. The Duke of Dongwang wants to rob 2 Taiyin goddesses to Penglai Island. This one incident spread all over the flood at once. When the 2 demon emperors of the heavenly court knew about this, they were naturally very angry. What kind of person is the Duke of the East King? How dare he compete with their heavenly court for the 2 Taiyin goddesses? In the eyes of Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi, the 2 goddesses of Taiyin were already their women, so how could they let other people get their hands on them? This time, how could the Eastern Prince of the Immortal Court just let it go when he dared to do such a thing? This one incident had already spread throughout the entire flood world. If this one too was just left alone, then wouldn't the heavenly court be laughed at? Emperor Jun and Emperor Taiyi of the East immediately sent the demon clan to Penglai Island. This time, 100 million demon clans descended on Penglai Island at the same time. But it was quite a spectacle. Penglai Island was an immortal island with rich spiritual chi, and this island's current periphery was surrounded by that heavenly court's demon race. Duke East Xuan, get your ass out here. At this time, only that Eastern Emperor Taiyi's voice could be heard. The sound rolled away, and in an instant, it had covered the 10 million miles of this place. The great powers of the East Sea were able to hear this sentence, and at this time, far away from here, not knowing how many millions of miles away, a Xian turtle was carrying 2 fairies to look at the Xian mirror in front of them. This is the mirror that Shiho has conjured up. In this mirror, it was the situation outside that Penglai Island. Fellow Daiwas Nangong, is this your purpose? Only Shiha could be heard asking. Not yet, it's just one of the steps, Nangong Xian said. Nangong Xian now had to do something even greater in order to comprehend other defensive divine abilities. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be difficult to raise his defense as well. Moreover, since this time the Duke of Dongwang had already made a move against him, Nangong Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. The heavenly court and the immortal courts would have already been at war, and now Nangong Xian was merely making this one thing move a little faster. And naturally, Nangong Xian's purpose wouldn't be as simple as just provoking a fight between the 2 forces. Nangong Xian's words caused both Shiha and Changshi to be a bit surprised. If that was the case, what exactly did Nangong Xian want to do? But what Nangong Xian had done was also truly astonishing. Nangong Xian had only passed on a few words and was already able to make this one thing turn out like this. It does come as a surprise. Chapter 86, The Star Dipper of the Weekly Sky. 10,000 Immortals Great Formation. 5 more requests. The 2 fairies didn't expect this to happen. But now, as these demon clans continued to fall to the ground, Changshi asked, Fellow Daiwas Nangong, are we able to roast these demon clans for dinner? Those demon clans seem to be very tasty. Look, there's a chicken there. That's not a chicken. That's a green one. Hearing this, he shook his head. Sister, isn't that about right? Look, there are 2 other dogs there. They don't know how they taste. Changshi added. That's the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. This is the noblest clan within the Wolf Clan. He added. And, Changshi was already on the verge of drooling as she looked at those demon clans. Nangong Xian could see that this Changshi was a foodie. In recent times, Changshi also seemed to have gotten tired of eating the sea people. And now she wanted to eat things from the land? The arrival of the heavenly court was a shock to the entire immortal court, and Shi Wangmu's face was now quite ugly. Duke Dongwang, look at what you've done to do something so bad. You've gone too far. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Queen Mother West, this matter can't be blamed on me. This one thing, I didn't want it either. The Duke of the East King immediately said, and you don't want to? If you hadn't acted so recklessly, how would it have been like this? Only the Western Queen Mother could be heard coldly saying, now how are we going to set this matter right? Why do we need to settle things? Are we, the Immortal Court, still afraid of their heavenly court? Since we want to fight, then let's fight, Duke Dongwang said. The face of the Queen Mother of the West sank, but the Queen Mother of the West also knew that there seemed to be no other choice left now. It has to come out. East Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun had already bullied their way to the door, so where could they not make a move? Only to see that the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West went out together, and the 2 of them stood on that Penglai Island, and on this Penglai Island, it was the countless demon clans. East King Taiyi, Emperor Jun, what is the reason for your arrival here? The Duke of the East King said, Lord East Wang, we naturally came here to destroy your immortal court. You dared to do such a thing to the 2 Taiyin goddesses, so we will seek justice for the 2 fairies today. East Emperor Taiyi said, ridiculous. Our immortal court is not an existence that you heavenly court can just bully, but since you want to fight, then let's fight. Inside this one flood world, there is only one East King needed. East King Gong said, you are right, This flood world only needs one Eastern Emperor, and that is me, Eastern Emperor Taiyi. East Emperor Taiyi also said, East Emperor Taiyi, you have arrived here today, but you are destined to fall here, and from now on, the flood wasteland will not have a character like you. The Duke of the East King said, Lord East Wang, on what basis do you speak such arrogant words? I would like to see it, East Emperor Taiyi said. With this, the Duke of the East King finished speaking, and in that instant, one could only see that a huge formation but appeared around them. This one formation was actually made using 10 million demon clans, and the power of this one formation was so great that it made the saints a little surprised as well. This is our Immortal Court's 10,000 Immortals formation. East King Taiyi, Emperor Jun, you guys today, you're bound to lose, the Duke of the East King said. The words of the Duke of the East King were a slight surprise to both Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun. The two of them did not expect that this Duke of the East King would be so bold as to dare to take the initiative. And as soon as this 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation was set up, this place immediately turned into a world. Inside this world, those 100 million Heavenly Court demons were immediately trapped within it. 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation. The power of this one formation was quite tremendous, capable of causing even paramount saints to fall. The 10,000 Immortals Formation? So what? Will our Heavenly Court be afraid of you today? Set up the formation. At this time, only that Eastern Emperor Taiyi could be seen sneering coldly. It was only seen that inside the formation space here, there was another change once again. The air in this space had turned into a sky full of stars. The number of stardusts here was quite huge, and no one could even count how many there were. But another powerful formation appeared here. This one formation was the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. The power of this one circumstantial Star Dipper Formation was quite terrifying, and it was presided over by the Eastern Emperor Taiyi together with Emperor Jun.